Chapter 1987. Su Fuguan's sword had been accumulating power for a long time. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a killing move. Especially at this time, Xiao Chun was in a dilemma. Once he retreated, his vital energy would be completely defeated. Li Feng's fist light would severely injure him in an instant, showing no mercy. Thinking about his current prestige, even the people on the Flower Island felt a little fearful. It was clear how terrifying the power he would erupt with would be. If he was hit by this sword, the consequences would be even worse. Both of their attacks landed on Xiao Chun's body. It was possible that he would be crippled on the spot. Even if he didn't die, he would lose half his life. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Hall felt their hearts in their throats. They all stood up, feeling incredibly nervous. Firmament's rage. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun instantly executed Firmament's rage. His left hand turned into a claw and pushed out fiercely. He didn't seem angry, but he was powerful. When he pushed out his claw, it seemed like the entire night sky started to tremble. Every cultivator present felt a tremor that came from the bottom of their hearts. Su Fuguan's face was filled with shock. He had never expected that Xiao Chun would be able to block the attack that he had been accumulating power for a long time. At that moment, he was prepared to draw his sword back, change his body and strike again. However, he suddenly discovered that Xiao Chun's claw contained a horrifying thunder great Dao and boundless saber qi, as well as the overwhelming rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. What was even more despairing was that the aura in the palm had already firmly locked onto him. If he took a step back, Xiao Chun would immediately turn his claws into palms. The boundless saber qi, the power of thunder, and the terrifying saber intent from the primordial ancestral dragon would instantly strike at him. There would be no chance for him to dodge. Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. He had long since expected this. Others might have forgotten about Su Fuguan, but Xiao Chun had not. The other party's sword strike, which contained a Lonely Peak's mysteries, had been prepared for a long time. Wasn't it the same? He was accumulating power and waiting for the other party to take the bait. A strange scene immediately appeared on the calm lake. Xiao Chun's fist and claw actually blocked Li Feng's and Su Fuguan's fist and sword at the same time. 1 against 2, he was not at a disadvantage at all. He actually blocked it. Everyone on the Flowery Island was stupefied. They did not dare to believe the scene before them. Everyone thought that Xiao Chun would definitely lose, but he actually managed to block it. Not only did this sword not defeat Xiao Chun, but it also allowed him to gain the upper hand. "I'll defeat you first." Xiao Chun swept his gaze around and fixed it on Li Feng. Just when he found it strange, Li Feng's expression changed. The Heaven Dragon, which had always been elusive and boundless, could suddenly be captured clearly. His heart sank. This is bad. At this time, his momentum had already dropped a lot. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't have any advantage at all. Boom! The invisible dragon image above Li Feng's head ferociously opened its mouth and instantly tore apart Li Feng's golden dragon might. Blood leaked out of a corner of Li Feng's lips. In the next moment, Xiao Chun's fist light landed mercilessly on Li Feng's body. A crisp sound rang out, and everyone could hear Li Feng's bones breaking. Then he went flying back. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a golden protective veritable essence energy shield formed on Li Feng's body, blocking most of the damage. Otherwise, this punch would have severely injured him. Right after Li Feng went flying, Su Fuguan's mind turned chaotic. He would be next. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Su Fuguan quickly made a decision and retreated. "You think you can run?" Xiao Chun snorted coldly. Then he turned his claw into a palm and threw a palm strike. Immediately, a colossal hand formed in the sky. The fingers were like sabers flickering with berserk electricity, carrying an ancestor dragon's rage that made the sky tremble. The hand struck Su Fuguan, who was in the air. Pa! Su Fuguan vomited a large mouthful of blood as he fell into the water. Wounds riddled Su Fuguan's body. The electric light and saber intent continued to wreak havoc. Su Fuguan's body twitched on the water. Clearly, his injuries were more severe than Li Feng's. At Crescent Moon Lake, the white-clad Xiao Chun knocked back 2 people and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Xiao Chun appeared calm, but he exuded might without being angry. A strong aura spread out, and his body seemed to radiate an even more dazzling light than the divine dragon cultivators. This fellow is really a mixed-blood dragon, a silver dragon palace disciple exclaimed, unable to contain the shock in his heart. Junior brother Shao Chun won. The Heaven Dragon Palace's people rejoiced. Unexpectedly, Shao Chun could win so beautifully even when fighting 1 against 2. For many years, the Heaven Dragon Palace's cultivators had not felt so delighted. In this grand scene of 3 outer palaces gathering, Lu Feng defeated the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Tai. Then, Shao Chun defeated the Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples and the Silver Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples. This matter would spread throughout the entire Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in less than 3 days. Win? I haven't admitted defeat yet. Li Feng's expression turned extremely sullen. He had never thought that he would suffer such a great loss at the hands of a mixed-blood dragon. Li Feng had even used his life-saving trump card, the Dragon Mark. This could be said to be a great humiliation. Since his debut, none of the battles of various sizes had made him feel more sullen than this. Even when working with others, he still could not defeat a mixed-blood dragon. If Li Feng could not defeat Shao Chun today, he would become the new joke of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in less than 3 days. The pride of a golden dragon prevented Li Feng from accepting this humiliation. Su Fuguan, if you are not dead, then move for this old man. If you don't, I will kick you out. Li Feng glared at Su Fuguan with some disgust as he said coldly and angrily. Su Fuguan struggled to his feet, his expression extremely unsightly. He vomited a mouthful of blood and said, "Don't worry. This old man is not as weak as you think." Shao Chun showed a somewhat grave expression. Earlier, he had been very relaxed when facing 2 people in their peak states. At this moment, he ruthlessly suppressed 2 people's sharpness. One of them was even severely injured. However, he appeared somewhat grave. The 2 people on the other side were already pushed to the edge of the cliff. The situation would probably not end well. The victor is already decided. Are you still going to continue fighting? Shao Chun asked softly as he looked at the 2. Nonsense. I did not admit defeat, so it is not considered a defeat? Do you think that my Golden Dragon Palace is not that good? If that is what you think, then you are gravely mistaken. Li Feng suddenly let out a roar. His eyes actually turned bloodshot. He had actually overdrawn his will of soul in an instant. Boom! A horrifying dragon might burst out of Li Feng's body, representing the mysteries of ultimate destruction. His body surged, and the golden fist radiance on his right hand was mixed with traces of mottled black dragon chi. Behind him, the image of a 3-eyed golden divine dragon appeared. It was a holy venerate will formed completely from the horrifying destruction profound mysteries. Oh no! This is the Golden Dragon Palace's forbidden technique. This is bad. To think that Li Feng executed this forbidden technique without caring about the consequences. This is a forbidden technique that represents the mysteries of destruction. Once it is executed, the entire Twin Moon Lake will be affected. The people on the flower-filled island appeared somewhat horrified. They felt that the place they were at was not safe. Sword art, star extermination. On the other side, the severely injured Su Fuguan seemed to be stimulated by something, executing the Silver Dragon Palace's forbidden sword art. Scatter! Yuanshi shouted, and the people on the flower-filled island soared into the air and scattered, not daring to remain. Only you can lose, Shao Chun. World-destroying dragon fist. Li Feng roared. He punched out the Golden Dragon Palace's destruction forbidden technique infused with his will of soul. The entire night sky seemed to tear. That 3-eyed golden dragon image flapped its wings, carrying the mysteries of destruction. Under Li Feng's fist light, the golden dragon image turned solid and launched itself at Shao Chun. Star extermination. At this moment, Su Fuguan also unleashed his sword art at the same time. In that instant, the light from the sword in Li Feng's hand was like the most resplendent light of a star shattering, lighting up the entire night sky. The 2 forbidden techniques flew at Shao Chun, shocking the entire Silver Dragon Palace. Several elders noticed this mysterious phenomenon. However, while they noticed it, by the time they arrived, the 2 forbidden techniques would have already flown at Shao Chun. If Shao Chun wanted to live, he still had to rely on himself. Just as everyone could not bear to watch Xiao Chun get buried in the two forbidden techniques, a bright moon and a blazing sun rose up behind Li Feng. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose behind Xiao Chun. In that instant they stabilized Xiao Chun's suppressed aura. This was the soul energy mysterious phenomenon, sun and moon shining together. Saber. The two horrifying forbidden techniques were about to reach Xiao Chun. However, at this crucial moment, Xiao Chun remained incredibly calm. No one could see any panic in his eyes. Xiao Chun shouted, "Saber," and waved his right hand. The bright moon reflected in the smooth, mirror-like crescent moon on the other side of Twin Moon Lake. As Xiao Chun waved his hand, a beautiful saber flickering with the cold moonlight materialized before everyone's shocked gazes. Life bestowal spell, Moon as Saber. Resolving the mundane Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. Xiao Chun did not panic. He executed sun and moon shining together, materializing a bright moon saber and activating the 7-kill seal. Then, he executed an eternal and inextinguishable saber strike to resolve the mundane. All of this seemed slow, but in reality it happened in just one breath. Xiao Chun completed all of this at nearly the same time. It was so fast that the others could not react. Under the clear sky and bright moon, the white-clad Xiao Chun used the moon as a saber to face the two forbidden techniques that scared everyone away. Then he executed an eternal and inextinguishable saber strike infused with 7-fold killing chi. Chapter 1988. Under the sun and moon shining together, Xiao Chun used the moon as a saber. With his 7-fold killing chi, he executed a Buddhist sect forbidden saber technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, resolving the mundane. Boom! The ice-cold blade that was suffused with moonlight emitted an eternal and inextinguishable blade light that slashed the three-eyed golden divine dragon into pieces and shattered Su Fuguan's sword light that was comparable to the destruction of the stars. It had to be said that these two people's forbidden techniques were indeed terrifying. Xiao Chun could even severely injure an initial perfection sovereign personage. He might even instantly kill his opponent when they were caught off guard. Anything was possible. Between the two, Li Feng's World Annihilation Dragon Fist was naturally stronger. His perfect fusion of the will of soul was much more exquisite than Su Fuguan's. If Xiao Chun could not manifest the sun and moon shining together phenomenon, he would not be able to do so. Even with the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal, he wouldn't dare say that he would be able to suppress this move even if his cultivation had improved tremendously. However, when the moon shining together phenomenon appeared that day, it stabilized the other party's soul pressure and blocked the invasion of the destruction intent. When the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal was used in conjunction with the mortal heart, the effect was vastly different. An eternal and inextinguishable saber light swept out and shattered the two forbidden arts. To the Silver Dragon Palace, avoiding a terrifying destruction was a fortunate thing. As for Li Feng and Su Fuguan, they were in a miserable state. After killing the three-eyed golden dragon and the sword light, its power was greatly reduced. However, its momentum did not decrease as it slashed at the two of them, cutting them in half at the waist. His life aura was draining away at an extremely fast speed. At this point, it was impossible for Xiao Chun to hold back. Otherwise, he might be the one to die under the forbidden technique. Senior brother Su. Li Feng. The Silver Dragon Palace disciple and Qin Outyan cried out at the same time. Yuanxi said slowly, "Don't scream, you won't die." Indeed, Xiao Chun would not die. The forbidden art had startled the heaven-class elders in the Silver Dragon Palace long ago. The instant the two were cut in half at the waist, he quickly rushed forward and stabilized their souls. He turned around and said that he would leave everything here to Yuanxi. Then, he quickly left for the residence of the Supreme Elder of the sect. Generally speaking, once one reached the Holy Venerate realm, one's cultivation would increase. No matter how severe their injuries were, even if their vitality was completely gone, as long as they received treatment at the first possible moment, their souls wouldn't dissipate. Of course, you first needed to have a divine vein expert present, and you had to be in a large sect. Secondly, he couldn't waste too much time. Otherwise, even if a faux god came, they would not be able to revive a person from the dead, unless it was some legendary great desolate Ian fruit that could revive the dead. When the heaven-class elders took the two away, all the disciples present heaved a sigh of relief. If someone died, then things would be a little troublesome. After all, They were all divine dragon cultivators with esteemed statuses. If they were not careful, they could easily implicate a bunch of big shots. So. When everyone landed back on the flower-filled island, fear flashed in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Chan. Everyone thought that he would be blasted into pieces by the two forbidden techniques. Xiao Chan actually counterattacked, using the moon as a blade to defeat two great forbidden techniques. It was hard to believe. "Xiao Chan, are you alright?" Lu Ruyun asked softly as she walked over quietly. The others were worried about Li Feng and Su Fuguan, who had been chopped in half by Xiao Chan. However, they did not know that Xiao Chan, who was struck by the two great forbidden techniques, was not having it easy either. He could not remove the sword intent of the destruction mysteries and star extermination for a while. "I'm fine. It's not a big problem. If I go back and recuperate, there should be no major problems." Lu Ruyun relaxed when she heard that. Then she said, "My father wants you to go to the White Dragon Palace again when you have time. He has something to discuss with you." Xiao Chan shook his head and said, "I won't talk to him. If he wants to talk, get him to come and look for me." Even though the White Dragon King had not truly injured Lu Ruyue, Xiao Chan found it hard to accept what the White Dragon King had done. If possible, it was best not to meet the White Dragon King. When Xiao Chan was not as strong as the White Dragon King, he would not take the initiative to look for the White Dragon King. As for the White Dragon King looking for him, that was unavoidable. Lu Ruyun frowned in silence, clearly confused. When Yuanxi saw this scene, he felt upset for some reason. "Xiao Chan, return my dragon-patterned battle suit." Qin Outyin shouted as he pushed aside a few people and arrived before Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan retorted coldly, "I said it before. If Li Feng won, I would naturally return it to him. Since he lost, he can forget about it." Qin Outyin's expression turned sullen as he retorted angrily, "Good. Save those words for my big brother." Qin Outyin felt embarrassed by Xiao Chan. However, he was not a match for Xiao Chan, so he threw out some harsh words before leaving in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Brother Qin, are you not going to stay for a while longer?" On account of Qin Mu's big brother, Yuanxi tried to get Qin Outyin to stay. Out of sight, out of mind. Qin Outyin left without even turning his head back. Clearly, Xiao Chan had become a thorn in his side, and he couldn't do anything to him. Staying here any longer made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiao Chen's big brother, Qin Mu, is the strongest person in the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. Although I am known as one of the 4 great experts of the outer palace, I have to admit that there is still a gap between me and his big brother. You'd better deliver the dragon-patterned battle suit yourself. You won't be able to use it anyway. Yuanxi turned to look at Xiao Chan and said softly, "I have my own plans." Xiao Chen's answer was rather vague, and he didn't say much. Seeing this, Yuanxi let out a cold snort in his heart and ignored him, saying, "Let's end the gathering here. There's no need to continue the sparring after such a huge incident." The earlier battle was equivalent to 3 great forbidden techniques clashing. The impact was indeed quite great. If they were to continue sparring and cause trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. Wait a moment. Although the others felt some regret, they could understand. However, Lu Feng was not satisfied. He looked at Yuanxi and said, "I came here to see how strong the sword Dao of one of the 4 great experts of the outer palace, Yuanxi, is. I'm not satisfied with just leaving like this." Yuanxi revealed a mocking smile. "You are not qualified to exchange moves with me. He is qualified. However, I believe that in his current state, he will not challenge me." Yuanxi pointed to Xiao Chan, acknowledging Xiao Chen's strength. Lu Feng revealed a stubborn expression as he continued, "How will I know if I don't try?" Yuanxi retorted indifferently, "I do not wish to waste my time. I already made myself very clear. You are not a match for me. I have no interest in exchanging moves with you." Yuanxi's words were quite a blow to Xiao Chen's confidence. Although Xiao Chan did not agree with Yuanxi's arrogance, he had to admit that Lu Feng's chances of victory were slim. Of all the people present, even the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao, Xiao Chan could tell how strong they were and felt confident of victory. Only Yuanxi was hard to say for sure. "Send off the guests." Yuanxi waved his hand and called the disciples to send off the people present. "You?" Lu Feng was thoroughly enraged. He could not hold back and wanted to make a move. However, Xiao Chan stepped forward and placed his right hand on Lu Feng's shoulder. Brother Yuan, just take it as Lu Feng seeking guidance from you. As a fellow dragon race cultivator, this request is not overboard, right? Xiao Chan asked softly as he looked at Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi entered deep thought. In my opinion, mixed-blood dragon cultivators cannot go far. You are an exception. I'll give you face today. Come, I accept your challenge. Lu Feng snorted coldly. When the others saw the situation, they quickly scattered. Yuan Shi, who was known as one of the 4 great experts of the Outer Palace, had always been mysterious. After seeing the strength of the newcomer Xiao Chan, the crowd felt curious about his strength. Being able to see Yuan Shi make a move before leaving made this trip worthwhile. Whoosh! Lu Feng did not overthink. After some thought, he took 7 steps forward. With every step, the crowd could feel the sword intent on his body burning like a blazing fire. The sword intent was so strong that it moved everyone's expression. After 7 steps, the hundreds of flowers on the island of flowers bloomed as if spring had arrived. Petals filled the air and soared into the air at the same time. At this 7th step, Lu Feng's hand grasped his sword hilt. When the hundreds of flowers bloomed and the flowers were at their peak, he raised his sword technique to its peak. Back off! Yuan Shi shouted coldly, and a desolate sword intent spread out. A cold wind blew. When autumn arrives on the 8th day of the 9th month, I will bloom and kill all the other flowers. With Yuan Shi's shout, the hundreds of flowers withered. The petals dancing in the air instantly withered. Only the most beautiful and aloof flower monarch remained on the entire island of flowers, Yuan Shi himself. Wuxia. Lu Feng vomited a mouthful of blood and was forced to loosen his grip on his sword hilt. He staggered backward, nearly falling over. Not only was his sword aura destroyed, but his mind was also assaulted by Yuan Shi's sword intent. Lu Feng was severely injured. Compared to his injuries, what made him feel even sadder was that this was the result of his stubbornness to fight. He was defeated before he could even draw his sword in front of his opponent. Furthermore, Lu Feng had not underestimated Yuan Shi at all, and had already used his full power. He simply could not accept this. Lu Feng roared, showing a pained expression. He felt very sullen in his heart. Ignoring the obstruction of the Heaven Dragon Palace's people, he ran away with a sullen expression. You should not have given him a chance to fight. His life is ruined. I hope you will not regret it. Yuan Shi showed a calm expression as he looked at Xiao Chan meaningfully. Xiao Chan had already turned around and stopped. He said, I only gave him a chance to lose. Don't underestimate the resilience of the Heaven Dragon Palace's disciples. If he defeats you one day because of this, I hope you will not regret it. When Yuan Shi heard that, he revealed a disdainful smile. I will regret it? Chapter 1989. After leaving the Silver Dragon Palace, Bai Yunfeng and the others immediately spread out, searching for Lu Feng, who had run off somewhere. Soon a few people from the White Dragon Palace came out. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and greeted these people. Lu Rian came over and said, Xiao Chen, do you really not intend to go to the White Dragon Palace? I feel that you and my father seem to have some misunderstanding. But misunderstandings have to be resolved. Isn't it better to talk to each other? When Xiao Chen heard this, he looked at Lu Riyun's face. Suddenly he understood. He smiled and said, Actually, your father did not invite me, right? Ah. A flustered expression appeared on Lu Riyun's exquisite face. Then she pretended to be calm and said, Of course not. There was an invitation. All right, there was no invitation. However, if I invite you to the White Dragon Palace to play, that should be fine, right? If you go to Ancestor Dragon City in the future, you will not have many chances to come back. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. This girl had no idea what kind of irreconcilable conflict existed between him and her father. Unless the other party could help Lu Riyun recover her memories, Lu Riyun was the entire White Dragon race's hope, and hope for the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. Even if Lu Riyun did not succeed in obtaining the Dragon Emperor position, given her talent and strength, she could allow the White Dragon race to continue flourishing. Within the White Dragon clan, there was no more suitable successor than her. If he helped her recover her memory, then everything he had done before would be a complete waste. If not for some misgivings, The other party might have already killed him in the ancient city. Xiao Chun said softly, "There will be a chance. In the future, when we go to Ancestor Dragon City, we will have a chance to meet again." Lu Ruyun frowned and sighed. All right. When Xiao Chun saw her pitiful appearance, he was amused. His tone became much warmer as he said, "It is indeed boring to always stay in the White Dragon Palace. Although I cannot go to the White Dragon Palace, you can come to the Heaven Dragon Palace to look for me if you have the opportunity." Lu Ruyun smiled and said, "That's true. Why am I so stupid? Senior Sister Lu, we should go." The White Dragon Palace's group stood on a flying demonic pet and urged, "Then I'll leave first. By the way, take this." Lu Ruyun sorted out her emotions. Before she left, she handed Xiao Chun an exquisite brocade box. It was unknown what was inside. The magic pet soared into the clouds and flew further and further away, disappearing from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the brocade box. The workmanship of the box was exquisite, and its appearance was exquisite. It felt heavy in his hands. He didn't know what was inside. "Xiao Chun, we've searched everywhere, but we didn't see junior brother Lu Feng." Bai Yunfeng and the others rushed back and looked at Xiao Chun anxiously. The relaxed expression on Xiao Chen's face disappeared. He sighed softly and said, "Let him calm down. He will come back once he has thought it through. Let's return to the sect first." The many heaven-class core disciples on the flower-filled island in the Silver Dragon Palace had not left yet. The battle between Xiao Chun and Su Fuguan against Li Feng still lingered in their minds, leaving a deep impression on them. As for the battle between their first senior brother and Lu Feng, they did not feel anything about it. They had long known of their first senior brother's strength. It was reasonable for him to defeat Lu Feng. "Senior brother Yuan, what rank do you think this Xiao Chun can rank in the entire Dragon's Gate's outer palace?" A disciple asked out of curiosity. Yuanxi entered deep thought. After a while he replied, "A conservative estimate is that he can enter the top 10. Ah! The others felt shocked, somewhat surprised that Yuanxi would give Xiao Chun such a high evaluation. The top 10 of the outer palace. This was still a conservative estimate. It had already been more than 100 years since a Heaven Dragon Palace disciple reached such a height. In that case, can he enter the top 5? A disciple boldly asked. Actually, he wanted to say the top 4. Yuanxi shook his head and said, "If that is all he is not strong enough to enter the top 5. However, there are still 2 months. It is hard to say." Xiao Chun, who was rushing back, did not know that the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuanxi had such a high evaluation of him. The group returned much faster than when they came. In less than 10 days they arrived at Heaven Dragon City. The moment they entered the city, someone recognized Xiao Chen's group. "It looks like the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun and the others? It really is Xiao Chun. He looks exactly like the portrait." The news of Xiao Chun fighting 1 against 2 in the Silver Dragon Palace spread like wildfire throughout the various outer palaces of the Dragon's Gate. When the news reached the Heaven Dragon Palace, the entire sect burst into commotion. In the past, when the 3 outer palaces gathered, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were mostly onlookers, going through the motions. Occasionally there would be some eye-catching people, but they would only win 1 match at most. However, this time, Xiao Chun fought 1 against 2, defeating the Silver Dragon Palace's Su Fuguan and the Golden Dragon Palace's Li Feng at the same time. Furthermore, when the 2 of them executed forbidden arts, Xiao Chun even defeated the other party, chopping them in half. This was something that even the Divine Dragon Palace's outer palace disciples found hard to accomplish. To think that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chun did it. For many years, the mixed-blood dragon cultivators of the Heaven Dragon Palace had never felt so delighted. "Junior brother Xiao, it looks like you are famous now." After the group entered the Dragon City, they had to slow down due to the Dragon City's rules. As the group flew, they could see a sea of people chasing the demon blood vulture, just to catch a few more glances. Xiao Chun felt surprised. In his opinion, this was not something worth being proud of. However, all the cultivators in Heaven Dragon City felt strangely satisfied. Their expressions could not be faked. Li Luo noticed the shock on Xiao Chun's face. She said softly, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, don't feel surprised. You just came back recently and often cultivate in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Perhaps you really do not know the status of the mixed blood dragon bloodline. In the past, our Heaven Dragon Palace was always suppressed by the other 6 outer palaces. Before them, we did not have any confidence at all. However, ever since Junior Brother came, you first destroyed Rakshasa Tion's clone in the abyssal underworld and saved one of the Empire's legions. Now, you defeated the Golden Dragon Palaces and the Silver Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciples at the same time. In the past, we would not have dared to imagine this. Bai Yunfeng sighed softly. Junior sister Li Luo is right. The 6-colored divine dragons have very high standards. Even a true dragon bloodline is like a mixed blood dragon in their eyes. Just look at that Yuan Shi. He does not show anything on the surface, but he naturally disdains mixed blood dragons in his bones. Junior brother Lu only sought guidance from Yuan Shi, but he did not give him any chance at all. If it were another outer palace disciple with junior brother Lu Feng's strength, Yuan Shi would not mind giving them some pointers. As Xiao Chun spoke, the Heaven Dragon Palace arrived before them. According to the rules, the group had to report their gains and experiences to the sect. Xiao Chun did not want to go through the trouble, so he asked Bai Yunfeng for help and returned to Cold Moon Cave alone. Xiao Chun did not get arrogant because of the many cultivators chasing after him in Heaven Dragon City. Xiao Chun spent some time to remove the remnant destruction Dao and star extinguishing sword chi from the 2 forbidden techniques in his body, not leaving behind any future problems. After that, Xiao Chun calmly chose to cultivate. After seeing Yuan Shi's strength, Xiao Chun discovered that the Outer Palace's 4 great experts lived up to their reputations. Furthermore, Yuan Shi said that the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu firmly suppressed them. This put pressure on Xiao Chun. If he did not advance, he would fall behind. If he became complacent now, Qin Mu would humiliate him ruthlessly in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I nearly forgot about this. Xiao Chun remembered the exquisite brocade box that Lu Ruyun had given him before he left. He opened it and took a look. He opened it to take a look, feeling stunned. The brocade box actually contained some local delicacies. Xiao Chun had thought that it would be some cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, it was these. Indeed, she was still a girl. Speaking of which, Lu Ruyu's closest relative in the Divine Dragon Empire should be this Lu Ruyun. Xiao Chun casually took out a piece of pastry and tasted it. Tasted pretty good. 3 days later, Xiao Chun, who was cultivating, received a message from the first palace master, interrupting him. There is news of the 5-element divine lightning. Chapter 1990. In the main hall of Heaven Dragon Peak, Xiao Chun met with the first palace master, Yiyun, who had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Chun was about to bow when Yiyun raised her hand slightly, indicating that there was no need. Haha, Xiao Chun, you're really famous in the outer palace now. The palace masters of the other 6 palaces have been asking me about you recently. They are very concerned about you. The first palace master said with a face full of smiles, not concealing the joy on his face. Xiao Chun said calmly, this disciple is only doing what a disciple should do. Very few. Neither arrogant nor rash. Such a state of mind is indeed rare. You should know why I've asked you to come here today. To tell you the truth, I was planning to tell you after the competition between the 7 palaces. The first palace master sighed softly. There is still about 1 more month before the competition between the 7 outer palaces begins. If you end up delaying your chance to enter Ancestor Dragon City because of the 5-element divine lightning, you will lose more than you gain. If you don't go, it will be a huge loss to the Heaven Dragon Hall. The first palace master spoke the truth, not hiding his thoughts. Now that Xiao Chun's reputation had spread far and wide, if Xiao Chun did not appear during the 7 palaces competition, the 7 palaces competition would definitely end up as the 7 palaces competition. Not only would the morale of the Heaven Dragon Hall's disciples suffer, but they would also be laughed at by the other 6 halls. The first palace master could not help but think about it. However, since the first palace master had already called Xiao Chun over, he clearly already had an idea. However, after thinking about it, I realized that time waits for no man. The 5-element divine lightning is something that can only be found and not sought. If the 5-element divine lightning really appears this time, then the losses will be rather great. Just like the Tai profound bomb that Xiao Chun had once obtained, the 5 elements divine thunder was something that was extremely difficult to obtain. Just like the divine lightning of Tai, it only had a very small chance of being born in the tribulation lightning of heaven and earth. The tribulation thunder of heaven and earth did not refer to the tribulation of a cultivator, but the divine thunder that descended when other spiritual beings in this world underwent tribulation. For example, the Tai profound lightning had appeared during the tribulation of the devil-patterned thousand-winged serpent. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, was more open-minded. He said in a deep voice, "There's still a month left. Time is indeed a little tight. There might be a chance in the future." The first palace master was rather resolute as he denied, "No, you have to seize this opportunity. Sometimes fate is like this. If I miss this chance, I might lose it for the rest of my life. I can't bear this responsibility." When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. That made sense. In one's life, there are many things that might really be missed if you miss them. "Where is it?" Xiao Chun asked. "Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, a dangerous place near the White Marsh Beast Empire. There are endless thunderclouds there all year round, and the lightning attribute spiritual qi is abnormally active. In Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, there is a fusang tree that is about to undergo a tribulation. When such a divine tree undergoes a tribulation, there is a high chance that it will produce the 5 elements divine lightning. The White Marsh Beast Empire was one of the 8 great empires, located in the northern region along with the Divine Dragon Empire. They were all empires established by cultivators who possessed the bloodline of the overlords of the Great Desolate Aeon. On the surface they were allies, but in the dark they competed with each other. After all, there were some benefits that could not be divided clearly just by forming an alliance. You might run into the White Marsh Beast Empire's people on this trip. Be careful. If there is no need, don't make the first move. Otherwise, you might end up leaving yourself vulnerable, the first palace master warned. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I know." "Xiao Chun, how long have you been in my Heaven Dragon Palace?" The first palace master suddenly asked an unrelated question. Xiao Chun did not keep track of the exact date. He answered honestly, "I'm not too sure. Almost a year, I think." Back when Xiao Chun entered the Heaven Dragon Palace, he knew that the competition between the 7 outer palaces would begin in 1 year. Now, the competition between the 7 outer palaces was about to begin. Xiao Chun thought that it should be about a year now. It is not almost a year. It is 1 year and 25 days. The first palace master said with a sigh. When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt startled, finding it strange. How did the first palace master know so much? The first palace master smiled and said, "You must be wondering if I looked through the sect records. No, when you first entered the sect and became enemies with Tian Yuan, the 3 palace masters noticed it. When third brother insisted on taking you in as a disciple, we even laughed at him, saying that you would definitely not agree. We even made a small bet." Xiao Chun revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder the third palace master wanted to take him in as a disciple the moment he entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. It turned out that the 3 palace masters knew about the test. It looked like the 3 palace masters paid attention to the Heaven Dragon Palace's junior generation disciples, regardless of the specifics. 1 year passed in the blink of an eye. Even if I lived to my age, I would have to sigh at how fast time passes. The first palace master Yun revealed an aged expression as he sighed softly. Indeed, time passed really fast. During this 1 year, Xiao Chun had gained a lot in the Heaven Dragon Palace. This should be the year with the greatest gains since he left the Kunlun realm. In a short time, Xiao Chun broke through from Star Venerate to middle stage Holy Venerate. Furthermore, he learned the Dragon's Gate's forbidden technique, Supreme Dragon Fist, Firmament's Rage, Movement Technique, Light of Freedom, and comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In another month, after the competition between the 7 outer palaces, Xiao Chun would leave this place and head to Ancestor Dragon City. Ancestor Dragon City could be considered the Dragon's Gate's inner palace. Once he entered, he would be a true elite of the Dragon's Gate. At that time, his stage would be the entire northern region, even the entire central Great Realm. The 4 dynasties, the 8 empires, the righteous Tao, the demonic Tao, the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. Xiao Chun would personally participate in everything. The Heaven Dragon Palace could be considered safe in its corner. No matter how much competition or commotion there was, it would be within the dragon race. There would not be any danger to Xiao Qin's life. Compared to the competition he would face in the future, everything now was just a small matter. This was a rare period of peace. The first palace master was someone with experience. He could see how exciting Xiao Qin's life would be in the future, how perilous it would be. To Xiao Qin, the Heaven Dragon Palace was just a cornerstone, a springboard for him to establish himself in the central great realm. The first palace master hoped that Xiao Qin would remember the days in the Heaven Dragon Palace, cherish this rare period of peace, remember the Heaven Dragon Palace and the people here. As the first palace master said earlier, many opportunities would disappear once one missed them. For many places it would be hard to return once one left. Even if one returned, one would not be able to find the feelings of one's memories, only reminiscing in sorrow. However, it would be hard for one to understand these things without reaching a certain age. It was pointless to say too much, so the first palace master did not elaborate. He only sighed ruefully. Whether Xiao Qin could understand it or not depended on himself. Xiao Qin looked at the first palace master and said, "First palace master, I understand." The first palace master shook his head and said, "You do not understand. There are some things that you can understand. However, if you have not truly experienced them, you can never say that you truly understand them. This trip to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh is hard to predict. I'll give you a talisman. If you activate it at a crucial moment, you can summon a Heaven Dragon clone to protect your life." Xiao Qin did not argue. He stepped forward and received the talisman. The image carved on the talisman was that of the Heaven Dragon statue on the Profound Dragon platform. Xiao Qin recalled Situ Chongfeng's words about the Heaven Dragon statue being unfathomable and boundlessly profound. The value of this Heaven Dragon talisman probably surpassed his expectations, making it extremely precious. Xiao Qin put it away and performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Then he said with a resolute gaze, "Many thanks for First Palace Master's kindness. I promise First Palace Master that no matter what, disciple Xiao Qin will definitely show up for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. In one's life, one would not get another opportunity if one missed it." This was indeed so. However, once one missed some things, one would regret it for life. I can lose the 5-element Divine Lightning, but I absolutely will not miss out on the competition between the 7 outer palaces. This is disciple Xiao Qin's promise. If Xiao Qin missed the competition between the 7 outer palaces, he could wait another year. However, if he lost the 5-element Divine Lightning, he might have to wait another 10 years or even his entire life. The former represented the collective, Xiao Qin's respect and gratitude for the Heaven Dragon Palace. The latter represented the individual. It concerned Xiao Qin's strength and was a selfish decision. Xiao Qin's words made his choice very clear. The first palace master was slightly stunned, somewhat surprised that Xiao Qin would take this so seriously. After being stunned for a while, he smiled and said, "I believe you. Goodbye." After leaving the main hall, Xiao Qin looked at the sky outside with a somewhat grave expression. His figure flashed, and he landed on the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Then he looked at the vast Heaven Dragon Palace again, and saw the hundreds of thousands of mixed-blood dragon cultivators moving about in a hurry below. Most of the time, Xiao Qin really thought that he was one of them. Xiao Qin had forgotten the fact that he possessed a Grade 8 Blue Dragon bloodline, and shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving the Blue Dragon bloodline. One day, when I become the Dragon Emperor, I will definitely abolish the old system, and let the mixed-blood dragon bloodline gain true respect. Everyone is born equal. How can one use bloodline to determine one's status? Chapter 1991. Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Not many people knew about this place in the Divine Dragon Empire. After all, it was not within the Empire's borders and did not have as great a fortuitous encounter as Desolate God Valley. However, this Thundercloud Ancient Marsh was rather famous in the White Marsh Beast Empire. Lightning-attributed cultivators frequently went there for experiential training. The White Marsh Beast was an ancient great desolate Ian strange snake. It was completely snow-white and extremely intelligent. Normally speaking, snakes were frightening dark existences. They were accompanied by all sorts of negative terms, inspiring fear and dread. However, the white marsh beast was an exception. It could be seen as a holy snake. Among the 10,000 races of the Great Desolate Aeon, the white marsh beast bloodline was named after the phoenix, the qilin, and the other holy beasts. However, the Great Desolate Aeon was already gone, and it was now the epic era. Like the dragon race, the white marsh beast did not leave behind any pure-blooded descendants. There were only human cultivators who inherited the white marsh beast bloodline. Time was tight. This time, Shao Chen directly used the primeval heavenly pill. He used the transrealm transportation formation to leave the divine dragon empire and arrive at the city closest to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, Thundercloud City. Thundercloud City. Don't just stand there. There are still people waiting behind. The old man operating the transrealm transportation formation urged Shao Chen, who was looking around, to come out quickly. Actually, he was quite curious at times. What kind of power was it? What kind of power was it that connected all the transboundary teleportation arrays in the Great Thousand Domains together? After thinking about it carefully, even the 4 dynasties did not have such ability. Shao Chen shook his head and left the transportation formation, formally entering this city. Since Thundercloud City could have a transrealm transportation formation, it could not be a small city. According to rumor, this city was controlled by a noble clan. This was an independent city. There were many such independent cities in the northern region. People who could control independent cities all had extremely strong factions behind them, existences that even empires and rank 7 sects had to think twice about. I need a detailed map of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh to find the exact location of the propping mulberry tree. Shao Chen rubbed his chin as he wandered the streets of the city. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Shao Chen's gaze stopped in front of a magnificent building. He muttered to himself, "It seems like I have a VIP card and its rank is quite high." Shao Chen walked in and handed over his VIP card to the receptionist. He said, "I would like to introduce you as the person in charge." The pretty maid glanced at Shao Chen's VIP card and smiled politely. "Young master, your VIP card is only a grade 1 purple card. You can only meet grade 3 managers. You'll need at least a gold card to meet the 2nd level manager." When Shao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat embarrassed. It looked like Li Xiuhai from Ancient Desolate Town tricked him. It was a first-class VIP card, but he didn't tell her that there was a golden VIP card above it. However, when Shao Chen thought about it, it made sense. Li Xiuhai was only a minor character in Ancient Desolate Town. How could he give Shao Chen too much authority? However, the level of a purple card is already very high. We can give you a 10% discount and provide professional guidance services. The pretty maid noticed Shao Chen's awkwardness and chuckled softly to ease the atmosphere. "You then. I need a map of the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Please follow me to the VIP lounge." Shao Chen nodded slightly and followed behind the other party, walking calmly. "Young Master Shao." Just at this moment, a pleasantly surprised voice startled Shao Chen and the maid. Shao Chen looked back and was shocked to discover that the person was Li Xiuhai. Li Xiuhai showed a shocked expression. When he discovered that it really was Shao Chen, he rejoiced and rushed over with large strides. "He is?" Shao Chen asked. The pretty maid replied softly, "He is our new Lord Manager. There's nothing else for you here. I'll entertain young Master Shao. You can go and do something else," Li Xiuhai said with a smile as he sent the maid away. "Yes." The pretty maid withdrew obediently. Before she left, she bowed slightly to Shao Chen and Li Xiuhai, appearing refined and courteous. The Thundercloud Ancient Marsh truly lived up to its reputation as one of the top 10 super merchant associations in the entire Central Great Realm. The maid's service was extremely thorough. Shao Chen took out his purple card and teased, "This card's level is really high. I can't even meet a manager." Li Xiuhai knew that he was playing a trick. He smiled awkwardly and said, Sorry. I'll give young Master Shao a gold card later. Let's go to the VIP room first. I'll get someone to call Mr. Bai over." Soon the 3 gathered in the VIP room. After a simple conversation, Shao Chen learned that Li Xiuhai had been promoted in the Merchant Association because of his business deal. In the entire northern region, Li Xiuhai was already a 2nd-class manager. Any higher and he would be the person in charge of the northern region. Coincidentally, Li Xiuhai was transferred to Thundercloud City, leaving a remote place like ancient desolate town. It had to be said that there was some fate between them. I really did not expect to see young Master Xiao again so soon after we arrived at Thundercloud City, Li Xiuhai said with a smile. He felt that Xiao Chun always brought him good luck, so he was very excited to see him again. However, Mr. Bai appeared rather calm. He smiled softly and said, "It's a small world. Little friend Xiao Chun, did you come to Thundercloud City for the propping mulberry tree's tribulation this time?" Mr. Bai was as wise and far-sighted as ever, easily guessing Xiao Chun's itinerary. Xiao Chun asked in shock, "Mr. Bai, how did you know?" Just as Mr. Bai was about to say something, Li Xiuhai interrupted. "I know the reason. Recently, 3 outsiders have come to Thundercloud City. After that, we found out through the Heavenly Alliance's information network that the propping mulberry tree is about to undergo its tribulation. I heard that a few experts skilled in divination predicted that the 5-element divine lightning might appear during the propping mulberry tree's tribulation. Young Master Xiao happens to be a Thunder Great Dao cultivator. Aside from this, there should be no other reason for him to come to Thundercloud City." Xiao Chun understood. He asked sullenly, "Are my requests difficult? The map is not a problem. After all, it is next to the White Marsh Beast Empire. All the places that should have been explored in the past 10,000 years have already been explored. However, the propping mulberry tree's location is somewhat difficult. Young Master Xiao, as you know, some trees will gain sentience after 10,000 years. Besides, this is a divine tree. It has long gained sentience." "It already gained sentience long ago," Li Xiuhai said with a slight frown, appearing somewhat troubled. "I see." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He did not have that much time to wander around Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Since the propping mulberry tree had sentience, it would definitely run away on its own. Finding it would be too difficult. Given that, Xiao Chun might as well return and save himself the trouble. Then, he could focus on cultivating and prepare for the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Mr. Bai said, "Actually, it is not as problematic as you imagine. I saw that many of the 3 outsiders who came were very confident and did not worry about not being able to find the propping mulberry tree." A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. Then he looked at Mr. Bai and asked, "What do you mean?" "The propping mulberry tree has existed since the beginning of the martial epoch. Who knows how many tribulations it has undergone? There is bound to be some pattern to it. There are only a few suitable spots for it to undergo its tribulation. If it chooses a spot to undergo its tribulation, there will definitely be traces to follow. We just need to guard it properly." Mr. Bai paused for a while before continuing, "Little friend Xiao Chan, if you trust me, I will help you find the spot where the propping mulberry tree is most likely to appear in 2 days. No, 1 day. Words cannot express my gratitude for this great favor." Xiao Chun stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. "Since it is just 1 day, I will arrange for Sir Xiao to stay at the Merchant Association. That way, I will be able to inform you if there is any news." Li Xiuhai extended a warm invitation. Xiao Chun rejected. "I will just stay nearby for a night. There is no need to trouble yourself." After Xiao Chun left, Li Xiuhai smiled and said, "Mr. Bai, it is all thanks to you for keeping Sir Xiao here. I really could not tell that Mr. Bai is so knowledgeable." Mr. Bai replied indifferently, "It's not that I know a lot. It's just that the propping mulberry tree's tribulation is a major matter, so I paid some attention to it." "Haha, let's not talk about that. However, isn't it a little too rushed to help Sir Xiao in 1 day? It's fine. My authority in the Heavenly Alliance is sufficient." Bang! Just at this moment, the two's expressions changed at the same time. An intense murderous intent burst out from the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The two were very familiar with that murderous intent. It came from Xiao Chun. What happened? Did Xiao Chun start a conflict with someone? To think that he started a fight in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, breaking the rules. Let's go quickly. Don't let the guards make a move on Xiao Chun. The two knew that the situation was urgent, so they rushed out. However, they discovered that it was already too late. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion's experts blocked Xiao Chun in the hall. The two sides faced each other in a somewhat tense standoff. A misunderstanding. What happened? Li Xiuhai rushed over. afraid that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's experts would fight with Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian sighed in his heart. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and apologized. This is this Zhao's fault. I apologize to Manager Li and Mr. Bai. Earlier, the instant Xiao Qian came out of the VIP room, he happened to feel a familiar aura. A mysterious person wrapped in a cloak came out from another private room with a map of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in his hand. Xiao Qian immediately recognized this person. It was the mysterious person shrouded in a scarlet shadow who stood with the holy sun Mingxian in the ancient city. While Xiao Qian found this strange, the other party discovered him and quickly left without saying a word. This situation was extremely strange. Xiao Qian could not resist trying to block the other party. However, he accidentally violated the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's rules. Fighting was forbidden in the Merchant Association. The sovereign personage experts of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion blocked Xiao Qian, so he could only watch as the other party left. Chapter 1992. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows mocked with some mockery. It would be fine normally. However, many experts have come to Thundercloud City recently. I wonder why they are here. I just hope I do not run into them. To think that someone could remain safe after making a move in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. This person's background was somewhat surprising. Right. I do not have much time. Whether I succeed or not, I have to leave within 1 month. After leaving the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, Xiao Qian chose a nearby inn to stay in. Then, he took out a primeval heavenly pill and closed his eyes to cultivate. Xiao Qian also knew why this place was always wet. Heavy rain often fell under thunderclouds. The figure was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body, revealing only a pair of palpitating eyes. Not long after the mysterious man entered, the group of cultivators suddenly became wary. A figure that inspired fear slowly walked over from the heavy rain in front. As a lightning-attributed cultivator, Xiao Qian did not feel much pressure in this place. Xiao Qian did not feel much pressure. Xiao Qian frowned slightly and stopped walking. He discovered that there were many cultivators in black holding weapons in their hands, blocking the path in his direction. I wonder if the castle master can obtain it this time? If he can, he will definitely give us many benefits. To think that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows managed to obtain so much useful information in 1 day. If you don't believe me, then don't come with me. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows appeared displeased. One of them was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiao Qian saw yesterday. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky at the limits of Xiao Qian's vision. Occasionally he could see lightning tearing through the sky. At the same time, 2 people discussed entering Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in a private room of an inn in Thundercloud City. 2 days later, Xiao Qian, who was on the Demon Blood Vulture, noticed some changes in the sky. Li Xiuhai asked worriedly as he looked at Xiao Qian's back. Definitely. It's fine. I just ran into an acquaintance. It looks like he is here to obtain the 5-element divine lightning as well. Of course, it was extremely valuable. Senior Bai, do you think that Xiao Qian will succeed? Although the 5-element divine lightning is somewhat ethereal and might not appear, the people who came this time are not people to be offended. These 2 days, Thundercloud City has clearly not been peaceful. A scarlet flame-like bird soared through the sky, rushing toward the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. There were many things that Mr. Bai was not clear about yesterday, but today he was crystal clear. Master Bai pointed to the red dots on the map and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, the propping mulberry tree will definitely undergo its tribulation in one of these 5 places." The map that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion gave Xiao Qian was no ordinary map. It contained complicated formations and dense talisman scripts. Alright, then let's set off immediately. Along the way, Xiao Qian saw many teams, and there was no lack of experts among them. In the heavy rain it was very boring. The disciples chatted from time to time. Upon seeing the mark between the other party's brows, the Saint Venerate old man immediately felt somewhat horrified. It was an expert from the White Marsh Beast Empire. Just like him, they didn't choose to temper themselves. Instead, their gazes wandered about aimlessly as they searched the surroundings. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a large snake burrowed out. Amid miserable shrieks, it swallowed up all the other disciples, aside from the Saint Venerate old man, at lightning speed. Xiao Chun explained many things to Xiao Chan in detail, answering many of his questions. He felt somewhat curious as to where the other party's information came from. A small faction near Thundercloud City must have discovered something in the dense forest. Unfortunately, Xiao Chan could not execute this strong cultivation technique in front of everyone. Thunder Eagle Castle? What's that? Sir Xiao, what happened earlier? Xiao Chun opened the map and compared it to the one in front. Thundercloud Ancient Marsh's periphery was right in front. There are really a lot of people targeting the 5-element Divine Lightning. Clearly, they were all here to search for the propping mulberry tree. Come, tell me what you bunch of trash are waiting here for. There's no rush. I don't need the 5-element Divine Lightning. Are you confident of obtaining what I want? Li Xiuhai smiled and said, Sir Xiao, let me borrow it first. You can just return it to me after the matter is over. If you find anything in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, you can sell it to me. Li Xiuhai asked out of curiosity. Clearly, Xiao Chan was not someone who did not understand the rules. Something must have happened. One day passed in the blink of an eye. Haha. Let's depart then. The pale, middle-aged man said sinisterly. Master Bai smiled and said, That is easy. If this is indeed the propping mulberry tree's tribulation site, then the vegetation there will definitely be lush, clearly different from other places. Although it is a divine tree, it cannot casually move it when it is undergoing tribulation. It will be easy to find. Master Bai smiled and said, Don't worry about this. Look, Xiao Chan is not at all conflicted. Just based on his attitude, I feel that he will definitely gain something. Even if he does not obtain the 5-element Divine Lightning, he will not return empty-handed. Xiao Chan thanked Master Bai and took his leave. The ground was somewhat damp and covered in weeds. When Xiao Chun looked around, it was vast and boundless. His figure flashed, turning into a gentle breeze. Then, Xiao Chun drifted into the dense forest. Xiao Chun answered casually, not saying anything more. I'll leave my matter to the two of you. Xiao Chun did not dare to be interested in their discovery. He only wanted to pass through the forest and rush to the possible tribulation site of the propping mulberry tree on the map. After walking for half an hour, Xiao Chun took a deep breath and continued advancing cautiously in the heavy rain. The blue sky and white clouds could no longer be seen in the sky. It was filled with black thunderclouds. Let's go and take a look. Occasionally, Xiao Chun could see all sorts of strange mutated vegetation in this somewhat oppressive environment. The vegetation was abnormally lush. However, the colors were not bright. They were all dark plants. A pale, middle-aged man stood on the head of the huge snake. Our Thunder Eagle Castle turned out in full force. How could we fail? Right now, Xiao Chen's divine dragon body tempering art was stuck at the peak of the 5th layer. He had no hope of breaking through the purple thunder divine incantation for now, so he could only cultivate the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art first. The places where the propping mulberry tree had a chance of appearing were clearly marked in red. Xiao Chun, who had already silently passed through their guards and arrived on the tree above them, rubbed his chin and entered deep thought. Thundercloud fruit? Xiao Chun gently tapped the map, and the scene on the map immediately enlarged. A 3-dimensional scene appeared before his eyes, showing the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in its entirety. The old man struggled with all his might. However, the more he struggled, the weaker he became. The poison on the snake's skin continuously permeated his body. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows said indifferently, I ran into someone who snatched my map. That's a small matter. Now that I have the map, have you gotten any information? There was only one old man, who had just advanced to Holy Venerate, that required some attention. He felt that his lightning-attributed veritable essence energy would improve rapidly if he cultivated in this place. Such a scene caused the others to be slightly shocked. Boom! A few blind ferocious beasts leaped out of the ground. Xiao Chun casually killed them, and his figure flashed as he entered Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Mr. Gong, I heard that you nearly ran into trouble at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion yesterday? The pale, middle-aged man asked meaningfully as he looked at the man shrouded in bloody shadows. Li Xiuhai said indifferently as he glanced at the sovereign personage experts. These were all cultivators who had just advanced to Star Venerate. Some were not even Star Venerates yet. Their clothes all had the symbol of a sect embroidered on them. Outside Thundercloud City, blue sky and white clouds. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows seemed to have an extremely urgent desire for the five-element divine lightning. Half a day later, a dense forest appeared in front of Xiao Chun. In the heavy rain, the entire forest was filled with mist. At this moment, he was wearing a large cloak that covered his body. Apart from his strange aura, nothing else could be seen. The air was filled with violent lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Soon it started raining. Opposite him was a pale-faced middle-aged man with a blood-red mark between his eyebrows. That mark was the mark of the White Marsh Beast Empire, something that only cultivators with the White Marsh Beast bloodline had. You all can withdraw first. This is my friend. It was just a misunderstanding earlier. Xiao Chun entered deep thought and asked, if I find the right place, how do I confirm it? When Xiao Chun arrived at the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, he successfully obtained what he wanted. A complete map of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Li Xiuhai asked when Xiao Chun stood up and prepared to leave with the map. Since this was Li Xiuhai's friend, these Nine Cauldron Pavilion experts naturally would not make things difficult for Xiao Chun. They performed cupped fist salutes and withdrew. How many primeval heavenly pills? Xiao Chun asked. Just as this holy venerate was about to flee, the snake under the middle-aged man's feet swept up its tail and bound this holy venerate old man, preventing him from moving. Then, the snake brought him before the middle-aged man. Who is it? The Thunder Eagle Castle has already sealed off this place. If you want to travel, please take another direction. Xiao Chun got the demon blood vulture to stop. Then he leaped down from the sky and landed firmly on the ground. Naturally, it has already been 3 days. If I still have not found out where the propping mulberry tree might undergo its tribulation, then there is no need for me to work with you. How lucky! Unexpectedly, we found the thundercloud fruit in the forest. The only holy venerate old man stepped forward, hoping to use the Thunder Eagle Castle's reputation to intimidate the other party. No problem. We are leaving now. Chapter 1993. I'll tell you. A disciple of our Thunder Eagle Castle discovered a thundercloud fruit in this forest. It has already given birth to a Tao pattern, so he brought the entire sect here. The holy venerate old man's complexion turned black as he said in pain. How strong is your fort, master? Small perfection sovereign personage, skilled in the thunder Tao. Thump. When he was done, the pale-faced middle-aged man flung him away. Get lost. The holy venerate old man ran out in a panic, not daring to look back. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows stepped forward and entered deep thought. The 10,000-year-old thundercloud fruit is quite valuable. Are you interested? The pale-faced middle-aged man said. I am not a cultivator of the Thunder Tao. The castle lord is also a small perfection sovereign personage. Naturally, he will not take this risk. However, based on Xiao Chen's calm expression, it was clear that he did not take this small perfection sovereign personage Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master seriously. Then help me get this thundercloud fruit first. The man shrouded in bloody shadows said indifferently. Whoosh! The horrifying venomous snake silently burrowed into the demonic pet pouch at the middle-aged man's waist. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, Mr. Gong, you are not willing to let any of these Thunder Tao treasures off. Fine, it's just a small matter. Let's just treat it as an appetizer for our cooperation. Don't talk nonsense. You help me and I help you. You will definitely benefit from it. The two immediately changed their original path and went deep into the forest, starting to search for the whereabouts of the Thunder Eagle Castle's gang members. Swish, swish, swish. In the dense forest, rain fell continuously. Although cultivators could not touch a single drop of water and their strength would not be affected by the environment, they would not be affected by it. However, the terrible weather still affected people's mood. Xiao Chun flew through the forest, capturing all the movements in the dense forest. With his keen divine sense, he quickly found some clues. The rain could wash away the traces of fighting and the smell of blood in the air, but it could not wash away the aura left behind by the martial artists. An hour later, Xiao Chun stopped in front of a big tree. There was no need to use spiritual sense. One could hear the sounds of intense fighting with just their ears. Found it. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment and changed into a new set of clothes. Then, he took out the Grim Reaper's mask and wore it. Immediately, All of Xiao Qin's aura was isolated. Even if a divine vein expert came over, they would not be able to detect Xiao Qin, who had intentionally hidden himself. Under the lead of a sovereign personage, the elite disciples of the Thunder Eagle Castle charged forward in the dense forest ahead. That small perfection sovereign personage expert had resolute facial features. He wore simple robes that exposed his muscular arms and chest. His body seemed to be filled with explosive energy. Castle Lord, how much longer? This jungle is too dangerous. Almost half of our brothers have died. In the dense forest, in addition to the fierce beasts, the more dangerous things were the vegetation that could not be guarded against. More than 100 people from the Thunder Eagle Castle came in. Now only about 50 or 60 remained. Don't hesitate. Keep going. The Thunder Eagle Castle master struggled slightly. However, when he thought about how he could improve his Thunder Dao by obtaining the Thundercloud fruit, he braced himself and continued walking forward. In the dense forest, any random tree could have thousands or even tens of thousands of years of history. The toughness of the tree could be comparable to godly metal. While the environment looked simple, in reality, even a sovereign personage had to be careful, not daring to be careless. Castle Lord, it is there. Half a month ago, I discovered the Thundercloud fruit there. There was a ferocious beast there. Hey, why is it gone now? That ferocious beast clearly had an extremely terrifying aura. We should have been able to sense it from far away. A Thunder Eagle Castle disciple exclaimed, feeling shocked and confused. The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master's expression turned sullen. He said, "Let's go and take a look." The group quickly advanced. Soon they saw the corpse of a ferocious beast lying quietly on the ground. Thick blood spread out on the ground. Even the heavy rain could not wash it away, continuously seeping into the ground. Electric light flashed not far from the ferocious beast corpse. Thunderclouds drifted in the surroundings. A youth with a clean face and plain clothes was currently trying to subdue the Thundercloud fruit, suppressing the Tao in it. Who is it? When the Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master saw that the mutated fruit was snatched away, he became enraged. He shouted, "Quickly hand over the Thundercloud fruit. Otherwise you can forget about leaving alive." That clean and tidy youth's eyes were as clear as water. However, he did not look immature. He said in a melodious voice, "I am Sang. This place is not safe. If you still do not leave, none of you might be able to leave. I don't know whether I will die or not. In any case, you will die today." When the Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master saw that the other party not only did not hand over the Thundercloud fruit, but even threatened them, murderous intent immediately filled their eyes. The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master called out and prepared to get the Thunder Eagle Castle's people to attack together, not letting this youth leave. Just at this moment, a miserable shriek rang out. A vine crawled out of the ground and wrapped around a Thunder Eagle Castle disciple. That snake-like vine was covered in tiny thorns, looking like pinholes. It instantly sucked that disciple's blood dry, turning him into a pile of withered bones. Closely following that, more vines emerged from the ground. Blood-sucking vines. Everyone quickly run. All the disciples of the Thunder Eagle Castle fell into a state of panic. They broke the vines in fear. However, the vines seemed to be endless, and there was no way to cut them all. Damn it, how did this happen? The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master glanced at that youth and then at his group of disciples. He clenched his teeth and had no choice but to give up on the idea of getting the Thundercloud fruit. He used all his strength to protect the disciples who came with him, cutting down the vines one by one, and prepared to break out of the encirclement. The blood-sucking vine was one of the most ferocious mutated plants in the Thundercloud ancient marsh. Its roots were buried deep underground. Almost all martial artists who encountered it would find it difficult to escape with their lives. However, this blood-sucking vine rarely appeared. It was impossible for ordinary martial artists to encounter it. Today, for some reason, he suddenly appeared in this forest. So. Some of the disciples wanted to soar into the air and fly out of the forest. Who knew that the vines seemed to have eyes and shot out like arrows from the ground? Before he could ascend 1,000 meters, the vines grabbed him and sucked him dry in the air, turning him into white bones. Everyone, don't act rashly. Do not fly into the air. The blood-sucking vines do not have eyes and are very sensitive to the sound of the wind. The Thunder Eagle Castle's castle master shouted, "Follow me closely and kill our way out." When this group of Thunder Eagle Castle disciples went far away, their fates unknown, Xiao Chan prepared to show himself. Two figures appeared and looked coldly at the plain-looking youth, saying, "Hand over the thundercloud fruit." "It's him." Under the mask, Xiao Chan felt slightly shocked. The cloaked figure of the two was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that he met in the Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Xiao Chan did not recognize the person beside him. However, when he looked at the mark on his forehead, he knew that this was a White Marsh Beast Empire cultivator. Sang frowned slightly. He sensed the danger that these two people posed to him. Just as he was hesitating, a snake image suddenly appeared behind him. In the time it took for a spark to fly, it opened its mouth and spat out venom. Whoosh! The venom penetrated the rainwater, which instantly turned black. The venom mixed with the rainwater and quickly fell towards Sang. Despicable! Sang, who was suppressing the thundercloud fruit, cursed and quickly dodged. However, he was still too slow and came in contact with a drop of venom. Immediately, Sang felt a heart-wrenching pain. His lips instantly turned black, and his complexion paled, drained of blood. Haha! Just obediently hand over the thundercloud fruit. You were poisoned by my flying dragon snake. If you do not have the antidote, even if a true god were alive, he would not be able to save you. The youth snorted coldly and turned around to leave, moving very quickly. Trying to run? It's not that easy. After him, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, Mr. Gong, and the pale, middle-aged man leaped onto the flying dragon snake and gave chase. The flying dragon snake slithered on the ground like a strong gust of wind. It crashed into many towering trees, showing how strong it was. However, just as the two were about to catch up to this youth, a figure descended, holding a ghost pennant and blocking the two. Both Mr. Gong and the pale, middle-aged man were startled and quickly got the snake to stop. It was that person. He wore a white mask with scriptures carved on it. Black demonic chi surged out of his body. Most importantly, the two could not make out the other party's strength. They did not know how strong this person was. Back off. Under the mask, Xiao Chen's voice changed to a cold shout. Chapter 1994. This temporarily stabilized the flying dragon snake's venom. Xiao Chen asked casually as he turned around. He felt an incredible headache. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had changed his attire, he was stunned for a while before recognizing him. Xiao Chen said seriously, "Don't overthink. I'm only doing this for the thundercloud fruit in your hand. Hand it to me. I need it more than you do." A soul tool. Now that Xiao Chen had made some progress, obtaining the thundercloud fruit was the most important thing. Trying to delay? Unfortunately, I don't have that patience. It was not easy to control and drain too much soul energy. The ancient great desolate Ian ferocious beast embroidered on the ghost pennant immediately released a trace of might, scaring the flying dragon snake into becoming obedient. Xiao Chun hesitated for only 1 second before choosing to trust this youth. Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground. From communicating with the demon blood vulture, he learned that this delicate youth, Sang, actually found a herb in the dense forest. Not far away, the delicate youth, Sang, leaned against a tree. He opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Chun. "Why did you save me? You should go." However, if the demon blood vulture did not appear, Sang would not be able to help this youth settle down. After thinking for a while, he removed his mask and cloak. Sang smiled coldly and handed the thundercloud fruit to Xiao Chun reluctantly, who knew that after taking a few steps, his body would stumble and fall to the ground unsteadily. Sang smiled mysteriously. "I've seen several batches of people like you. How can I not know? You are too late. If you continue searching like this, you might not even know when the propping mulberry tree finishes its tribulation." Seeing how stubborn this youth was, Sang frowned. "What are you doing?" The Chongqi beast's demonic soul entered the ghost pennant. Soon Sang saw the demon blood vulture's figure. He gently leaped up and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Xiao Chun looked at the other party without batting an eyelid. "How did you know?" Sang looked at Xiao Chun warily and took a few steps back. Since that was the case, he might as well make the first move. Before him, there were already a few groups of people who had come before him. The Chongqi Beast Ghost banner in Xiao Chen's hand shone brightly, and the demonic might on his body surged and soared into the sky. This youth's words sounded credible. Xiao Chen looked at the other party suspiciously. You know where the propping mulberry tree underwent its tribulation? Xiao Chen released his Thunder Dao Might and easily suppressed the Thunder Cloud Fruit's Dao Might under the other party's surprised gaze. This time he did not deliberately suppress the Thunder Cloud Fruit's Great Path runes. The massive might of the Great Path was accompanied by lightning, and the light was somewhat dazzling. Now Xiao Chen's usage of soul tools had improved significantly. After executing the Chongqi Beast's ghost streamer, his soul power was completely under his control and was not greatly affected. As expected, if it appeared, it would be a little troublesome. Xiao Chen returned to the demon blood vulture's back. Then he looked at the youth and said, If you want me to send you off, I can. Under the mask, Xiao Chen sneered. The Chongqi ghost streamer in his hand flickered slightly. The pale, middle-aged man stomped on the flying dragon snake's head and stabilized himself. Then he looked at Xiao Chen even more cautiously. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. If the demon blood vulture appeared, he would not be able to keep his identity a secret. May I know who you are? 3 days later, the youth on the demon blood vulture's back wobbled and woke up. Xiao Chen did not insist. My destination is in front. I'll send you off later. He was still a teenager, so he didn't resist it. You have reached great perfection of your Thunder Dao. You indeed need this Thunder Cloud Fruit more than me. The scarlet eyes released a light, and its long tongue flickered continuously, threatening Xiao Chen in a mocking manner. Although Xiao Chen had received news of this and used the Transrealm Transportation Formation to rush here, according to Master Bai's words, he should be able to obtain the Thunder Cloud Fruit. As Xiao Chen looked in the direction of the Scarlet Man shrouded in bloody shadows, he entered deep thought under the mask. Compared to when he first used it, his soul energy found it somewhat unbearable. Under the mask, Xiao Chen revealed a mocking expression. He had guessed that the two would not be able to hold back. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen turned around and soared into the air. Right now he had more important things to do. He had the demon blood vulture keep an eye on the fleeing delicate youth Sang. Sang said softly. Then, he looked coldly at Xiao Chen before turning to leave. Although Sang moved fast, the demonic might still shock the two. The holy beast severely injured the holy beast. However, it did not turn its head back, fleeing even faster. The demon blood vulture carried Xiao Chen above the dense forest. Then it stopped and circled around. Whoosh! After casually looking around, Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. Everything seemed normal here. The spiritual energy was not particularly dense, and the plants did not grow wildly. Whoosh! Great minds think alike. Let's continue to fight with him. Let's attack at the same time and see how strong he is. The two were confident of blocking this strike. However, they feared that the other party was truly a demonic Dao expert. Why would it be impossible for a demonic Dao expert to possess a soul tool? Be more obedient. Xiao Chen sent a voice projection. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows replied indifferently. He is probably just trying to mystify us. If he were truly a senior expert, he would have attacked long ago. Xiao Chen immediately felt somewhat shocked. This youth did not look old, but his life force accumulations were boundlessly vast. Since he was already late, he might as well give it his all and take a gamble. This youth has many secrets. Xiao Chen said casually. You should have grown up in this thundercloud ancient marsh. Where are your parents and seniors? I'll send you over. Otherwise, you will not be able to get rid of the poison in your body by yourself. Although it's not fatal, fainting suddenly like just now happens often. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he quickly executed the attack that he had prepared long ago. The youth nimbly leaped onto the demon blood vulture and patted its back. Then he said softly, Naturally I know. Tell this demon blood vulture to listen to my commands. I'll bring you over. Otherwise, by the time you find them, it will be too late. On the flying dragon snake, the white marsh beast empire cultivators and the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows showed somewhat grave expressions. They did not act rashly. The flying dragon snake, which had only inherited a trace of its bloodline, was no longer a true flying dragon snake. This Chongqi beast's ferocious might frightened it into trembling and nearly flinging the two off. The flying dragon snake feared that the Chongqi beast's demonic soul would chase after them. Bang! To think that the Black Lotus Church's demonic soul was targeting the five-element divine lightning like Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun wondered if the Black Lotus Church's holy sun would appear. Mr. Gong, what should we do now? Who exactly is this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows? How did he get together with the Black Lotus Church's holy sun back then? Run! Soon the demon blood vulture swooped down, bringing Xiao Chun to the first red on the map. Clearly, this was not where the propping mulberry tree was going to undergo its tribulation. Xiao Chun, who was toying with the thundercloud fruit and preparing to put it in his storage ring, saw this scene. He stepped forward inside at this person's life force. Seeing Xiao Chun's sincere attitude, Sang's expression warmed somewhat. He shook his head and said, "I do not have parents. Let me down. I have my own ways to remove the poison." The two had just made up their minds when the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows looked at Xiao Chan and said, "Sir, you are holding a ghost pennant. Could you be an outstanding disciple of the soul-devouring palace, one of the 10 great demonic Dao sects? If not for his extraordinary life force, the flying dragon snake's poison would have killed him long ago." Whoosh! If Sang was not careful, his soul would scatter, and he would die without a burial. The pale middle-aged man also knew how powerful this strike was. His movements were no weaker than the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Sang sized up the surroundings. Then he looked at Xiao Chan and suddenly asked, "Are you looking for the place where the propping mulberry tree is undergoing its tribulation?" However, the gargantuan flying dragon snake under the two did not last long. "You're awake." Xiao Chun scared the two away. However, he did not continue chasing with his demon soul. After all, the Chongqi beast ghost pennant was a soul tool. The flying dragon snake was also an incredible ancient ferocious beast. However, the one before Xiao Chun was not a pure-blooded flying dragon snake. When the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows saw the Chongqi beast ghost pennant, he showed an extremely horrified expression. He did not have a physical body and feared such demon soul attacks the most. Xiao Chun turned into a black bolt of lightning as he quickly traveled through the dense forest. Great! The terrifying Chongqi beast ghost pennant flew out of the ghost pennant. The overwhelming demonic might of an ancient ferocious beast surged out. Carrying the mysterious man, Xiao Chun leaped into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then, he placed the mysterious man on its back. However, although the flying dragon snake's poison was still corroding the mysterious man's life force, it would take at least 10 years to completely corrode the mysterious man. Chapter 1995. 8 days later, under Sang's guidance, Xiao Chun arrived at a wasteland in the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. After circling the sky once, Xiao Chun felt that something was amiss. In the vast wasteland, there was a place with lush vegetation that was particularly eye-catching. With a single glance, one could tell that this place was different from other places. The wild grass looked scary. Who would have thought that a stalk of wild grass could be more than 10 meters long? But here, as far as the eye could see, there were strange sights that could not be seen normally. The exuberant vitality even attracted birds and spirit beasts, and it seemed to be full of vitality. "This is the place," Sang, who was on the demon blood vulture's back, said softly after taking a look. Xiao Chun looked around strangely. Why did the propping mulberry tree choose this place as the tribulation point? I do not see anything special about it. Everything has a spirit. Once you touch the boundary set by the heavenly Tao, you will have to undergo a tribulation. The tribulation of plants and ferocious beasts was different from that of cultivators. One should not look at it from the perspective of cultivators. To the propping mulberry tree, this place had the most fire-attributed elements in the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. It was also the place with the most sunlight. It's perfect for transcending tribulations. Sang's words made Xiao Chun look at him in a different light. "Young man, you know quite a lot at such a young age." Sang did not deny it. He asked softly, "Are you here for the five-element divine lightning?" Of course. Sang seemed to heave a sigh of relief when he heard that. Then he said with a complicated expression, "However, the propping mulberry tree is unwilling to see the five-element divine lightning appear." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "That's natural. Who would be willing to have such divine lightning appear during their tribulation? However, the propping mulberry tree appeared at nearly the same time as the martial epoch. It should be able to endure this lightning tribulation. Sang glanced at Xiao Qian and said, "Who told you all this?" During the Great Desolate Era, the propping mulberry tree appeared. Most of the divine trees had the ability to undergo nirvana. Before the end of the epoch, it can be reborn in the next epoch. Xiao Qian smiled and did not argue with this youth. He said softly, "No matter what, thank you for sending me here. Otherwise, by the time I found this place, the propping mulberry tree would have already completed its tribulation." Up in the sky, he had already noticed that many people had gathered in the grass and trees below. If the 5 elements divine lightning really appeared, it would definitely not be his turn. Sang said indifferently, "Laugh after you survive. Everyone knows that the propping mulberry tree's tribulation has a chance of producing the 5-element divine lightning. However, I wonder what kind of storm the propping mulberry tree will cause every time it undergoes a tribulation." "What do you mean?" Xiao Qian looked at this youth and asked for guidance. This youth grew up in the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh and should know a lot more than him. Perhaps he knew something that the intelligence didn't. After hesitating for a moment, Sang did not say anything more. "Even if I tell you, you will not give up. You should be more careful." Whoosh! Right after Sang spoke, he jumped off the demon blood vulture's back and landed deep in the grass, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qian frowned slightly and said, "What a strange youth. Since this place was already confirmed to be the propping mulberry tree's tribulation, then he should find a place and wait quietly." The demon blood vulture, which looked like a scarlet flame and looked like an ancient divine bird with a golden divine flame burning in its eyes, appeared in the air. The moment it appeared, it attracted many gazes. At this moment, the demon blood vulture descended while carrying Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian had just jumped off the demon blood vulture's back when he heard the sound of wind blowing. 2 figures stood on the grass and looked at him. These 2 had scarlet marks on their foreheads. Clearly, they were cultivators from the White Marsh Beast Empire. Although they were young, they were late-stage holy venerates. So, it is a friend from the Divine Dragon Empire. This humble self is the White Marsh Beast Empire's rank 6 noble clan Chan Shaozi. The person on the left wore alternating blue and white robes. He had a pale complexion and handsome features. He performed a cupped fist salute and introduced himself to Xiao Qian. A rank 6 noble clan did not refer to a rank 6 faction. Although they were similar, there were still some differences. The White Marsh Beast Empire ranked noble clans by bloodline. A rank 6 noble clan was a rank 6 Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. Aside from the royal by clan, there were 4 rank 6 noble clans in the empire. Xiao Qian knew some simple information about the White Marsh Beast Empire. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Heaven Dragon Palace, Xiao Qian." Chen Shaozi went straight to the point. He looked at Xiao Qian and asked, "Brother Xiao, are you here for the 5-colored divine lightning as well?" Xiao Qian nodded slightly, not denying it. Nearly all the experts of the Thunder Dao under the Divine Vein Realm in the White Marsh Beast Empire are here. "Brother Xiao, what do you think your chances of victory are?" Chen Shaozi asked indifferently, revealing a disdainful smile. The reason why Thundercloud Ancient Marsh forbade Divine Vein Realm cultivators from coming was not because Thundercloud Ancient Marsh forbade them from coming. However, the 5-element divine lightning appearing on the propping mulberry tree was only a possibility. The chances were very low, and it was not guaranteed. There was more than one place in the Central Great Realm that had a chance of giving birth to the 5-element divine lightning. Occasionally, news of the 5-element divine lightning appeared. Many people went over when they heard the news but returned disappointed. Gradually, the Divine Vein Realm Thunder Dao cultivators no longer felt as tempted by the news of the 5-element divine lightning, as they did in the beginning. After all, the time of a Divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor was much more valuable than that of a sovereign personage. After all, it would be a huge loss if they wasted their efforts. Even sovereign personages were rather calm about the news of the 5-element divine lightning, not taking it too seriously. For example, Xiao Qian only came with hope. He would not be surprised if the 5-element divine lightning did not appear. "Brother Xiao, this demon blood vulture is pretty good. Are you interested in selling it?" The man on Chan Shaozi's right suddenly asked as the 2 chatted casually. Not yet. Haha, you have not even heard my offer. How can you not be interested? Since when did the disciples of the Dragon's Gate's Heaven Dragon Palace become so arrogant? That person saw that Xiao Chun was of a mixed blood dragon bloodline and wanted to seek trouble with him, so he was very interested in this demon blood vulture. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Strength reigned supreme. Many times, even if there was a conflict, it would not be useful to report it to the sect. If one was not as skilled as the other, there was no need to say anything. Although the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire were allies on the surface, these small frictions did not bother them. The major characters of both sides could not be bothered with it. Brother Xiao, state your offer. Chen Xiaozi, who was at the side, said in support. Chen Xiaozi, who was at the side, chimed in. Actually, the demon blood vulture had attracted the two over. When they saw that Xiao Chan was only a middle-stage holy venerate and a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace, they started to have some ill intentions. Xiao Qin's heart was as clear as a mirror. He smiled coldly and said expressionlessly, although my demon blood vulture is somewhat foolish, it is not for sale. Please return. What if I do not return? Chen Xiaozi revealed a smile that did not seem like a smile. His eyes clearly showed mockery. Clearly, he did not take Xiao Chen's warning seriously. In that case, scram. Xiao Chen, who had already lost his patience, suddenly stepped forward and took a step forward. When Xiao Chen took this step, his peak aura instantly surged out. The vast dragon might instantly suppress the two of them. The expressions of Chen Xiaozi and his companion changed drastically at the same time, showing some disbelief. The aura that Xiao Chen erupted with actually rivaled that of a sovereign personage, immediately suppressing the two, who had underestimated him. Before Chen Xiaozi could react, he saw a fist light appear in front of him. Caught off guard, Chen Xiaozi circulated his veritable essence energy and charged forward. Bang! 100 cauldron force instantly exploded. How could the veritable essence energy that Chen Xiaozi circulated in a hurry block 100 cauldron force? Chen Xiaozi vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back like a sandbag. The person who offered to buy the demon blood vulture paled in fright. Then he turned and fled. However, that person had just taken 2 steps when he felt a shadow encasing him. When he looked back, the demon blood vulture stomped on him. That person immediately let out a miserable shriek as all the bones in his body broke. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, the demon blood vulture wanted to swallow this fellow up. To think that he dared to target this great me. He is truly reckless. Mentioning the word sell would be tearing at the demon blood vulture's scars. Back then, the demon blood vulture's cheap father sold it to Xiao Chan for 100 years without any room for resistance. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. I'm not a demonic Dao cultivator. I don't have a demonic nature. The White Marsh Beast Empire cultivator, who was already in the demon blood vulture's mouth, was so frightened that his body went limp. He loudly begged for mercy, letting the other hidden cultivator see this scene. This demon blood vulture did not just look pretty on the outside, but it was also very powerful. Xiao Chun waved his hand to stop them. Just toss it further away. Chapter 1996. They were all here to try their luck and see if they could encounter the 5 elements divine lightning. Yu Yuanliang said indifferently, no need. No matter what, it's not our turn to worry. The one who should be worried was old Devil Chan. His 2 subordinates were thrown out. Judging from his tone, I don't think he can bear it. Besides, the 5 elements divine lightning might not even appear. There's no need to make enemies for yourself. Second uncle, what should we do? The middle-aged man's name was Chan Yun. He was a direct descendant of the Chan clan, one of the White Marsh Beast Empire's 4 noble clans. He was also an initial perfection sovereign personage. They had been waiting for a long time. The longest had been here for almost half a month. It was impossible for them to keep waiting. The divine lightning I had a total of 10 layers. The first layer could only send down 1 lightning tribulation. The second layer could send down 2 lightning tribulations at the same time, and the third layer could add the previous 2 layers to send down 3 lightning tribulations. As it got closer, Zhang Xian realized that it was a heaven-suspending war chariot. Boom! It's by Li Xuan. Unless they were on very good terms with each other or had promised him a great gift, they wouldn't come along. Every part was polished with divine materials that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Its streamlined appearance was very eye-catching. The middle-aged man said coldly, "Useless things, I told you to check out the situation and see if you can form an alliance. You two brats actually had ideas about other people's magic pets. You've lost all face. Just stay here and don't go out and cause trouble." The lightning attribute in the entire Thundercloud Ancient Marsh was very active and dense. Although there was slightly more fire attribute here, it did not affect the fact that the lightning attribute existed. Time slowly passed. No one knew when the propping mulberry tree would arrive. Apart from the Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, there were very few other places where so many Thunder Dao experts gathered. He said that in a few years, his name would shake the northern region and become the true leader of the White Marsh Beast Empire. When he thought about the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning in his mind, he felt somewhat depressed. It was clearly a heaven-defying existence. In the previous epoch, the Thunder Immortal Ancestor was in charge of the Tribulation Lightning Ancestor. However, he could not use all of it. Just as he finished speaking, something strange happened. The ground of the desolate grassland suddenly split open. They all knew very well what it meant to possess a 3-star heaven-suspending war chariot. The divine lightning I had been stuck at the 4th layer for a very long time. It was time to break through the bottleneck and reach the 5th layer. Xiao Chun temporarily forgot about the 5-element divine lightning and the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning that the Thunder Immortal Ancestor left behind. He remained calm and let the surrounding cultivators probe him. At the 4th stage, one could superimpose the previous 3 stages and send down 6 lightning tribulations. Chun Shaozi said uneasily. Who would have thought that Bai Lishuan would actually come? At the same time, there were 2 figures hiding in the dark on the prairie. When one of them saw Bai Lishuan's arrival, he had a bad feeling. Anyone who could advance to sovereign personage would be considered an expert, no matter where they were. He wore a purple robe with a white jade belt around his waist. His appearance was delicate and handsome, and there were 3 blood-colored marks between his eyebrows, forming a special symbol. Xiao Chun calmed his heart and entered deep thought. Then he focused on cultivating the divine lightning eye. An ear-piercing whistling sound came from the sky. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a blurry black dot at the end of their vision. If only Xiao Chen's firmament's rage could link to the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning like the divine lightning eye. Even the first palace master's firmament's rage would be inferior to Xiao Chen's. No one in the entire divine dragon empire could compare. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows said, "As long as no divine vein expert appears, I am confident of obtaining this 5-element divine lightning." However, the White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators were very familiar with this symbol. These 2 people were the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows and the White Marsh Beast Empire cultivator with the flying dragon snake. Such speed startled everyone. Even a peak initial perfection sovereign personage would not be faster than this. They started hunting ferocious beasts in this desolate plain, searching for hidden mutated fruits. A 3-star heaven-suspending war chariot was already the peak personal war chariot that the Pirate Alliance sold. Above that was a warship. Even in the central Great Realm where there were many geniuses, only a few could comprehend a great Tao. After all, the 5-element divine lightning was too ethereal, a waste of time. Old Devil Chan showed a somewhat grave expression. Who knew what he was thinking? The middle-aged man on the Thunder Vulture suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, his thunderous gaze landed on the 2. Aside from these 2 teams, there were 4 stronger Thunder Dao cultivators from the White Marsh Beast Empire, and some loose cultivators from Thundercloud City's vicinity. Once one broke through to the 5th layer, it would be a huge breakthrough. One would be able to send down 12 lightning tribulations at the same time. Suddenly, the roof of the war chariot opened on both sides. A throne with a White Marsh Beast snake carved on it slowly rose. Bai Lishuan leaped down and looked at the surrounding White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators. Then he nodded slightly without saying anything. Several of the White Marsh Beast Empire's people immediately recognized this purple-clad youth. He was the royal clan's outstanding talent, Bai Lishuan. An initial perfection sovereign personage companion stood beside Bai Lishuan, a helper that Bai Lishuan had invited. Should we deal with this fellow? Although his cultivation is low, he is skilled in the physical body and vital qi. That demon blood vulture is somewhat strange as well. We might have a chance. Only relying on the divine lightning magic ability to bring out its might was truly a waste. The middle-aged man said. Bai Lishuan will definitely not come alone. He definitely has someone protecting him. Furthermore, there is that demonic Dao expert hiding somewhere. You can forget about the fight for the 5-element divine lightning this time. It is probably impossible. A purple-patterned electric python coiled around this person. He was an initial perfection sovereign personage, possessing extremely terrifying strength. Even without the 5-element divine lightning, these Thunder Dao cultivators could observe the propping mulberry tree's tribulation, making this trip worthwhile. This was a famous rising talent of the royal clan. He was not even 20 years old, but he was already a holy venerate. Everyone knew that the propping mulberry tree was about to appear. That 3-star heaven suspending war chariot looked like the underworld ghost bird. However, it did not have the underworld ghost bird's ability to move between reality and illusion. The various experts in the surroundings, both in the open and in the dark, all felt nervous. It was already something to flaunt for ordinary people to possess a 1-star heaven suspending war chariot. Anyone who could possess a 3-star heaven suspending war chariot would definitely have an extraordinary status. On this particular day, when night was about to fall, sitting cross-legged on the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chan closed his eyes and cultivated. His entire body flickered with a purple light and sparks as he got on the war chariot. Right now, Xiao Chen's only disadvantage over those demonic geniuses was his young age. However, this was also his greatest advantage. His potential was even more terrifying. Everyone present, including Yu Yuanliang and the Chan clan's Old Devil Chan, showed somewhat grave expressions. Helpless, Old Devil Chan could only bring some juniors of his clan to form a formation and fight together. That way, they could suppress an initial perfection sovereign personage. Many people felt bored. It's a 3-star heaven suspending war chariot. What fast speed! Old Devil Chan glanced at it and ignored it. He said indifferently, "Why are you panicking? This 5-element divine lightning does not belong to the royal clan." Since he did not say anything, he clearly does not intend to use his status as a member of the royal clan to suppress us. There is no need to care about it. However, this time Old Devil Chan did not bring any companions. Not everyone was willing to make a trip to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Even in the 4 dynasties, as long as one advanced to sovereign personage, one could obtain a noble title and enjoy the protection of the dynasty's luck. What's wrong? The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows asked when he noticed the strangeness of the people around him. After chasing away the 2 White Marsh Beast Empire cultivators who came to cause trouble, Xiao Chan ignored the many mental energy cultivators who came to scout the situation. As the throne appeared, a young man sat on it. A team of 2 initial perfection sovereign personages was considered a strong existence. No one came over to challenge them. On the other side, Chen Xiaozi and his companion stumbled back to their team. Then they said to a middle-aged man seated cross-legged on a thunder vulture, "Second uncle, you have to seek justice for us. That mixed blood dragon actually dared to attack our Chan clan's people?" Although Chen Xiaozi said that, he still felt somewhat nervous in his heart. After all, this was Bai Lishuan, whom the royal clan's upper echelon had high hopes for. However, before this ear-piercing whistle faded away, a blurry black dot appeared before everyone in the next moment. They only hoped that the 5-element divine lightning would not appear this time. That way it would be good for everyone and they could not be bothered to fight over it. They could use this opportunity to cultivate properly. Of course, if they wanted to become a marquis like the Soaring Dragon Marquis, relying on initial perfection sovereign personage would not work. This was the Old Devil Chan that Yu Yuanliang mentioned. This fellow. To think that he is cultivating here. This person's talent was even more terrifying than the strongest demonic geniuses of the White Marsh Beast Empire. This person's name was Yu Yuanliang, a famous Thunder Dao expert in the White Marsh Beast Empire. When a middle-aged White Marsh Beast Empire cultivator on the desolate savannah saw this scene, he felt incredulous. The sky and ground shook, and space fluctuated intensely. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. This was the mark of the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan. The mark of the White Marsh Beast Empire's rank 7 royal bloodline, which surpassed the 4 rank 6 noble clans. Cultivating here would yield twice the result with half the effort. Waiting was a kind of torture. Few could be as calm as Xiao Chun. At this important moment, he entered a state where he forgot about everything else and focused on cultivating. Now, with every breakthrough, his might multiplied. It was extremely horrifying. Hence, the bottleneck was extremely difficult to overcome. Chapter 1997. Xiao Chun, who was on the demon blood vulture's back, also felt this fluctuation. He slowly startled awake from his forgetfulness and opened his eyes. Electric light flickered in Xiao Chun's eyes, giving birth to purple electricity. Crackling sounds rang out endlessly. The many cultivators on the desolate plain soared into the air and quickly spread out. No one could predict when the lightning tribulation would descend after the propping mulberry tree appeared. Avoiding it in advance was undoubtedly a good choice, avoiding the risk and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Even the White Marsh Beast Empires by Lishuan boarded the three-star heaven suspending war chariot and quickly retreated. With the three-star heaven suspending war chariot, by Lishuan had an advantage in speed. He moved nimbly, moving like the wind and berserk like lightning. Originally, Bai Lishuan planned to exit his state of cultivation and retreat with the others before dealing with Xiao Chun. However, he was somewhat shocked to discover that when the mysterious phenomena appeared, strong winds accompanied lightning, and the thunderclouds in the sky scattered, the lightning-attributed spiritual energy became exceptionally lively. The thunder-attribute spiritual qi was abnormally active, reaching a state that was completely impossible in normal times. A good opportunity. He looked up into the sky and saw a mirror-like screen of light in the sky. It looked like a lake was hanging upside down in the sky. Occasionally, ripples spread out, looking very strange. Xiao Chun closed his eyes again, grabbing hold of this rare opportunity to absorb the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air. The sealed 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in the depths of Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness moved continuously, cracks appearing in it. Boom! 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 Thunder roared in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness. Before the propping mulberry tree arrived, Xiao Chun underwent his tribulation in his sea of consciousness. As the lightning-attributed energy surged out, his entire sea of consciousness turned into a golden sea of lightning. Bang! Right at this moment, a tree branch suddenly stretched out from the ground. In the next moment, countless tree branches struggled out of the ground. No one knew when they would end. Propping mulberry tree. Many people could not help exclaiming when they saw such a majestic scene. After the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the tree branches that struggled out of the ground were already lush, looking like a green castle on the ground. However, the propping mulberry tree's main trunk still had not appeared. It was hard to imagine just how majestic this propping mulberry tree was. From the looks of it, it was comparable to a mountain range. The lush sea of branches was about to swallow Xiao Chun. Once trapped, it would be troublesome to get out. When the lightning tribulation descended, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the critical moment, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. In his right eye, the 12 violet leaves spun endlessly. The world in his eye was deep and boundless. Beyond the 12 violet leaves, there seemed to be no end. Xiao! With a thought, the 12 purple leaves suddenly condensed into a complete purple leaf flower, appearing before Xiao Chun's eyes. At the same time, the raging sea of lightning in his sea of consciousness calmed down. The divine lightning I had reached the 5th layer. Go! Xiao Chun looked behind him. Then, he turned the demon blood vulture back into a ring and put it on his finger. Activating the light of freedom, he transformed into a bright bolt of lightning and charged forward. Under the light screen, this bolt of lightning was extremely conspicuous. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were all astonished. What's going on? Before the propping mulberry tree appeared, the lightning tribulation already descended? No, that's not right. That bolt of lightning has an aura of life. It seems to be the incarnation of a cultivator. He is using this opportunity to cultivate. Who is so bold? If he is not careful, he will be consigned to eternal damnation, falling here. Even Bai Lishuan could not help looking at that bolt of lightning. He sighed softly in his heart, finding it strange. Bai Lishuan had also noticed the dense lightning-attributed light under the light screen that looked like an upside-down lake in the sky. Bai Lishuan had also thought of using this opportunity to break through some bottlenecks. However, when he thought of the consequences, this thought only appeared for a second. In the next moment he calmly interrupted it. To think that someone really dared to do this. Bai Lishuan had to view this person in a different light. Boom! Right at this moment, a deafening clap of thunder resounded through the heavens and the earth, and everyone was stunned. Everyone felt their senses turn chaotic in that instant. They did not know if they were shaking or if the world was shaking. The entire world turned blurry. After Xiao Chun, who was the closest, appeared, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. While everyone was bewildered, they were shocked to discover a ripple in the vast water-like light screen in the sky. A bolt of tribulation lightning descended, heading for the propping mulberry tree that had yet to fully appear. This was a bona fide lightning tribulation. That person triggered the lightning tribulation in advance. Everyone looked at the propping mulberry tree with extremely grave expressions. Before the propping mulberry tree fully appeared, it had already encountered a lightning tribulation. Such a change had never happened in the past tens of thousands of years. No one knew what the consequences of such a change would be. As for Xiao Chun, no one cared about him anymore, as he was already a dead man. Xiao Chun's expression changed drastically. He had not completely extricated himself yet, not as far as the other cultivators. He was still within the range of the lightning tribulation. If the lightning tribulation descended and the shock waves swept over, the consequences would be unimaginable. The lightning tribulation before Xiao Chun was prepared for the propping mulberry tree. It was not something he could endure at his level. This person is going to die, Old Devil Chun said softly with a grave expression. This person is going to die, Old Devil Chun said softly with a grave expression. Chun Xiaozi exclaimed in shock. Really? He overestimated himself, trying to use this opportunity to break through his bottleneck. However, he overreached and ended up getting himself killed. When Yu Yuanliang, who was on the purple mark lightning python, saw this scene, he also said leisurely, "How unfortunate." Bai Lishuan, who was on the heavens suspending war chariot, sighed softly. Such a courageous person was about to disappear. This was truly regrettable. When the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows saw Xiao Chun under the light screen, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. That brat was finally going to die. As long as that brat died. As long as that fellow dies, even if I do not obtain the 5-element divine lightning, this trip was not in vain. Delightful. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing the incredibly excited mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, the middle-aged cultivator at the side felt very suspicious. This Mr. Gong had always been mysterious and unfathomable, rarely showing any emotional fluctuations. To think that he lost control of his emotions for that white-clad person. How strange. I wonder what grudge he has with Mr. Gong? Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the first bolt of tribulation lightning suddenly fell. A loud sound rang out, and the tribulation lightning turned into a piercing white light, dazzling everyone's eyes. When everyone opened their eyes again, the propping mulberry tree's lush branches were not affected much. However, that white-clad youth was nowhere to be seen, and no life force leaked out. What a miserable death. Not even dregs remain. Haha. That is a lightning tribulation prepared for the propping mulberry tree. Even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor would not dare to enter its range. Given such a situation, there was naturally only one result. The shock waves of the lightning tribulation instantly blasted the white-clad youth into oblivion. His soul and physical body turned to dust at the same time. Boom! As the first bolt of tribulation lightning fell, the vast and boundless light screen in the sky started to rain down all sorts of tribulation lightning. All sorts of tribulation lightning began to fall. Every bolt of tribulation lightning caused one's heart to skip a beat, and their souls to tremble. Such a scene was extremely exciting for Thunder Dao cultivators. The Thunder Dao cultivators' bloodlines swelled up. The power of the heavenly Dao's lightning was completely unleashed at this moment, revealing its most ferocious side. This was the ultimate pursuit of Thunder Dao cultivators. Just think about it, if one day one only needed to grasp 1% of this power, not to mention being unrivaled in the world, one would have no problem dominating a region. The Thunder Dao. This was the might of the Thunder Dao. Before this majestic lightning tribulation, the propping mulberry tree, which originally gave off a huge, luxuriant and majestic feeling, seemed insignificant. The world lost its color under the thousands of tribulation lightning bolts. The propping mulberry tree was like a weak child. The tribulation lightning was like the heavenly Tao's merciless whip, lashing down mercilessly. The branches and leaves scattered, looking like blood flying out. However, that weak child was incomparably stubborn. In front of the misty heavenly might, he didn't even flinch. Before this vast heavenly might, the propping mulberry tree rose continuously, proudly spreading out its branches and leaves, slowly rising into the ground. It showed no fear, not shrinking back at all. It faced the thousands of tribulation lightning bolts with its head held high. Every single cultivator of the Way of Thunder benefited greatly from this shocking scene. Their hearts were filled with excitement and excitement. Even if the five-element divine lightning did not appear, this trip would not have been in vain. It was worth it. As for Xiao Qin, everyone had already forgotten about him after seeing such a majestic scene. Chapter 1998. Everyone thought that Xiao Qin was dead. However, was Xiao Qin really dead? Naturally not. If this lightning tribulation struck Xiao Qin, no matter how many trump cards he had, he would not have survived. However, if it were just the shock waves, be it activating his great desolate Ian bloodline, executing Dermic World, or using the life-saving Heaven Dragon talisman that the first Palace Master gave him, Xiao Qin could avoid death. Of course, he could not avoid being severely injured. However, Xiao Qin did not use any of these trump cards. Before Xiao Qin could use them, a tree branch shot out and wrapped around him. Just as the lightning tribulation was about to land, the tree branch pulled him into the lush leaves. This force was so vast that Xiao Qin could not block it at all. He felt the world spin around him and space turned blurry. When Xiao Qin woke up, he discovered himself in a mysterious space. This space was incredibly hot. Dense fire-attributed energy spread in the air. The surrounding walls were incredibly hard, looking like fiery red rocks with smooth patterns. However, when one touched them, one would feel that they were not rocks. As Xiao Qin walked along the path, he felt somewhat dizzy. As he walked around, he discovered that this place was like a maze. As for Xiao Qin's spiritual sense, it was completely obstructed, unable to move 1 meter away from him. Just as Xiao Qin was preparing to use force to break through the 4 walls, a shout came from behind him. Ha ha ha! What are you trying to do? Do you think that you can break through 10,000-year-old divine wood? This startled Xiao Qin. When he turned his head back, a familiar face appeared before him. He exclaimed in shock, Sang! The youth who appeared before Xiao Qin was the strange youth Sang, whom he had interacted with for some time. That's me. Sang nodded slightly and revealed his identity. If not for me, how could I have saved you? Xiao Qin immediately understood. After entering deep thought, he looked at Sang and said, In that case, you are the propping mulberry tree? Xiao Qin had long felt that this youth was somewhat strange. He was young, but his life force accumulations were exceptionally vast. Xiao Qin also knew Thundercloud Ancient Marsh like the back of his hand. Not only could he easily find herbs to suppress the poison, but he could also predict the appearance of blood-sucking vines. He also knew the location of the propping mulberry tree's tribulation. Now that the other party had reappeared in front of him, everything became clear. Yes and no. I inherited the propping mulberry tree's memories, but I obtained my own physical body only in the past 10 years. You can think of me as the soul of the propping mulberry tree, although I'm not, but you can understand it this way. It's too complicated for you to understand. Sang clearly did not want to explain too much. Fortunately, Xiao Qin did not care about this. Where am I now? Inside the propping mulberry tree. Xiao Qin asked doubtfully. Isn't the propping mulberry tree undergoing a tribulation? Why is there no reaction at all? Naturally, there is no reaction. This is the root of the propping mulberry tree. It is still buried in the ground and has yet to appear. This is all thanks to you. If not for you attracting the lightning tribulation in advance, the propping mulberry tree would not have to face the tribulation before its main trunk appeared. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Qin said somewhat apologetically, Sorry about that. Sang waved his hand and said, It's fine. Fortune comes with misfortune. This is both a good and a bad thing. The propping mulberry tree has never undergone a tribulation like this before. If it can really clear this tribulation, it will definitely be reborn and rise to the next level. Sang showed a calm expression. He appeared very relaxed as he conversed with Xiao Chan. This puzzled Xiao Chan. Why are you not nervous about the propping mulberry tree's tribulation at all? Based on your appearance, there is no need to worry about it. From your appearance, it seems like you will remain indifferent even if it fails the tribulation. Sang replied softly, that is natural. Right now, I can leave the propping mulberry tree and live on my own, pursuing the martial god Tao. Although my cultivation can advance rapidly in the propping mulberry tree, it will not last long. I will have to leave sooner or later. However, I personally hope that it can successfully clear this tribulation. Otherwise, it will not be good if other problems appear. What problems? Xiao Chan recalled that before Sang left the demon blood vulture, he said that the propping mulberry tree's tribulation would be somewhat troublesome. However, when Xiao Chan asked Sang about it, Sang did not answer him, leaving directly. I can't tell you now. Sang looked at Xiao Chan and asked, what do you plan to do now? If you want to leave, I can send you off. If you want to experience the propping mulberry tree's lightning tribulation from inside, I can bring you in to observe it. However, it will be somewhat dangerous. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan chose the latter. The people outside might think that he died. Xiao Chan might as well stay here and observe the lightning tribulation from the propping mulberry tree's perspective. After making his choice, Sang said softly, come with me. The surroundings were like a maze, unusually hot and dry. Xiao Chan followed closely behind, not daring to be careless. If he got careless and lost Sang, he might end up trapped here. The interior of the propping mulberry tree was a strange great world. It was a vast wasteland with rivers and lakes formed by tree sap. There were even some flaming spirit birds living in it. The two of them climbed up the spirit beasts one after another. An hour later, Xiao Chan and Sang finally sensed the shocking might of thunder. Lord Sang, I will take my leave. The Thunderfire Spirit Eagle carrying the two spoke in the human language. Go down and prepare yourself. The situation could change at any time. I know. When only the two of them were left, Sang tapped lightly in front of them. Suddenly, the view in front of them became clear. If they raised their heads, they would be able to see the scenery outside the divine tree. Bolts of tribulation lightning continued to fall. From this angle, it looked like the lightning tribulation had fallen on him, and he could feel the might of the lightning tribulation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was there. Xiao Chan found it difficult to breathe. Fear spread in his heart. It took him a moment to stabilize his mind. On the other hand, Sang remained incredibly calm. He had already started observing and seriously comprehending. Xiao Chan did not dare to miss this opportunity. He focused and carefully observed. At the same time, he secretly drove the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning sealed in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chan vaguely sensed that this was an excellent opportunity to make a breakthrough in the divine lightning eye. If he missed it, it would be hard to get another opportunity. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to make another breakthrough in the divine lightning eye. His thunder Dao could also improve further. At the same time, outside by Li Xuan, Yu Yuan Liang, Old Devil Chan, and the other experts were also observing the lightning tribulation, carefully comprehending it. They were all experts of the thunder Dao. They would not easily let go of this rare opportunity to observe. However, in terms of practical effects, Xiao Chen inside the divine tree was 100 times better than them. The watery light screen in the sky became as smooth as a mirror. The range it radiated became increasingly wider. Under the brilliant thunder might, the huge propping mulberry tree endured wave after wave of tribulation lightning. Finally, its trunk came out. The tribulation lightning contained horrifying destruction, profound mysteries. The tribulation lightning continuously broke the thick tree branches. The propping mulberry tree leaves danced chaotically in the lightning storm. Occasionally, tree sap splattered into the air. It looked like blood splattered in the air. Many people felt pity when they saw this. This was the divine tree's essence, a priceless treasure. However, no one here dared to run into the lightning tribulation's range to snatch the divine tree's essence. The sun rose and set. After 3 days, the propping mulberry tree's lightning tribulation still had not passed, continuing endlessly. If it were a cultivator's lightning tribulation, lasting half a day would already be considered an anomaly. However, to the propping mulberry tree, which had lived for countless years, a 3-day lightning tribulation was very ordinary. Sometimes the lightning tribulation could even last for half a month. The propping mulberry tree's life force accumulation was incomparable to a cultivator's. Naturally, the lightning tribulation could not compare. During these 3 days, everyone benefited a lot, feeling that their thunder Dao improved. However, in terms of who improved the most, it naturally had to be Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan was inside the propping mulberry tree, feeling like he was undergoing a tribulation himself. Boom! On this day, Xiao Chan opened his eyes. 24 purple petals appeared in his deep and vast right eye. When the petals gathered, they formed an incredibly beautiful purple flower. The divine lightning. I reached the 6th layer. Sang, who stood across Xiao Chan, revealed a brilliant light in his eyes. He said seriously, "No wonder you wanted to take the risk to comprehend it previously. This secret technique of yours is probably closely related to the tribulation lightning. Unexpectedly, you actually made another breakthrough in a short 3 days. This is truly surprising." The purple flower scattered and Xiao Chan said softly, "If not for you giving me this opportunity, I would not have been able to break through so quickly." In the past, Xiao Chan would not even have dared to dream of breaking through to the 2nd layer of the divine lightning eye in a short few days. However, being inside the propping mulberry tree was equivalent to undergoing a tribulation together with the tree, giving Xiao Chan this opportunity. Sang was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He sighed softly. "The 5-element divine lightning that you want is here." Startled, Xiao Chan looked up. Then he saw a light screen that looked like an upside-down lake in the sky. Different lights appeared in the north, south, east, and west, each giving off circular ripples. When the ripples clashed, the entire world trembled intensely. The 5-element divine lightning appeared. Chapter 1999. It appeared. The moment the mysterious phenomenon in the light screen in the sky appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators outside. 5 clumps of light of different colors appeared in 5 different directions on the light screen. There was the scarlet heptagold divine lightning, the azure greenwood divine lightning, the red fire divine lightning, the blue guay water divine lightning, and the black earth filth divine lightning. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elements gathered. Bai Lishuan, the White Marsh Beast Empire's royal clan disciple, exclaimed softly in shock. Surprise flashed in Bai Lishuan's eyes. He had been observing the propping mulberry tree's tribulation in this desolate savanna for 3 days. He had already immersed himself in it, forgetting his purpose in coming here. The mysterious phenomenon of the lake-like light screen startled Bai Lishuan awake. Then wild joy filled his heart. 5-element divine lightning. It really appeared. The 5-element divine lightning that could only be found and not sought actually appeared during the propping mulberry tree's tribulation. Bai Lishuan glanced at the surrounding people. Then he swept his gaze across Old Devil Chun and Yu Yuanliang. These two posed the greatest threat here. They were both small perfection sovereign personages and famous Thunder Dao experts in the White Marsh Beast Empire. When he was young, the two of them had already made a name for themselves. When he was very young, he had heard of their talent in the way of lightning. However, time was merciless. These two's talent was limited. In the end, they stopped at initial perfection sovereign personage. Xiao Chun had caught up from behind. Although his current cultivation was not high, only mid-stage holy venerate, he no longer feared these two people. Of course, it was obviously impossible for him to defeat the two of them by himself. Furthermore, the two of them were not alone. They both had helpers. "Uncle Qin, help me later." However, the confidence on Bai Lishuan's face did not diminish at all as he sent a voice projection. "Haha. Young master, don't worry. This 5-element divine lightning will definitely be young master's. No one here is a match for this old man." Xiao Chan sent a voice projection in reply to Bai Lishuan. Bai Lishuan nodded to himself, feeling that it was a pity. Had he known that the 5-element divine lightning would appear, he would have sent a divine Vein Realm sovereign emperor of the royal clan with him. Let the royal clan's divine Vein Realm sovereign emperors travel together. That way success would be in the bag with practically no accidents. However, it was not too much of a pity. Who could have imagined that the 5-element divine lightning would appear? Uncle Chin alone was enough to hold the fort. Uncle Chin, don't show yourself at the critical moment. I feel that there are still some people hiding in the dark. Felt it too. It's fine. With me here, the 5-element divine lightning will not be lost. Hidden in the darkness, the man shrouded in bloody shadows revealed an extremely excited expression. Even felt like laughing out loud. Life was nothing more than this. His most hated enemy was already dead. Not even a speck of him was left. The treasure he needed the most had appeared at this crucial moment. It was truly a blessing from the heavens. Gong Xiansheng, stabilize your emotions, don't get discovered. The pale-faced middle-aged man said with some dissatisfaction. The man shrouded in bloody shadows sneered and said, so be it. Anyone who dares to stop me from obtaining the 5 elements divine lightning will die. Sensing the cold murderous intent in his words, as well as his strong confidence, the pale middle-aged man was slightly fearful. The middle-aged man said thoughtfully, when will we make our move later? The man shrouded in bloody shadows looked at the 5 kinds of divine lightning slowly gathering in the sky and said, soon. The heptagold divine lightning, the greenwood divine lightning, the 10th water divine lightning, the 3rd fire divine lightning, and the earth filth divine lightning will merge into one, forming the true 5-element divine lightning. After the propping mulberry tree withstands this wave of 5-element divine lightning, the 5-element divine lightning will definitely scatter. At that time, whoever has the strongest thunder Dao will be able to attract the most divine lightning. At that time, act according to the situation and protect me. The man shrouded in bloody shadows revealed strong confidence in his thunder Dao. The pale middle-aged man entered deep thought. What if the propping mulberry tree cannot withstand this tribulation? The man shrouded in bloody shadows felt stunned. He had not considered this problem before. He shook his head and said, that should not happen. The propping mulberry tree is very old. It should be able to withstand it. Although the man shrouded in bloody shadows said that, he was not very confident. Before the propping mulberry tree could fully stretch out, the lightning tribulation descended in advance. The current situation was obviously weaker than any other time in the past. Whether the propping mulberry tree could withstand the 5-element divine lightning was a question. If the propping mulberry tree could not withstand it, no one would dare to rashly absorb the complete 5-element divine lightning before it scattered. One could only absorb it one by one, splitting the thunder might of the tribulation lightning before merging the 5 elements into one, perfectly merging them. The pale middle-aged man was very knowledgeable, and would not ask questions for no reason. At the same time, the White Marsh Beast Empire's Chang clan elder, Chan Yun, showed an extremely grave expression. It really appeared. Chen Xiaozi, who was at the side, whispered, second uncle, are we really going to snatch it? Bai Lishuan is here. If we offend the royal clan. Humph. Chen Yun snorted coldly. Why not? If the clan head were here, he would definitely support my decision. Offending this Bai Lishuan for the 5-element divine lightning is completely worth it. We can give up everything else, but we cannot give up the 5-element divine lightning. This Bai Lishuan is very clear about this. He is not using his status as a royal clan member to suppress others. What are you afraid of? Yes. Chen Xiaozi, who was lectured, lowered his head and answered. Prepare yourselves and form a formation at any time to protect me. The Thunder Dao. Determination flashed in Chen Yun's eyes. After the propping mulberry tree withstood the tribulation lightning, and weakened the 5-element divine lightning's might, scattering it. At that time it would be a competition of whose Thunder Great Dao was stronger, and whose understanding of the Thunder Dao was deeper. They released their Thunder Dao might. Whoever was stronger would have the opportunity to absorb the 5-element divine lightning into their body. This was not a competition of strength but the Thunder Dao. Chen Yun had diligently cultivated the Thunder Dao for more than 100 years. Back then, he was also an outstanding talent of the Thunder Dao. Hence, he had a special feeling for the Thunder Dao. He did not believe that he could not compare to the others here. The Thunder Dao experts all held their breaths and focused, storing up power in secret, waiting for the situation to develop. When the 5 elements merged and the tribulation lightning descended, inside the propping mulberry tree, Sang said somewhat worriedly, "This is problematic. I'm not sure if the propping mulberry tree can withstand this 5-element divine lightning. This was the first time Xiao Qian saw Sang showing such a worried expression. This meant that the situation had reached an extremely thorny stage. What if it cannot withstand it? Sang rolled his eyes and asked, what if you fail the tribulation? Of course, the consequences of failing the tribulation would be dire. The usual outcome was death. Even if one did not die, one would be crippled. Xiao Qian said somewhat awkwardly, could it be because of me? Xiao Qian already sensed that the propping mulberry tree had a hard time enduring the lightning tribulation early. Right now it was already much weaker. The 3 days of lightning tribulation had significantly injured it. If not for it being a divine tree, it would have turned to dust long ago. Fate has already been decided. It does not matter if you appear or not. Sang sighed softly. Even if the propping mulberry tree fails the tribulation, it can be reborn from the ashes and return to its original form. However, I'm afraid that there are other variables. This thundercloud ancient marsh has never been peaceful. What do you mean? Xiao Qian asked. Sang had already mentioned this problem several times but did not say anything. Sang dodged the question. The lightning tribulation is about to descend. Come down. It was already too late to leave. The 5 elements gathered in the sky, and the 5-element divine lightning revealed its true form. A 5-colored light moved around, startling the entire thundercloud ancient marsh. Even Thundercloud City, which was millions of kilometers away, saw this shocking scene. At this moment, the heavenly Tao's thunder might revealed its most ferocious and terrifying form. Bai Lishuan and the others, who were completely outside the range of the heavenly Tao's radiance, felt a deep fear. However, they did not show any intention of retreating. A crazed expression appeared in their eyes as they accumulated lightning-attributed energy at an even faster pace. All Thunder Tao cultivators had a state of arrogance in their bodies. They absolutely would not shrink back before an opportunity. They were like the lightning of nature, advancing only and not retreating. No matter how much effort they put in, only that moment of light existed. The moment the electric light flickered, the entire world would know of their existence. What was the Thunder Tao? Either live or die. All one sought was to do it vigorously. Even if one's body shattered, one did not care. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows by Li Xuan, Yu Yuanliang, Chan Yun, and the other Thunder Tao experts, all staked their Tao on the idea of winning. Chapter 2000. Just as the 5 elements gathered and the 5-element divine lightning was about to descend, however, the world was strangely silent. It was not that the thunder had disappeared. Instead, Bai Lishuan and the others were already fully focused, holding their breaths and concentrating in their world. There was only the 5-element divine lightning. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Time seemed to pass extremely slowly. 1 second felt as long as a year. Xiao Qian, who was inside the divine tree, was also making his preparations. As a Thunder Tao cultivator, Xiao Qian was also preparing. As a Thunder Tao cultivator, Xiao Qian also had a hot-blooded heart that did not care about anything else. Regardless of life or death, he would never shrink back before an opportunity. It's coming, Sang said softly. Sang said softly. Then the 5 different attributed divine lightnings quickly intertwined in the light screen in the sky. The 5-colored lights spun continuously. They formed a huge storm whirlpool that looked like it could swallow up the world. Before this storm, the propping mulberry tree looked incredibly insignificant. At this moment, the world seemed insignificant. Everyone felt extremely nervous. Their hearts leaped to their throats, not daring to breathe loudly. Boom! Suddenly, the world before everyone's eyes turned upside down. The surrounding scenery twisted and turned blurry, continuously changing. Bai Lishuan immediately felt flustered. He quickly asked, Uncle Qin, what's wrong? Is this an illusion? Young master, don't panic. This is not an illusion. The 5 elements have already reached the level of constructing the 5 basic elements of a basic world. What fell was not a bolt of lightning but the vague form of a lightning nation. It clashed with the real world, resulting in such a mysterious phenomenon. Don't act rashly. Otherwise, only death awaits you if you get sucked in. Uncle Qin's voice turned grave. At this moment, he no longer had his initial confidence. In this twisted world where space turned upside down, an extremely resplendent bolt of lightning, turned into a complete lightning nation in the middle of the incredibly huge storm whirlpool. The bolt of lightning clashed with the propping mulberry tree as it charged forward. The horrifying thunder might squeezed out terrifying spatial tears in this twisted space. One could even vaguely see images of some ferocious and terrifying ferocious beasts in those cracks. It was unknown what kind of alternate space it led to. Everyone felt like they were not moving, but the scenery around them moved as if they were moving quickly. The strange scene completely blurred people's sense of direction, subverting some common sense of the world. In this strange space, the five-element divine lightning finally landed on the propping mulberry tree. The process seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. With a crisp sound, the distorted world in front of him shattered like glass. Turning into thousands of fragments, the distorted world suddenly disappeared. Everything returned to reality, but the surrounding terrain had completely changed. A few holes appeared in the sky, and various kinds of energy formed waterfalls surged down from the holes. The landscape within 5,000 kilometers was completely different, looking extremely foreign. If it weren't for the propping mulberry tree, everyone would have suspected that they had been teleported to another place. Bang! Before Xiao Chan could think too much, he saw the propping mulberry tree, which was much larger than a mountain range, giving off a bright light. The essence of the divine tree floated in the air, condensed into specks of light that drifted with the wind. 5 bolts of lightning of different colors burst out of the propping mulberry tree. The propping mulberry tree, which had stood tall in the lightning tribulation for 3 days, collapsed. Without any warning, the propping mulberry tree snapped in half. However, no one cared about all of this. Everyone's gazes were focused on the scattered 5-element divine lightning, whose might had weakened significantly. I cultivated bitterly for 100 years for this moment. A crazed expression appeared in Chen Yun's eyes as he roared, "Thunder Dao!" Chen Yun soared into the air, and a resplendent and dazzling Dao disc appeared behind him. He looked like a sun rising into the sky. A brilliant Dao might spread out in the world. The 5-element divine lightning immediately moved, attracted to it, and quickly surged over. "It's not that simple." Yu Yuanliang snorted coldly. Then he unleashed the Thunder Dao might that he had been preparing for a long time. The Dao disc behind Chen Yun burned like a flame. Then it formed a Thunder Flame War God that merged with him. The Thunder Flame War God appeared solemn and dignified, looking like a Thunder Flame War God of the heavenly realm. Whoosh! 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 The others moved no slower than these two. They all soared into the air and unleashed their Dao might. There was only one Thunder Dao. However, everyone's understanding of the Dao might was different. All sorts of Dao might intertwined endlessly in the entire space, competing with each other for supremacy. The Heptagold Divine Lightning, Greenwood Divine Lightning, Water Divine Lightning, Fire Divine Lightning, and Earth Impure Divine Lightning all hovered strangely in the air, unable to move at all. Yu Yuanliang and the others pushed with all their might, but they could not move the 5-element Divine Lightning in their direction at all. Ha ha ha! This era is no longer yours. It still depends on me, by Li Xuan. Upon seeing this scene, Bai Li Xuan guffawed, feeling a lofty aspiration in his heart. The 5-element divine lightning hovered in the air, unmoved by the various experts. If Xiao Chun did not make a move now, when would he? "In the name of my ancestors' bloodline, come out, my Dao!" Bai Li Xuan shouted, and the royal bloodline in his body surged. Then he stretched out his hand, and the pure thunder Dao might formed a white snake with a single horn on its head. It actually condensed into an incomparably pure white snake with a single horn on its head. It was the image of the prehistoric divine beast, Bai Zhe. The moment the thunder Dao might formed the Bai Zhe, it hovered in the air. The originally motionless 5-element divine lightning trembled continuously, slowly moving towards Bai Li Xuan. Oh no! This greatly startled Yu Yuanliang and the others. Sweat continuously dripped down their foreheads. Everyone burned their veritable essence energy, continuously raising their Dao might. However, it was to no avail. They could only watch as the 5-element divine lightning approached Bai Li Xuan. Damn it! How can it be like this? Could it be that my 100 years of bitter cultivation cannot compare to a brat's? Chen Yun's qi and blood surged as he felt incredibly sullen. He could not hold it in and vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion immediately paled. Stop struggling. Perseverance is important. However, it is not worth anything before talent. Everyone here is a Thunder Dao cultivator. My talent is clearly higher than yours. How about you help this junior? I will remember this favor. Although the 5-element divine lightning inched closer to Xiao Qian, these older generation Thunder Dao experts refused to give up. This resulted in the 5-element divine lightning moving extremely slowly, draining veritable essence energy rapidly. Bai Lishuan found this somewhat unbearable. Ha ha ha. Everyone, don't give up. He will not be able to hold on for much longer. The older, the wiser. The sharp-eyed Yu Yuanliang immediately saw through this. He started laughing loudly, and the Thunderfire War God behind him merged further with him. Damn it! Bai Lishuan cursed. Unexpectedly, this group of people did not know how to appreciate favors. A bunch of fools. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows smiled coldly. After waiting for a long time, he finally made his move at this moment. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows moved his hands, continuously draining his great Dao energy. Then, a black lotus throne materialized under his feet. The lotus throne carried the mysterious man into the air. Then, a Thunder Dao clone of the black lotus demonic ancestor appeared in the sky. Boom! Lightning appeared on the horizon together with the black lotus demonic ancestor's terrifying Buddhist might. A world of lightning materialized behind the black lotus demonic ancestor. The horrifying Buddhist might instantly suppressed by Lishuan and the others, encasing the entire place. The expressions of Bai Lishuan and the others changed drastically. They had not expected such a situation to happen. To think that someone could successfully merge the Thunder Dao and the evil Buddha, instantly suppressing all of them. Ha ha ha! This 5-element divine lightning is mine. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows on the black lotus throne laughed maniacally as he ferociously spread his hand. The incredibly huge black lotus demonic ancestor Buddha image behind him opened its palm, and electricity flickered in its palm. Then it ferociously pushed down, trying to grab the 5-element divine lightning. Uncle Qin, do it! Bai Lishuan shouted, bringing out his trump card as well. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air. A Bai clan old man smiled coldly and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Step back. A terrifying sovereign will erupted from this old man's body. He was actually a terrifying late-stage sovereign personage expert. Sorry, I've been waiting for you for a long time as well. The pale, middle-aged man appeared before Uncle Qin as the flying dragon snake soared into the air. Those who block me will die. The situation turned chaotic. The pale, middle-aged man relied on the flying dragon snake's might to do his best to deal with Uncle Qin. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows fought everyone in the sky, trying to cover the sky with one hand and forcefully snatch the 5-element divine lightning. Naturally, they wouldn't just sit and wait for death. A chaotic battle could break out at any moment. Inside the propping mulberry tree, where no one was paying attention to, Xiao Chan supported the pale-faced Sang and fed him the thundercloud fruit. Then, he poured in his veritable essence energy to prolong Sang's life. At the final moment of the 5-element divine lightning, Sang, who had been relaxed all this time, could no longer hold back and finally made a move. He helped the propping mulberry tree split a portion of the lightning tribulation. Otherwise, the propping mulberry tree would have been destroyed by the 5-element divine lightning on the spot. There would have been no chance to scatter the 5-element divine lightning. Even so, the propping mulberry tree still snapped. Its life force was being consumed at a terrifying rate. Sang smiled with some difficulty. For the sake of the 5-element divine lightning, everyone is displaying their magic skills, fighting to the death. Why don't you go? Xiao Chen took a look and shook his head slightly. I am skilled in the Saber Dao. Although my Thunder Dao is strong, there is still a gap between me and these people who specialize in the Thunder Dao. On the other hand, you clearly left the propping mulberry tree. Why are you still fighting to the death? Don't you find it very foolish? You still can't change anything. Sang said somewhat desolately, Indeed. Why are you so foolish? You still can't change anything. Cough cough. Don't bother about me. If you listen to me and leave now, you can still live. If you wait any longer, you will die for sure. Let's go together. Chapter 2001. Despite Sang's resistance, Xiao Chan carried the other party on his back. Then he called out the demon blood vulture and quickly flew far away. Bai Lishuan and the others were busy fighting the Black Lotus demonic ancestor, who merged with the Thunder Dao. They could not care about anything else. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows showed a grave expression. He controlled the gigantic demon hand, wanting to grab the 5-element divine lightning. Uncle Qin flew into a rage out of humiliation. An initial perfection sovereign personage relied on the flying dragon snake to hold him back, which made him extremely anxious. Uncle Qin wanted to quickly deal with this person and go help Bai Lishuan. However, this pale, middle-aged man was extremely crafty. Uncle Qin did not clash head-on with Uncle Qin, only relying on the flying dragon snake to hold him back. When the other party wanted to make a move, Uncle Qin would make a move to harass him. One had to admit that this man and snake worked very well together. They actually managed to hold back a late-stage sovereign personage expert. This could be considered a miracle. However, based on Uncle Qin's appearance, he would not last for long. Uncle Qin would be defeated sooner or later. If he did not flee at that time, only death awaited him. The four focused on executing their magic skills and did not notice Xiao Chun, who was fleeing far away from the divine tree. Xiao Chun got the demon blood vulture to stop only after Xiao Chun was far away. He glanced at Sang, who was behind him. After consuming the thundercloud fruit, Sang's injuries had stabilized. His life was no longer in danger. The two looked into the distance, paying attention to the 5-element divine lightning's battlefield. It's coming. Sang sighed softly. A complicated expression appeared in his eyes, showing his worry. Xiao Chun looked at Sang's expression and seemed to understand something. You are worried that someone will consume the propping mulberry tree? The propping mulberry tree's life origin flame was continuously fading. However, as long as no one cared, it could turn into a sapling and grow again. However, if someone targeted it, the propping mulberry tree would not be able to block them in its current state. It's not a person, Sang said softly. Before Xiao Chun could figure out what was going on, he had not realized what was going on. Suddenly, thousands of scarlet soaring dragons shot out of the ground below the 5-element divine lightning. They looked like countless thin snakes, entangling each other and launching themselves at the propping mulberry tree, which was broken in half. The scarlet soaring dragon's aim was very clear. They wanted to use this moment to consume the propping mulberry tree. In the sky, the blood tendrils chased after the life essence of the propping mulberry tree, greedily absorbing it. The sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon came without any warning. Bai Lishuan and the others were startled. Countless blood springs were flying aimlessly at them. In the air, their powerful life auras were like live targets. Damn it! How could this be? Upon seeing the blood-sucking vines that suddenly appeared, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows felt startled and furious, his expression changing dramatically. So. The hundreds of blood-sucking vines merged and formed an incredibly thick blood-sucking vine. It looked like a huge snake biting down. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows felt somewhat frightened. He quickly withdrew Black Lotus Demon Venerate's gigantic hand and smashed the blood-sucking vines flying over. At this moment, everyone was too busy to take care of themselves. The first thing Xiao Chun thought of was to preserve his life. He was not in the mood to fight for the 5-element divine lightning. The 5-element divine lightning that lost its restraints and shackles started dancing wildly in the world. Young lord, quickly land on the ground. Uncle Qin shouted when he saw the 1,000-odd blood-sucking vines besieging Bai Lishuan. Then he charged over. When the pale, middle-aged man landed on the flying dragon snake, his expression turned slightly unsightly. However, he did not make a move to stop the other party. He looked around and discovered that these blood-sucking vines were truly terrifying. They treated them as food, not wanting to let them leave. Whoosh! 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 The more experienced cultivators all wisely chose to land on the ground at the first instant. They were like live targets in the air, in danger of dying at any moment. In mere moments, 3 great perfection sovereign personage experts were caught off guard and turned into dried corpses by the blood-sucking vines. Since they were in the air, they simply could not dodge the numerous and endless blood-sucking vines. Whoosh! Before Bai Lishuan could land on the ground, the blood-sucking vines wrapped around his right foot. Then with a ferocious tug, he tumbled in the air. Immediately, countless blood-sucking vines charged at Bai Lishuan like blood-sucking demons. Die! Bai Lishuan roared. With a wave of his hand, countless snake-shaped lightning bolts shot out. The lightning bolts blasted apart all the blood-sucking vines lunging at him. Kasie! At this moment, Uncle Qin broke the blood-sucking vines under Bai Lishuan's feet. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Bai Lishuan quickly landed. After landing, the blood-sucking vines could not sense their target. Although there were more blood-sucking vines in the surroundings, they were relatively safer. Young master, I'll bring you away. Given Uncle Qin's late-stage sovereign personage strength, he should be able to bring Bai Lishuan out. Bai Lishuan glanced at the five-element divine lightning dancing in the air. Extreme dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. I'm not leaving. This blood-sucking vines only came to consume the propping mulberry tree. When they finish consuming it, they will naturally leave. At that time it will be time to snatch the five-element divine lightning. Uncle Qin said somewhat worriedly, however, if they do not leave at that time and grow stronger, it will be difficult for this old man to bring you away. I will not feel satisfied if I don't take this gamble. Determination flashed in Bai Lishuan's eyes as he looked at the five-element divine lightning dancing in the sky, filled with desire. In this dangerous situation, some people struggled with their lives, while others still held on to hope, wanting to continue working hard. My purple-striped thunder python. Yu Yuanliang and his companion stood on the purple-marked lightning python, their faces filled with pain. The purple-marked lightning python's enormous body was filled with the pain of losing its life. It was very difficult for Xiao Chun to dodge the attacks of the blood-sucking vines. After the protective barrier broke, thousands of wounds soon appeared on his body. Blood dripped from his body, and his life force was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Due to the purple-patterned boundless lightning, there were fewer blood-sucking vines around the two of them. Hence, the boundless lightning absorbed most of the blood-sucking vine's attention. A pained expression appeared on Yu Yuanliang's face. As if he had gone mad, he continuously slashed at the demonic dragon that was wrapped around the purple-patterned thunder python. However, it was to no avail. He could not prevent the purple-patterned thunder python from dying. Brother Yu, let's go. This is the best time to leave. Actually, his companion beside him looked worriedly at the endless blood vines in the surroundings. The blood-sucking vines had always been in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. They were all cultivators' nightmares. Few of the cultivators that fell into the blood-sucking vine's control could leave alive. For tens of thousands of years, almost no one had ever seen its true form. The blood-sucking vines were like demons, growing in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, and turning into such a terrifying existence. Even if a divine vein realm cultivator came, they would find it hard to find the blood-sucking vine's true form and kill it. However, Yu Yuanliang turned a deaf ear to the blood-sucking vines. It was like he could take revenge for the purple-patterned thunder python by doing so. His companion worried about Xiao Chen's safety and could not bear to leave, so he could only stay. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows and the pale, middle-aged man stood together. Cracks appeared on the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's Buddha image behind them. Its might was no longer as strong as before. This was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows trump card. A secret technique that the Black Lotus sect venerate had passed to him when he was still alive. Now, only the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows and the Black Lotus Church venerate knew it. However, this blood-sucking vines, which the mysterious man had thought was in the bag, suddenly appeared and spoiled his plans. In terms of dissatisfaction, how could Bai Lishuan compare to the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows? Damn it! The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows felt extreme hatred in his heart. However, he felt somewhat helpless. He was already at the end of his rope and did not have any trump cards left. Mr. Gong, let's go. The pale, middle-aged man at the side sighed softly and said, when the time comes, the world will help us. When the time comes, the hero will not be free. This is all fate. Fate? You are talking to me about fate? I will never believe in fate. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows seemed to recall some unbearable past. He glared at the pale, middle-aged man with a ferocious expression. A crazed look appeared in his eyes, not willing to give up. This glare startled the pale, middle-aged man. He took a few steps back and did not say anything more. Fortunately, The flying dragon snake was much stronger than the purple-patterned lightning python. Even if the two did not leave, they would not face any problems for now. Far away, Sang watched the blood-sucking vines slowly approach the broken propping mulberry tree from the demon blood vulture. He frowned heavily. Lightning-attributed flames still lingered around the propping mulberry tree. Furthermore, the horrifying energy pouring down endlessly from the sky slightly hindered the propping mulberry tree's advance. On the demon blood vulture that looked like a scarlet flame phoenix, the white-clad Xiao Chan stood in the wind. His clothes and long hair fluttered as he looked into the distance. Then he said, "I understood a principle long ago. Indecisiveness leads to chaos. If you can let it go, then turn around and don't look back. If you cannot, then don't stand here." "What do you mean?" Sang demanded somewhat angrily as he turned his head to look at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan retorted indifferently, "You don't understand? In that case, I'll be more direct. Either you charge over and fight a big battle with the blood-sucking vines or you scram. Don't stand here with an unresigned expression. You pretend to be relaxed and say that you can let it go. However, at the last moment you still sacrifice yourself to block the 5-element divine lightning. What's the point of that? You think you are very noble? I feel that you are just trash without a mind of your own. You are indecisive, weak, and incompetent. Either you leave without any reluctance and come back another day to kill this blood-sucking vines. Or you die. Charge over now. No matter what the result is, you will not have any regrets, dying without regrets." Sang felt stunned when he heard that. Then he looked at Xiao Chan and tightly clenched his fists. He said sullenly, "What do you know? You know nothing. You have no idea how horrifying these blood-sucking vines are. It's useless. No matter how hard you work, it is useless. Today the propping mulberry tree will die." Xiao Chan retorted softly, "Who said that it is useless? If we can gather the 5-element divine lightning in the sky again, we will definitely be able to push back these blood-sucking vines." Sang looked at Xiao Chan in shock. "You can do it? If I don't work hard, who knows what the result will be? Even if I can't do it, so what? At the very least, I will do my best and not have any regrets." Chapter 2002. Xiao Chan had always been swift and decisive when doing things. He was not long-winded when it came to killing. If Xiao Chan wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. If Xiao Chan wanted to retreat, he would retreat, not dragging his feet. However, he could not be blamed. Although he carried many of the propping mulberry tree's memories, he was only 10 years old. However, he was only 10 years old after all. He could not compare to Xiao Chan in terms of worldly wisdom and experience. "Silly bird, it's up to you." Xiao Chan sat down and patted the demon blood vulture's head. The demon blood vulture let out a proud cry. Then it turned into a beam of scarlet light and tore through the sky, leaving a long flame trail behind as it charged back with overwhelming demonic flames. Sang felt somewhat stupefied. "We were charging back just like that? Should we make a plan and come up with some countermeasures?" A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he shook his head and said, "There is no time. Go to the propping mulberry tree, and do your best to help it undergo a nirvanic rebirth and protect its inheritance. I'll buy you time. You don't have to worry about anything. The only thing you need to do is trust me." "All right." Sang nodded heavily. At this moment, he was influenced by Xiao Chan as well, no longer hesitating. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture's berserk speed generated intense sonic booms, causing space to tremble slightly. The ear-piercing sonic boom was no less than a clap of thunder. Compared to the silence when they left, it was much better. When Xiao Chan returned, he had no intention of hiding himself. What he needed was speed and time. By Li Xuan, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, Old Devil Chan, Yu Yuanliang, and the others who were fighting among the blood-sucking vines, immediately noticed the scarlet beam of light in the sky. Closely following that, a piercing thunderous sonic boom resounded in everyone's ears. It was deafening. Everyone's hearts trembled, their internal organs churned, and their blood vessels swelled. "Demon blood vulture!" Bai Lixuan was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. The demon blood vulture appeared. What's going on? Could it be? A terrifying thought appeared in everyone's mind. The pale, middle-aged man on the flying dragon snake, sensed intense emotional fluctuations from the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows beside him. Under the cloak, Xiao Chan stared at the demon blood vulture. His emotions were brewing like a volcano, waiting for a certain result before erupting. That can't be possible. That can't be possible. I personally saw the tribulation lightning blast him until not even his corpse remained. It might be that the demon blood vulture flew back on its own and became a masterless demonic pet. The man shrouded in bloody shadows comforted himself. However, as if to deal a blow to Xiao Chen's confidence, a familiar white figure leaped off the demon blood vulture. Fluttering long hair, handsome face, delicate facial features, calm temperament, hidden sharpness between the eyebrows. Who else could it be but Xiao Chen? I don't believe it. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows roared furiously. His suppressed emotions immediately erupted. First, the 5-element divine lightning which Xiao Chen was about to obtain, was interrupted by the 5-element divine lightning. Then his great enemy, who he thought was already dead, suddenly appeared. The successive blows were truly unacceptable to him. Xiao Chen, you will die today even if you don't. The man shrouded in bloody shadows erupted with emotions. He ignored everything and soared into the air, charging at the descending Xiao Chen. Such an action startled everyone. To think that Xiao Chen dared to take the initiative to jump out while the blood-sucking vines were attacking. Was this man shrouded in bloody shadows crazy? Mr. Gong! The pale middle-aged man exclaimed. After hesitating for a moment, he did not follow in the end, not wanting to die yet. Xiao Chen, I'm already inside the divine tree. The main body of this blood-sucking vines is moving deep underground. It will appear soon. At that time, these lightning-attributed flames will not be able to stop its main body. Be careful. Zhang's voice projection rang out by Xiao Chen's ear. Then Xiao Chen replied, it's fine. Just do your best. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chen sent the voice projection, a figure charged over. It was that mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows charging over. Xiao Chen's heart sank, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. No wonder I found this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows strange. The way he looked at me was also off. It turned out that this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was really someone from the Black Lotus Church. He could even summon the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. It looks like he has a deep relationship with the Black Lotus Church. Firmament's rage. Without any intention of dodging, Xiao Chen snorted coldly and threw a palm strike. He instantly executed Firmament's rage. Xiao Chen raised his hand slightly, and the entire sky trembled. Ripples appeared in space. The incredibly berserk speed of the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows instantly slowed significantly under the influence of these ripples. The other party's figure immediately slowed to a crawl in Xiao Chen's eyes. Get down! Xiao Chen spread open his palm and lightning flickered. Saber chi surged out as he smashed the other party down with a palm strike. How can this be? Bai Lishuan revealed a look of shock. He had not expected the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, who gave everyone a huge headache earlier. To think that this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows could not even last one move against Xiao Chen, getting smashed down with a palm strike. Firmament's rage. This is a dragon race secret technique. For thousands of years, aside from the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, no one has succeeded in practicing it. Yu Yuanliang exclaimed, shock flashing in his eyes. Uncle Qin, who was protecting Bai Lishuan, also felt startled. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Young master, this person is not simple. He is somewhat terrifying, Uncle Qin said to himself. Pussy. However, before the crowd could sigh, they saw countless blood-sucking vines instantly pierce through the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiao Chen smashed down. The cloak that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows exploded with a bang. However, the scene that the crowd imagined did not happen. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows charged at Xiao Chen at an even faster speed. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. What's going on? He is a pure soul. Could he be a will clone of a certain lord? Some strong soul cultivators could condense their will of soul into a will clone, reaching the level of a cultivator. However, This mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows seemed somewhat special. The might of his will of soul was not as strong as one imagined. Xiao-Chun, if we were somewhere else I might fear you. However, you will not be able to escape death today. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows laughed maniacally as he charged at Xiao-Chun. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was right. This place was filled with blood-sucking vines. Xiao-Chun, who was in the air, had to continuously change his position to avoid being attacked by the blood-sucking vines. However, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows was a soul body and did not have a physical body. Hence he did not have to worry about this. Xiao-Chun's heart sank. He thought of taking out the Chongqi Beast Ghost Pennant and directly subduing this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. However, there were too many people here, so Xiao-Chun eventually gave up on that thought. However, this did not mean that he did not have a way to deal with this person. Sun and moon shining together. Xiao-Chun shouted, and his soul energy mysterious phenomenon appeared. A bright moon and a blazing sun rose into the air behind him at the same time. A strong holy venerate will immediately spread out around Xiao-Chun, exerting an unparalleled pressure on a soul body like the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Back off. Xiao-Chun showed might without getting angry. He shouted coldly and used the sun and moon shining together mysterious phenomenon to infuse his soul energy into the dragon blood soul breaking finger. Xiao-Chun pointed. Wuxia. A scarlet beam of light instantly pierced through the mysterious man's head. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows immediately felt like his head was about to explode. As a pure soul body, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Like a broken kite, the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows wobbled and fell. Cracks appeared on the surface of his body. After knocking back this person, Xiao-Chun's gaze landed on the five-element divine lightning dancing in the air. That was Xiao-Chun's goal. What is he trying to do? Seeing Xiao-Chun force back the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, he suddenly stopped flickering and stood still. This stunned by Li Xuan and the others. Is he seeking death? If Xiao-Chun stopped in the air, the blood-sucking vines would suck him dry in the next moment. Divine Dragon War Body. Xiao-Chun roared and all the bones in his body swelled up. His entire body turned into a small giant. Xiao-Chun's body exuded a strong dragon might, a pressing deterrent. Dang! 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 The Divine Dragon War Body blocked all the blood-sucking vines shooting at Xiao-Chun. Xiao-Chun's vital qi surged, and he shook ferociously. Crisp cracking sounds rang out. These blood-sucking vines all shattered. Xiao-Chun, it's going to appear soon. The blood-sucking vine's main body is about to appear. Sang's somewhat anxious voice rang out in Xiao-Chun's ears. Clearly, he had never experienced such a situation before, so he felt somewhat nervous. He feared that something would happen to Xiao-Chun. He feared that he would not be able to complete the propping mulberry tree's rebirth in time. He feared that. He worried too much and could not help feeling anxious. Don't panic. Xiao-Chun replied calmly, calming Sang's emotions. Xiao-Chun sighed in his heart. Can he succeed? He did not know either. However, since he made his choice, he had to do his best and bet on his Thunder Dao Xiao-Chun. He is trying to subdue the five-element divine lightning. Bai Lishuan suddenly startled awake. He shouted, Quick! 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 Uncle Qin, don't let him succeed. Kill him. You are seeking death. Uncle Qin was enraged. To think that Xiao-Chun dared to snatch the five-element divine lightning from under his nose. Truly reckless. Boom! However, before Uncle Qin, who had just soared into the air, could react, he saw the ground explode. A terrifying evil aura soared up from the ground. When Uncle Qin looked down, he saw the tip of the iceberg of the blood-sucking vine's main body in the crack. Uncle Qin immediately shrank back in fright. Then he carried Bai Lishuan and rushed back, ignoring everything else. Boom! 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 It was like the end of the world. The surging evil aura instantly turned the sky pitch black. The sky suddenly turned dark. Aside from the 5 bolts of divine lightning, which still gave off a weak electric light, the surroundings were pitch black. The blood-sucking vine's main body is about to appear. Yu Yuanliang and the others' hearts filled with horror. Without even thinking, they turned around and ran. They ran as fast as they could. Dao! While Bai Lishuan and the others panicked, A soft shout suddenly rang out in their ears. This voice was not loud. It was simple and clear, containing only the word Dao. The moment this voice rang out, everyone felt calm in their hearts. Their panicked emotions instantly calmed down. Whose voice was that? Whose Dao was it? By Li Xuan, Chen Yun, Yu Yuanliang, and the others could not help turning their heads to look. They saw a white-clad person in the air. This person had a calm expression, and the Dao disc behind him gave off a warm light. Under the suppression of the evil might, that light could not be considered resplendent, much less dazzling. However, only one person dared to stand before the blood-sucking vine's main body in this dark place. This person proudly and stubbornly unleashed his Dao might. In terms of Dao might and technique, he was not even comparable to them. However, the purity of his thunder Dao surpassed everyone here. Everyone forgot their fear as they stared at the white-clad bladesman in the air in a daze. Whose voice was that? Whose Dao? Who stirred the hearts of the people in the night sky? The Heaven Dragon Palace's white-robed Xiao Chen. Chapter 2003. Dao! Xiao Chen shouted amid the evil aura filling the air, bringing out his thunder great Dao. The evil aura covered the sky, and night descended. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen's usage of the thunder Dao was not as good as by Li Xuan's, Yu Yuanliang's, and the others. Be it Yu Yuanliang's thunder Dao might and great Dao energy to form the thunder fire war god, or by Li Xuan's great Dao energy to form the divine beast white marsh beast, the thunder fire war god. Xiao Chen had not grasped such a technique. He was more familiar with the saber Dao. However, he had a pure heart for the thunder Dao. His character was compatible with the thunder Dao, something that these people could not compare to. When the blood-sucking vine's main body appeared, everyone felt fear and panic. However, they could not find comfort in the thunder Dao. However, they forgot that the blood-sucking vine should fear the lightning. The rage of lightning was the rage of the heavenly Dao. It could not retreat. It could not retreat. Under the vast evil aura, Xiao Chen endured the immense pressure and brought out his Dao might. In the night sky, the thunder Dao light on his body instantly attracted the five-element divine thunder under the night sky. Xiao Chen vaguely sensed that he had some connection to the five-element divine lightning. The blood-sucking vine's main body was about to appear. Success or failure depended on this. Xiao Chen roared and unleashed his thunder Dao's Dao might with an even more terrifying might. He looked like a bright moon rising in the night sky. It was like he wanted to rely on his own strength to illuminate the entire night sky and disperse all the evil aura from the blood-sucking vines. What is he trying to do? Is he going to continue subduing and refining the five-element divine lightning? Bai Li Xuan and the others stopped. They felt somewhat stunned as they thought, isn't this a little too much? If we are not careful, we might lose our lives. If we die, what is the point of obtaining the five-element divine lightning? As Thunder Dao cultivators, they dared to take the risk of subduing the five-element divine lightning, as long as there was a chance of survival. However, given the current situation, there was clearly no chance of survival at all. Regardless of whether they could absorb the divine lightning into their bodies or not, only death awaited them before the blood-sucking vine's main body. This fellow is crazy, Yu Yuanliang exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! So. Under the influence of Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao, the seventh metal, green wood, Gui water, third fire, and earth-filled divine thunder emitted a faint light in the night sky at the same time and rushed into Xiao Chen's body. As the distance between them shortened, the divine lightning became brighter and brighter. Rumble! However, the ground trembled intensely. The evil aura in the sky grew denser. Bai Li Xuan and the others could already smell the scent of the blood-sucking vine's main body. Fear struck him once more. Without thinking, he quickly retreated. However, he still turned his head and looked at Xiao Chen, even though he knew that Xiao Chen would not be able to escape death. However, for some reason, perhaps because they were all Thunder Dao cultivators, Bai Li Xuan and the others felt some anticipation in their hearts. They hoped for a miracle to happen again. They hoped that Xiao Chen would be able to survive the blood-sucking vine's main body, just like how everyone thought that the tribulation lightning shockwaves had killed him at first. No! To think that he did not draw the divine lightning into his body. What is he doing? Even though fear spread in everyone's hearts, when Yu Yuanliang and the others saw Xiao Chen's actions, they could not help stopping and exclaiming in shock. He is. Bai Lishuan thought of something and confusion flashed in his eyes. He simply could not understand. 5 elements as one. Divine lightning gather. Xiaochen shouted. Using his Dao might as a guide, he continuously drained his great Dao energy and veritable essence energy, trying to gather the 5-element divine lightning again. Under the illumination of the electric light, one could already see a terrifying ball-shaped monster covered in tentacles charging towards the ground at a horrifying speed. A terrifying ball-shaped monster covered in tentacles charged towards the ground at a horrifying speed. Sweat covered Xiaochen's forehead, and he showed an extremely nervous expression. However, his eyes remained incredibly calm, not showing any panic. Success! With a shout, space around Xiaochen flipped. The night sky twisted under the power of the 5-element divine lightning. After the propping mulberry tree's resistance, the might of the 5-element divine lightning was no longer the same as it was in the beginning. Even so, the might of the 5-element divine lightning that Xiaochen gathered was still shockingly strong. Before Xiaochen could control its might, he roared. Dragon roars rang out everywhere as he tossed the 5-element divine lightning into the deep abyss like a lightning tribulation. At this moment, the 5-element divine lightning's light was as dazzling as the sun. Everyone also saw this horrifying scene. Countless black blood-sucking vines burning with scarlet flames charged at Xiaochen. If Xiaochen had been any slower, he would have been instantly swallowed up by these blood-sucking vines, dying without leaving anything behind. Fortunately, the 5 elements divine lightning was successfully condensed and fell. Before the blood-sucking vines touched the 5-element divine lightning, the countless tentacles were so frightened that they retracted even faster. However, the divine lightning had already locked onto its target. How could it scatter so easily? Boom! Before the shocked gazes of Bai Lishuan and the others, a loud sound rang out. In the next moment, the upside-down space returned to normal, and the night sky vanished. The 5-element divine lightning that exploded underground completely shattered the ground. Boom! 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 The ground cracked and turned into countless huge rocks soaring into the air. Bai Lishuan and the others who stood on the rocks were caught off guard and nearly fell. After the shock, they quickly stabilized themselves and soared into the air with the rocks. Thousands of huge rocks floated in the air. More rocks continued to fall from below. Whoosh! Before everyone could react, a dazzling fiery light attracted everyone's attention. A holy and solemn flame burned where the propping mulberry tree originally stood. The nirvana flame soared into the clouds. Sang held a sapling in the flame. He revealed joy on his face. The nirvana flame succeeded. Xiaochen succeeded. You are right. As long as I make up my mind and do my best, I will not have any regrets. Xiaochen. Xiaochen. However, even after Sang sent a voice projection several times, he did not hear a response from Xiaochen for a long time. His expression changed drastically. Sang quickly passed through the flame and leaped around the countless floating rocks. Soon he arrived at a rock that was still rising. Then he frowned. Xiaochen lay weakly on the rock, his complexion pale. Clearly, he had overdrawn on his life force. Whoosh! 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 Sang quickly walked over and checked on Xiaochen's condition. Only then did his expression ease up slightly. Xiaochen's life was not in danger. However, he overdrew and needed to recuperate properly. Sang infused a strand of veritable essence energy into him. Xiaochen slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, his vision was blurry and fluctuating. He blinked hard before his vision became clear. After struggling to his feet, Xiaochen looked at a young sapling in a patch of yellow soil that looked incredibly delicate. Sang smiled at him and said, Xiaochen, you succeeded. Xiaochen looked around and asked, Where's the blood-sucking vines? Sang replied softly, Don't worry. The blood-sucking vines are different from the propping mulberry tree. They are evil creatures. When struck by the 5-element divine lightning, they will definitely be severely injured. If it were the initial 5-element divine lightning, it would have been able to destroy them on the spot. Now they are like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring and need to find a place to hide. Whoosh! Suddenly, among the countless boulders floating in the air, 5 extremely weak rays of light appeared. Although the rays of light were weak, the lights were weak, the Thunder Dao cultivators present all showed grave expressions. Their comprehension of the Thunder Tao allowed them to sense that this was the five-element divine lightning. However, it was already extremely weak, looking like it would vanish at any moment. "Young master, do you need me to help you collect this five-element divine lightning? I feel that the white-robed bladesman is already very weak. The youth beside him is not in much danger either." "The youth beside Bai Lishuan is not in much danger," Uncle Qin, who was beside Bai Lishuan, said as he looked at the five-element divine lightning flying around. Bai Lishuan sighed softly. "There's no need. They already recognized a master. Just let them be. Compared to humans, who are the most intelligent of all creatures, they are much purer." Bai Lishuan felt somewhat dispirited. This time, he discovered that he had already become infatuated with the usage and techniques of the Thunder Tao. However, his pure heart for the Thunder Tao had already become extremely utilitarian at some point in time. Xiao Chun had forgotten his original heart, becoming increasingly familiar with his techniques. He could even materialize ancestral holy beasts with the Thunder Tao. However, he had unknowingly deviated from his Tao, drifting further and further away. Fortunately, Xiao Chun was still young. Now that he came to his senses, he actually gained more than obtaining the five-element divine lightning. "Uncle Qin, bring me away." "Yes." The other White Marsh Beast Empire experts looked at the five-element divine lightning flying around like it was searching for something. They shook their heads and eventually sighed, leaving somewhat dejectedly. "Where's Mr. Gong?" On a rock, the pale, middle-aged man looked around somewhat anxiously. However, he did not see the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. He did not even sense the other party's aura. The other party had yet to fulfill his promise to the pale, middle-aged man. Where is the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows? Is he dead? Of course he is not dead. Xiao Chen's firmament's rage was not strong enough to kill him. The pale middle-aged man fainted. When he woke up again, he discovered that his surroundings were dark, gloomy and cold. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 unremarkable beams of light flew over his head. As he watched the beams of light fly increasingly higher, he suddenly startled awake. Those were the five-element divine lightning. However, after the mysterious man woke up and tried to give chase, he discovered that it was already too late. It was already extremely difficult for the mysterious man to soar into the air. He could not catch up at all. Damn it! The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows could not help feeling vexed. At the same time, he knew where he was. This was the deepest part of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows walked around aimlessly for some time. Bloodsucking vines. A startled cry startled the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. He saw the terrifying bloodsucking vine's main body in a huge pit. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows took a few steps back in horror and fell to the ground. However, something strange happened. Not only did the bloodsucking vine's main body not attack the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, but it was even more shocked than the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows, who only had a soul body remaining, cultivated the Thunder Tao. His soul body could be called a Thunder Tao soul body. How could the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows not be afraid of the blood-sucking vines that were severely injured by the five-element divine lightning? This blood-sucking vine's soul is weakened, and the blood-sucking vines are all gone. Could it be that the five-element divine lightning condensed and injured it? Since I did not obtain the five-element divine lightning and cannot help me reconstruct my physical body, perhaps this is the solution. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows suddenly had an idea. As he looked at the blood-sucking vine's main body hiding deeper, a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 2004. They could travel the world or head to the Empire's army to seek a future. However, there were many of them. Their value far surpassed that of the thundercloud fruit. Sang showed a somewhat relaxed expression as he looked at the propping mulberry tree sapling in his palm. He had no parents. However, no matter what, the propping mulberry tree gave birth to him. Furthermore, Xiao Chan used the five-element divine lightning to drive the final form of Firmament's rage. Smite would multiply. With a thought, the monstrous rage dissipated above the 9 heavens and froze in the palm. To think that Xiao Chen directly collected it in his palm Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth already formed the basic attributes of a small world. Whoosh! Wind howled behind. The five-element divine lightning was truly wondrous. To Xiao Chun, this outcome was something he could accept. Right now, what Xiao Chun needed to do was not just subdue the five-element divine lightning, but to infuse it into his palm and use it to cultivate the third layer of firmament's rage. Sang shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just want to find a place to continue pursuing the martial Tao and take care of the little mulberry tree while I'm at it. Sang, who had heard the commotion, rushed over and asked after arriving beside Xiao Chun. The divine universe steel was filled with spiritual energy, and no one disturbed it. It was the best place for the propping mulberry tree sapling to grow. Sang denied. That should not be the case. It is already a miracle among miracles that a piece of the divine universe steel remained until now. I don't think there will be another divine tool made of divine universe stone that has survived until now. You don't know how terrifying the calamity brought by the epic's destruction was. Celestial decay, order collapsing. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The might of the five-element divine lightning is still too weak. If it were 1% of its original state, what flew out would be dust and not rubble. Right now, Xiao Chun's palm was a small world of lightning. It contained a boundless expanse. Under Sang's guidance, Xiao Chun found a treasure land with an extremely dense lightning-attributed energy in the nearby thundercloud ancient marsh. This stunned Xiao Chun, somewhat at a loss for what to do. Then he entered closed-door cultivation. Xiao Chun was very satisfied with this new attack method of the Thunder Tao. He casually withdrew the five-element divine lightning back into his palm. Sang smiled and said, I know where most of the mutated fruits in the thundercloud ancient marsh are. I've retrieved those that you can refine for you. Take the rest. The beasts guarding them are too terrifying. You won't be able to refine them for now. It was unknown how much stronger this attack was compared to his previous attacks. With a raise of his hand, the heavens trembled, and a dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. However, he had already used the concept of space in another way. 20 days had passed since Xiao Chun left the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chun infused a strand of his will of soul into the spear. In an instant, the five-element divine lightning condensed into a spear. Xiao Chun said, I estimate that in 3 months, the five-element divine lightning will recover to its original state, 1% of its might. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he had asked a useless question. Xiao Chun's eyes glowed with vigor. He felt somewhat excited even though he had not comprehended the state of space yet. As for the future, he would make plans after the propping mulberry tree's vitality stabilized. Go! Rumble! Sang smiled faintly and said, These natural treasures are rather pure. It looks like they have set their sights on you. Congratulations! Then they slowly merged in Xiao Chun's palm. However, their auras were weak. The might of the lightning was far from what it was initially. Xiao Chun soared into the air and made a grabbing motion. Something strange happened. The huge rock, which was as large as a mountain, turned into a mountain. After the competition between the 7 outer palaces, some people would go to Ancestor Dragon City, and the unlucky ones would stay behind to continue working hard. Some people would leave the Heaven Dragon Palace due to their limited talent. As great Tao energy infused into Xiao Chun's palm, the five-element divine lightning glowed with resplendent light, looking like a divine weapon. Xiao Chun was truly surprised. He had already given up on obtaining the five-element divine lightning. With the help of the five-element divine lightning, Xiao Chun finally succeeded in cultivating the third layer of firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon turned solid and spread in the world. Xiao Chun sighed. His saber Tao was still stuck at great perfection. However, his thunder Tao was about to surpass great perfection. Firmament's rage. Sang had already decided to reside in the Divine Universe Steel for now, and head to the Divine Dragon Empire with Xiao Chun. A grave and tense atmosphere spread in the air. Xiao Chun's control over rage had already reached the level of rage but not imposing, might but not showing. He could control it as he pleased. You know about the Divine Universe Steel as well? Xiao Chun clenched his fist, and the lightning and saber chi instantly shattered the huge rock in it. For example, he could infuse his Thunder Great Tao energy into the five-element Divine Lightning, using the five-element Divine Lightning as a vessel to attack. As he refined the rock, Xiao Chun vaguely felt like his Thunder Dao was about to make another breakthrough. How is it? Sang's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Chun take out a steel. He exclaimed in some shock. The Divine Universe steel. Dust swelled up, looking like a majestic mushroom cloud rising from the ground. Xiao Chun's face lit up in joy. Where did you find it? As Sang continuously infused his great Dao energy into it, thunderclouds spread out in the sky. Terrifying mysterious phenomena of lightning continuously appeared. The 5-element divine lightning was incredibly weak. If Xiao Chun did not merge it in time, it would be hard to succeed. Sang smiled mysteriously and took out several lightning-attributed fruits. They were only slightly weaker than the thundercloud fruit that he obtained earlier. As Sang looked at the Divine Universe steel, he marveled at this ancient item. The propping mulberry tree had successfully undergone nirvanic rebirth. Now only a sapling remained. However, it had already been drained twice. It would be difficult for it to regain such horrifying might in the future. Just as Xiao Chun felt somewhat bored, 5 strands of weak light of different colors suddenly came from the surroundings. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed softly, 5-element divine lightning. Xiao Chun slowly opened his eyes and looked around. The surroundings were filled with rocks and deep pits. That strike from the 5-element divine lightning completely destroyed this desolate plain. Days passed one after another. Xiao Chun wanted to test the might of the third layer, Firmament's Rage. No matter how nonchalant he appeared, this trace of worry was something that he could not truly forget. Given Sang's understanding of Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, it would be easy for him to find these fruits. I'll call you the Thunder Monarch Spear then. Although Xiao Chun was interested in the laws of the universe's origin, he did not want to discuss it too much at this moment. Only after a long time did it vanish completely. At the same time, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Without even thinking, he quickly circulated Firmament's Rage's third layer. Resplendent and dazzling electric light suddenly exploded. In the next moment, boundless dust turned into powder and soared into the air. Everyone knew that this was the last time everyone gathered. Naturally, their destination was the competition between the 7 outer palaces. After the 5-element divine lightning successfully formed, it was boundlessly strong. At this moment, the Heaven-class core disciples gathered at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The 3 palace masters appeared at the same time in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The conversation took a long time. After 2 days, Xiao Chun opened his eyes again. Aside from Firmament's Rage, the 5-element divine lightning had other uses. Xiao Chun rested for a while on the huge rock floating in the air, recovering some of his physical strength and veritable essence energy. The 5-element divine lightning would not be able to cause trouble for the next 1,000 years. The 3 palace masters who rarely showed themselves also showed up at this rare moment. They shot out countless bolts of lightning, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, spreading in the surroundings. With a thought, Xiao Chun continuously infused his Thunder Great Dao energy into the 5-element divine lightning. Xiao Chun put away these mutated fruits, and a light flashed in his eyes. He said seriously, "This is enough. These 10,000-year-old mutated fruits are sufficient for me to quickly cultivate the 5-element divine lightning." Whoosh! Xiao Chun stood up and looked around. Then he fixed his gaze on a huge rock that was as large as a mountain peak. This opportunity could not be missed. It would not come again. Xiao Chun asked softly as he looked at Sang. Even if Sang could leave the propping mulberry tree and survive independently, it would still be hard to avoid some worries. A strong wind blew, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Xiao Chun nodded and opened his palm. A complete strand of the 5-element divine lightning appeared, flickering with 5-colored electric light, looking exceptionally pretty. The third layer of Firmament's Rage completely brought out the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. It won't take that long. When he opened his hand again, countless shattered rocks shot out from his palm in all directions. Naturally, I do. In the propping mulberry tree's memories, several powerhouses refined the divine universe steel during the Great Desolate Aeon. According to rumor, when the primal chaos broke, many strange divine items were born, including a Cosmos Divine Stone. Later, due to intense competition, the Cosmos Divine Steel exploded into the Divine Universe Steel and the Divine Aeon Steel. The divine universe steel remained intact. The divine Aeon steel seems to have shattered into many pieces. It could surpass great perfection at any time and reach peak consummation today. Are you saying that there is something like the divine universe steel in this world? Xiao Chun asked in some shock. It looked like Sang knew more than the blood-soaked emperor did. Who could have imagined that the five-element divine lightning that scattered again would take the initiative to come back? Sang casually tossed the spear, and it landed on a pile of rubble at a speed that the naked eye could not catch. The five-element divine lightning experienced the shattering of the great desolate continent, experienced countless epochs, and even reappeared in the martial epoch. Success! By preserving the seedling, there was hope of passing it down. After Xiao Chen's hard work, he regained the five-element divine lightning after losing it. It was not like he gained nothing. As for the blood-sucking vines, there was no need to care about them for now. This was already an extremely optimistic view. For the five-element divine lightning to recover to its original state and regain 1% of its might was already extremely terrifying. Where do you intend to go next? Xiao Chun recovered his wits and quickly executed Firmament's Rage, gathering the 5 beams of light into his palm. As Xiao Chun spoke in a soft voice with Sang, he entered deep thought as he looked at the endless boulders in the surroundings. However, this was no longer a problem for Xiao Chun to consider. Right now, he did not know where the five-element divine lightning was. It was hard to say whether it had been drained or not. Sang did not remain idle either. He borrowed Xiao Chen's divine universe steel and collected all sorts of natural treasures in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, "Come with me to the Divine Dragon Empire. If you do not want to be disturbed, you can come here." When the five-element divine lightning grew close to 2 meters with the help of the lightning-attributed energy, Xiao Chun stopped. After thinking for a while, he condensed the somewhat blurry five-element divine lightning into a spear flickering with lightning. Chapter 2005. At the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. All the Heaven-class core disciples in the palace were present, a total of 31 people. Standing at the very front were Li Luo, Lu Feng, Bai Yunfeng, and Xiao Jinyu. These 4 had accompanied Xiao Chun to the gathering of the 3 outer palaces. In the last month, they had been heavily nurtured and placed high hopes on them. However, the many Heaven Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples soon discovered something strange. Xiao Chun did not appear. The famous white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, whom the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples regarded as their spiritual leader, did not appear here. These disciples immediately showed somewhat unnatural expressions. Where's junior brother Xiao Chun? Why do I not see him? That's right. This is strange. We are about to depart. Why do I not see him? Could it be that he gave up on this opportunity? In that case, we are in trouble. Without him, there is no leader at all. The Heaven-class core disciples of each of the 7 outer palaces would have their own spiritual leader. The existence of a leader was not just to boost morale. In the actual test, a leader could truly help them. The elders of the various outer palaces would instruct the strongest to take care of the senior brothers and junior brothers behind them. Otherwise, why would the sect give them so many resources? Xiao Jinyu's expression turned somewhat grave. He looked at Li Luo, who was beside him, and whispered, "Senior Sister Li, have you seen Xiao Chun recently?" "No. I went to look for him 3 days ago. He was not in Cold Moon Cave. I heard from Master that he went out for experiential training." "Ah, then why is he not back yet? There are only 10 days left. We are about to depart. Why has he not appeared yet?" The others found this strange. At the same time, they felt somewhat worried. Could something have happened to Xiao Chun? Quiet. On the summit of the Heaven Dragon Palace, First Palace Master Exion gestured for silence, and the noisy discussions stopped. The First Palace Master sighed to himself. Up until now, there had been no news of Xiao Chun. He wondered what he had encountered in the fight for the five-element divine lightning. Fortunately, the life tablet he left in the Heaven Dragon Hall was not broken, and the Heaven Dragon talisman he gave him was useless. This meant that Xiao Chun was not in danger. Since he had not returned for so long, the five-element divine lightning must have truly appeared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted so much time. However, looking at the state of these disciples, their morale had been greatly affected due to Xiao Chen's absence. Although such a scene was within his expectations, the first palace master was still somewhat worried. The first palace master had to say something. After a pause he said, "I know what you are thinking. First of all, I can tell you that Xiaochen is fine. However, I can't be sure if he can make it back in time. However, the competition between the 7 palaces is ultimately your own affair. It has little to do with the existence of others. Bai Yunfeng, Lu Feng, your disciple is here." The two of them stepped forward and cupped their fists in response. "Since Xiaochen isn't here, the two of you will take up the responsibility of taking care of your fellow disciples. Can you do it?" Bai Yunfeng and Lu Feng said in unison with grave expressions, "We will do our best." "All right. I won't say anything unnecessary. I am not sure about the rules of this competition between the 7 palaces. I will only know after entering the imperial capital's Divine Dragon City. No matter what, I hope that you will not feel too much pressure. Even if you cannot enter Ancestor Dragon City, you still have many other options. Heaven Dragon City will always welcome you to stay," the first palace master said sincerely. The first palace master asked sincerely. He clearly understood what Ancestor Dragon City meant to these mixed-blood dragon cultivators. As long as they entered Ancestor Dragon City, their descendants could remain in Ancestor Dragon City. His own status within the empire would also be greatly enhanced. The Heaven Dragon Palace also needed sufficient disciples to enter Ancestor Dragon City. That was the dragon race's ancestral temple, the core of the dragon race's authority. The more disciples of the Heaven Dragon bloodline there, the more benefits the mixed-blood dragon cultivators in the empire would obtain. Conversely, their originally low status would be further exploited. From a certain perspective, the dragon race cultivators could not defy the will of Ancestor Dragon City. Depart. A 4-star hovering warship with the symbol of the Heaven Dragon Palace appeared. Everyone entered the warship one after another. The first palace master said softly, "The two of you stay here. I will personally lead the team this time." The third palace master said, "Big brother, don't feel any pressure. Sending Xiaochen to search for the 5-element divine lightning is for his own good. He has not returned yet. Clearly, he made a major discovery. Even if he improves this time, he can enter Ancestor Dragon City next year. No one can stop him from rising up in the dragon race." Second palace master Zhu sighed. "Third brother, Big brother is not worried about Xiaochen. I am worried about this batch of heaven-class core disciples. I feel like I have let them down." The third palace master entered deep thought, not saying anything more. Indeed, even though the competition between the 7 outer palaces was imminent, they still sent Xiaochen out. This was somewhat unfair to these disciples who hoped that Xiaochen would lead them to participate in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. "Xiaochen promised me that he would rush back. I believe him." After saying that, the first hallmaster turned around and boarded the warship. The second palace master and the third palace master watched the warship leave with heavy hearts. At the same time, the heaven-class core disciples of the Red Dragon Palace, the Blue Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace, the Green Dragon Palace, the Silver Dragon Palace, and the Golden Dragon Palace gathered and headed for the imperial capital, Divine Dragon City. For the various outer palaces, the annual competition between the 7 palaces was a major event. How many disciples could they send into Ancestor Dragon City? Who could stand out? Who could enter Ancestor Dragon City as the first among the 7 outer palaces? To the 6-colored divine dragons, this concerned many resources and practical benefits, both overt and covert. The 6-colored divine dragons appeared to be at peace. However, in reality, the competition in secret had already reached an extremely terrifying level. In particular, the selection of the next Dragon Emperor's successor was about to begin. Which divine dragon of the various races did not covet the position of Dragon Emperor? Under such a background, the competition between the 7 palaces this year would definitely be especially important. The Golden Dragon bloodline definitely had to maintain first place and continue the Golden Dragon bloodline's dominance. If he lost, it would not be a good sign. More importantly, it might even affect the bloodline's luck. Be it for their own benefits or the fight for the Dragon Emperor's successor, the other divine dragon bloodlines needed to do their best to push the Golden Dragon bloodline down in the competition between the 7 palaces. Thundercloud Ancient Marsh. On a mountain peak surrounded by thunderclouds and endlessly flashing lightning, Xiao Chan opened his eyes, and a Dao disc slowly appeared behind him. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the Dao disc behind him condensed into a point and continuously elongated until it was 93 meters tall. Whoosh! When this Dao disc condensed into a point and elongated to 93 meters, the lightning flickering endlessly in the surroundings suddenly stopped. In this world, Xiao Chan was like the sovereign of lightning, able to freely control the lightning in the surroundings. Xiao Chan ferociously waved his hand, and the lightning in the surroundings gathered under his control, forming a terrifying bolt of lightning. Thunderclouds for 50 kilometers churned like a vast army behind him. Xiao Chen's Thunder Dao surpassed great perfection, reaching peak consummation. "This feeling is really intoxicating," Xiao Chen said softly. After Xiao Chan broke through to great perfection, his Thunder Dao underwent an overwhelming change. His grasp of lightning reached a level that even Xiao Chan had not expected. All of this was due to the 5-element divine lightning. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take for him to break through? "It's time to go. I hope I can make it in time for the competition between the 7 palaces." Absolute confidence flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Now he was confident of defeating anyone in the outer palaces without using the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. "Are we leaving?" Sang, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Divine Universe Steel, asked. Xiao Chen, who had never left Thundercloud Ancient Marsh before, was somewhat curious about the Divine Dragon Empire. "All right, let's go." The demon blood vulture swooped down from the thunderclouds. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and landed on its back. When Xiao Chan left Thundercloud Ancient Marsh, many blood-sucking vines flickering with electric light silently emerged from the rubble of the desolate plain. The blood-sucking vines intertwined and formed a somewhat strange physical body. The surface of the stone-like physical body flickered with crackling electric light. Not bad. Although it is not a physical body formed by the 5-element divine lightning, it is still acceptable. I specialize in the Thunder Dao. The fusion of the blood-sucking vine's physical body with the Thunder Dao is simply perfect. It turned out that this person was the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Xiao Chan smashed into the ground. He had actually occupied the blood-sucking vine's main body and used them to form his own physical body. Just at this moment, a scarlet beam of light flashed in the sky. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows did not have good vision, but he keenly sensed the existence that the scarlet beam of light represented. "Xiao Chan, let's meet again another day." Intense hatred flashed in the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows' eyes as he descended from the scarlet beam of light and left Thundercloud Ancient Marsh with his new physical body. Chapter 2006. The demon blood vulture flew at its fastest speed, carrying Xiao Chan to Thundercloud City. 2 days later, Xiao Chan arrived. Although they were in a rush, they still had to at least show some courtesy. This time they would be able to obtain the 5-element divine lightning. This time he obtained the 5-element divine lightning through various coincidences and opportunities. However, no matter what, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's Master Bai and Li Xiuhai had helped. Before Xiao Chen left, he needed to thank them. "Sir Xiao, you are still here?" When Li Xiuhai saw Xiao Chan in the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, he felt greatly startled. The commotion caused by the propping mulberry tree in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh spread like wildfire. The news spread like wildfire, but outsiders didn't know the specifics of the matter. Li Xiuhai originally thought that Xiao Chan was in a rush back to participate in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan had not left yet. "I'm leaving. I came here this time to say goodbye to the 2 of you." Li Xiuhai revealed a smile on his face. He liked hearing this. At the very least, Xiao Chan still treated the 2 of them as friends. However, a merchant's nature was hard to change. Li Xiuhai asked in a roundabout way, "Sir Xiao, what exactly happened in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh?" Several sovereign emperors in Thundercloud City went there some time ago. Aside from ruins and rubble, they did not discover anything. Did the 5-element divine lightning really appear? Xiao Chen did not explain. He only said, "In a few days there will be news from the White Marsh Beast Empire. You just need to pay some attention. I gained a lot in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh this time. Many thanks to the 2 of you for your help." Master Bai smiled and said, You're welcome, you're welcome. The future is long. In the future, when young Master Xiao travels the northern region, you will not be able to avoid greeting our Nine Cauldron Pavilion. There is no need to thank us. Young Master Xiao, there is no need to say anything more. Quickly return. I heard that the Heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces arrived at Divine Dragon City 3 days ago. The competition between the 7 outer palaces will start at any moment. Goodbye. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Time was more pressing than he thought. As Li Xiuhai watched Xiao Chen leave, he entered deep thought. Sir Xiao, what do you mean? Has the 5 elements godly lightning appeared? Master Bai said somewhat helplessly. Young Master Xiao already made it clear enough. He did not deny the news of the 5-element divine lightning. Furthermore, he claimed that he gained a lot and even made a special trip to say goodbye to the 2 of us. Is there even a need to think? Li Xiuhai exclaimed. Sir Xiao really obtained the 5-element divine lightning. With a shocked expression, he muttered to himself. This is something that even imperial lords desire. It's truly unexpected. Before long, his name will shake the entire northern region. At this moment, Li Xiuhai also came to a realization. He knew why Senior Bai said that. In the future, Xiao Chun would still have dealings with the 9 Cauldron Pavilion in the northern region. It looked like old Bai's foresight was much higher than Xiao Chen's. He could already see so far. In the imperial capital, Divine Dragon City, the group from the Heaven Dragon Palace arrived 3 days ago. After that, the people from the other outer palaces arrived in this ancient dragon city, second only to Ancestor Dragon City. However, there was still some time before the competition between the 7 palaces began. The disciples of the 7 outer palaces traveled a long way to get here. They needed some time to rest, as the imperial capital Divine Dragon City was bustling and bustling. Furthermore, Ancestor Dragon City was not open to the public. Divine Dragon City could be seen as the center of the Divine Dragon Empire, where the various large clans of the empire gathered. Aside from this, there were also the other factions of the northern region. Even the 3 dynasties had branches here, both in the open and in the dark. Even in the entire northern region, Divine Dragon City was one of the few large cities. After arriving in Divine Dragon City, the first palace master and Elder Tian Yun started traveling around, trying to find out information about the competition between the 7 outer palaces. The situation in every competition between the 7 outer palaces was different. If they could obtain some information and make some preparations, the results might be very different. As for Bai Yunfeng, Xiao Jinyu and the other Heaven-class core disciples, they toured this Divine Dragon City together. It was rare for them to come to Divine Dragon City. Naturally, they could not miss out on this opportunity. The competition between the 7 outer palaces would begin soon. There would not be much effect if they entered closed-door cultivation now. They might as well go around and take a look. They could see the world and broaden their horizons. Compared to Heaven Dragon City, the prosperity of the imperial capital was incomparable. Aside from Bai Yunfeng, who came a few times, Xiao Jinyu, Li Luo Lufeng, and the others had never been here before. With Bai Yunfeng leading the way, the group started strolling around Divine Dragon City. This is the largest market of Divine Dragon City. There are all kinds of people here. The things they sell here are all sorts of strange things, testing one's vision and vision. Although they are not as trustworthy as the large shops, they often spread news of someone obtaining treasures at an extremely low price. Hence they are very popular. That lake is Emperor Dragon Lake. Do you see the statues there? They are all sovereign emperors of the various races who contributed to the empire. Only those with outstanding military merits can have their statues erected in Emperor Dragon Lake, receiving the protection of the empire's luck for their descendants. This street is filled with large shops selling Dao tools and Dao tools. If you need them, you can take a look. Clearly, Bai Yunfeng was very familiar with the imperial capital. Along the way, he continuously introduced the place to Li Luo and the others. Just at this moment, a group of cultivators chatting and laughing walked out of a shop. The 2 groups of people ran into each other on the street. When the group raised their heads and saw the other party's appearance, they were slightly stunned, somewhat stunned. Haha, what a coincidence. Divine Dragon City is so large. Unexpectedly, we ran into a group of mixed blood dragons when we came out for a walk. The leader of the other party was the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Outyen. As for the cultivator beside Qin Outyen, he did not seem to be a Golden Dragon Palace disciple. He was rather old, and his aura was as steady as a mountain. His cultivation was rather high, probably a cultivator of the Qin clan. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies made this group of people extremely eye-catching on the street. The golden divine dragon aura that Xiao Qian casually exuded would attract attention at any time. Everyone knew that the golden dragon race ruled this empire. The golden dragon bloodline was also the strongest faction in Divine Dragon City. Bai Yunfeng's expression changed slightly. He turned around and said, "Let's go." It was better to avoid trouble. Now that they met this Qin Outyen, they could only blame him for being unlucky. The competition between the 7 outer palaces was about to begin. There was no need to stoop to this person's level. Block them. Qin Outyen's face sank. With a wave of his hand, the cultivators around him immediately formed a circle, surrounding Bai Yunfeng and the others. Impatience flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Bai Yunfeng secretly stopped the other party. This was Divine Dragon City. The other party's faction was much stronger than the Heaven Dragon Royal Palaces. If they attacked rashly, they would suffer too much. Bai Yunfeng said, "Qin Outyen, what are you trying to do? This is Divine Dragon City. Even if you are a royal disciple of the Golden Dragon bloodline, you are not qualified to make a move here." Qin Outyen felt somewhat frustrated. He said sullenly, "It is not your turn to lecture me. I am much clearer about the rules of Divine Dragon City than a mixed blood dragon like you. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Even if we do not meet here, I want to make a trip to the courtyard where the Heaven Dragon Royal Palace is. Since we ran into each other, then I'll say this in advance. My first brother wants to meet Xiao Qian." Qinmu. Qin Outyen's first brother was the strongest person of the Golden Dragon Palace, Qinmu. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person of the outer palaces. He was stronger than the other 3 experts of the 4 outer palaces. He was mysterious and rarely showed himself. Bai Yunfeng said calmly, "I will pass the message to you. As for whether junior brother Xiao Qian is willing to meet him or not, that is up to him. Sorry, but please come with me first. I believe the news has already spread. There is no need for you to pass the message. Xiao Qian will come naturally," Qin Outyen said with a somewhat sinister smile. He felt that this plan of his was extremely brilliant. Right now, the various palace masters were all busy with the competition between the 7 outer palaces. They had no time to deal with these minor matters. Qin Outyen could forcibly take these people away. As long as he did not injure the other party, even if the other party pursued the matter, he would not be able to do anything to him. Given Xiao Qian's character, as long as he received the news, he would worry about the safety of these people and rush over without a care for the consequences. The hearts of Bai Yunfeng and the others sank. This time Xiao Qian did not come. If the Qin clan's experts forcibly took them away, the consequences would be dire. Just as the group sent voice projections and prepared to leave in advance, a person suddenly walked out from the railing on the 3rd floor of a nearby restaurant. A person suddenly walked out from the railing of the 3rd floor of a nearby restaurant. He looked down and said, "If you want to see me, just have Qinmu come here. There is no need to go through so much trouble." This startled Bai Yunfeng and the others. When they looked up, they saw that it was Xiao Qian. Bai Yunfeng immediately rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, he found it strange. Why did junior brother Xiao Qian suddenly come to Divine Dragon City? Chapter 2007. The person upstairs was Xiao Qian. Why did Xiao Qian suddenly appear in Divine Dragon City? While it looked sudden, in reality it was not. After learning that the various outer palaces teams had already arrived at Divine Dragon City, Xiao Qian knew that he had to travel at a normal speed. No matter how fast he rushed, he could not reach Divine Dragon City before the competition between the 7 outer palaces started. He could only spend a large amount of resources in Thundercloud City to use the Transrealm Transportation Formation to arrive at Divine Dragon City. After arriving at Divine Dragon City, Xiao Qian asked around and heaved a sigh of relief. The various outer palaces had indeed arrived. However, there were still many details to be discussed in the competition between the 7 outer palaces, so it had not started yet. After working for several days, Xiao Chan rushed to Divine Dragon City from Thundercloud Ancient Marsh in one go. Seeing that he still had time, he found a restaurant in the city to rest. After drinking, he immediately rushed to the residence of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan heard some familiar voices on the street. When he came over to take a look, he saw the scene before him. After not seeing Qin Outyin for some time, Qin Outyin had become much more arrogant in Divine Dragon City than he had been in the Silver Dragon Palace. To think that Qin Outyin even dared to forcefully abduct people on the street. This Qin clan's people were truly lawless. Xiao Chun. When Qin Outyin saw Xiao Chun, he first felt stunned. Then he rejoiced. He smiled and said, "Good timing. I thought that you were a coward, hiding in the residence of the Heaven Dragon Palace and not coming out." Whoosh! Xiao Chun gently spread his arms and landed firmly beside Bai Yunfeng and the others. "Junior brother Xiao Chun, you finally appeared." When Bai Yunfeng and the others saw Xiao Chun, they rejoiced. Li Luo's eyes turned slightly moist. She looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Junior brother Xiao Chun, where did you go? Why did you not tell us? The elders also did not tell us where you went. All of us were really worried about you." When Li Luo saw Xiao Chun, the various unhappiness over meeting Qin Outyin faded significantly. Sensing the concern in everyone's eyes, Xiao Chun was somewhat surprised. He had never thought that his disappearance would cause everyone to worry so much. "I'm sorry. I should have told you guys before I left. The first hall master gave me an opportunity to go to Thundercloud Ancient Marsh," Xiao Chun said in a soft voice, sounding apologetic. Indeed, he had to apologize. Before he left, no matter what, he should tell these friends. Putting himself in Xiao Chen's shoes, if his friend disappeared without a word during the competition between the 7 outer palaces, Xiao Chan would definitely be shocked. He must also be extremely worried. Bai Yunfeng smiled and said, "It's fine. It's good that you're back. Come follow us back. The first hall master will definitely be very happy to see you. All of you stop right there." Behind them, Qin Outyin was so angry that his face turned red, and his eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. This group of people actually ignored him and did not take him seriously at all. Of course, who was Qin Outyin? Who would dare to be so rude to him in Divine Dragon City? This Xiao Chun was truly bold. The dissatisfaction with Xiao Chun that Qin Outyin suppressed in his heart for a long time instantly erupted. He said coldly, "Xiao Chun, are you going to meet my big brother or not? Come with me now. There is still a chance to ease things. When my big brother really comes to look for you, you will definitely regret it. This is never ending." Xiao Chun showed no expression as he turned around to look at Qin Outyin. He held back his overwhelming rage, showing might without showing it. With one look, Qin Outyin's heart sank for some reason. Horror spread in his heart as he quickly retreated. "Protect me! Protect me!" The Qin clan experts surrounding Xiao Chun and the others felt slightly stunned. What's wrong with the second young master? Xiao Chun clearly did not reveal any killing intent, but why is he so afraid? Just as the Qin clan experts felt bewildered, Xiao Chun made a move at lightning speed, reaching out and grabbing. Vaguely, they heard a tremor in the sky. By the time these experts came back to their senses, by the time these experts recovered their wits, Xiao Chun had already grabbed Qin Outyin's neck with one hand as he looked at the other party expressionlessly. The group of Qin clan experts immediately panicked. Xiao Chun, quickly let go of second young master. "Do you know who you are capturing? He is the Qin clan's second young master, someone with the Golden Dragon royal bloodline. To dare to offend the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City, you must be tired of living." Bai Yunfeng was startled as well. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun suddenly attacked. "Junior brother Xiao Chun." Bang! Xiao Chun tossed Qin Outyin to the ground with one hand. Then he knocked Qin Outyin unconscious with a kick before slinging him over his shoulder. It is time to end this. There is no point in continuing endlessly like this. If you want his younger brother back, get Qin Mu to come to the Heaven Dragon Palace's residence to look for me. Don't take another step forward. I cannot guarantee that he will survive if I make a move later. The Qin clan experts immediately panicked, not knowing what to do. After all, they had never experienced such a thing before. They had not expected someone to offend the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City. You even dare to offend the Qin clan? You have guts. Let's go. The leader of the Qin clan guards glanced at Xiao Chan. Then, he turned around and led the other guards away. Junior brother Xiao Chan, will you be fine? Bai Yunfeng asked somewhat nervously. The Qin clan was a golden dragon royal bloodline. This Qin Outyan's father seemed to be the younger brother of the current dragon emperor. The Qin clan was very powerful. In Divine Dragon City it was undoubtedly the strongest. Xiao Chan said softly, Senior brother Bai, if there is a kind of person in this world with a deep background and a horrifying backer, you cannot afford to offend them. No matter what, you can't afford to offend him. But this person just has to rely on his backing to cause trouble for you again and again. Not only that, but he even targeted your friend. What do you think we should do? Bai Yunfeng and the other two were stunned when they heard that. Then they thought about what happened. This Qin Outyan had indeed targeted the three of them, wanting to use them to threaten Xiao Chan. Is it the Qin clan? Bai Yunfeng asked somewhat uncertainly. Ignore the Qin clan. Answer my earlier question. If it were you, what would you do? Xiao Chan continued asking, not letting Bai Yunfeng change the topic. Bai Yunfeng immediately felt somewhat dejected. Aside from enduring, there seemed to be nothing he could do. However, the question that Xiao Chan asked clearly reached the point where he could no longer endure. Beyond endurance? There is no need to continue enduring. Before Bai Yunfeng could say anything, Lu Feng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chan nodded and said, That's right. Furthermore, it is not the Qin clan's turn to rule over this Divine Dragon City. It is clear who is right and who is wrong. Since that is the case, why worry so much? No matter how much we worry, what will come will come. If we do not teach him a deep lesson, he will never know his mistakes. Bai Yunfeng's eyelids twitched. As he looked at Xiao Chan, although Xiao Chan showed a calm expression, Bai Yunfeng clearly saw an extremely terrifying rage in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, Xiao Chan clearly saw an extremely terrifying rage in the other party's eyes. Clearly, Xiao Chen's tolerance had reached its limit. Li Luo said softly, Junior brother Xiao Chan, you are not wrong in this matter. No matter what, I will stand on your side. Lu Feng did not say anything more. Count me in if the Qin clan wants to pursue this matter. Xiao Jinyu hesitated for a moment before saying firmly, Count me in. No one is wrong in this matter. Count me in as well. The passers-by on the street all felt incredulous when they saw this scene. A group of Heaven Dragon Palace disciples actually kidnapped Qin Outyan in front of everyone on the street. After being stunned for a long time, everyone recovered their senses. Something major is going to happen. Oh no! How many years has it been since anyone dared to offend the Qin clan's people? Unexpectedly, it is a group of Heaven Dragon Palace disciples. Interesting. To think that we can see such a show before the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Let's go. Let's follow them. The news of Qin Outyan being taken away by Xiao Chan spread like wildfire throughout Divine Dragon City, causing a huge commotion. At this moment, in an imposing restaurant beside Emperor Dragon Lake, Qin Mu and the other disciples of the 5-colored divine dragons drank wine and chatted merrily in a private room on the top floor of the restaurant. The people present were the peak heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces. Qin Mu had invited them to this gathering. The purpose of this gathering was to probe each other before the competition between the 7 outer palaces, to get a feel for each other. Everyone here would have no problem entering Ancestor Dragon City. However, their goal was not as simple as just entering Ancestor Dragon City. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters during this 1 year. They wanted to see if they could enter Ancestor Dragon City as the top ranker. Many ambitious people's gazes occasionally swept over Qin Mu. Everyone knew that Qin Mu, the strongest person of the Golden Dragon Palace, was an insurmountable hurdle to the top rank. There were several people familiar to Xiao Chan at the table. The Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yan, the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei, the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi, and the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng were among them. Brother Qin, after not seeing you for 1 year, your strength has become increasingly unfathomable. I wonder if you will give me some face and give me some pointers? The one who spoke was the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun. The Red Dragon Palace's people had always been straightforward and did not hide anything. Ding Jun was the strongest person of the Red Dragon Palace. Like the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi, they were one of the Outer Palace's 4 great experts. If anyone could make it to the top rank, the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun would be one of them. Qin Mu held his wine cup and smiled coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to answer, a servant pushed open the door and rushed in a fluster. "Why are you panicking? What is this? Is the sky collapsing?" When Qin Mu saw his servant lose his composure, he immediately showed displeasure on his face and berated him. That servant was so frightened that he quickly knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Young Master Qin, second young master. Second young master was kidnapped on the streets. Bang! Qin Mu instantly crushed the wine cup in his hand. Chapter 2008. The crisp sound of a wine cup shattering echoed in the room. The temperature in the room plummeted. Strands of cold qi poured into the hearts of all the cultivators present. "I have some family matters to attend to. Brother Ding, I will exchange pointers with you another day." After being stunned for a moment, Qin Mu's expression recovered. Then, he stood up with a cold expression and took his leave. However, no one answered him. Everyone else was stunned by the news that the servant had passed on. Ding Jun smiled and said, "Interesting. Xiao Chun? That mixed blood dragon disciple who defeated the Golden Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace at the same time?" A contemplative look flashed in the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi's eyes. Then he said indifferently, "Who else could it be aside from him?" Yuan Shi felt somewhat surprised. He did not know where Xiao Chun got the courage to make a move against Qin Outyin in Divine Dragon City. "Ha ha ha. Junior brother Murong, let's go and take a look. It would be a pity if we do not watch the excitement," Ding Jun called out. When he looked back, he discovered that Murong Yen had already left at some point in time. Feeling somewhat stunned, Ding Jun said, "This fellow actually ran faster than me." The strongest disciple of the Blue Dragon Palace, Feng Wuhen, was similarly shocked to discover that Situ Changfeng had left at some point in time as well. Feng Wuhen looked around and asked, "Yuan Shi, what do you think of this Xiao Chun?" Yuan Shi entered deep thought before replying, "He is very strong. However, he is just a mixed blood dragon in the end. I believe that the various seniors must have undergone special training for this competition between the 7 outer palaces. In terms of resources and accumulations, how can the Heaven Dragon Palace compare to our Divine Dragon Palace? With equal talent, the one with more resources can grow stronger. Furthermore, his talent might not be comparable to ours." Feng Wuheng took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. "Let's go and take a look. It seems like no one has dared to offend the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City for several centuries already, right? Let's go." The people present were also very curious about this Xiao Chun. They had heard of his fame long ago. Unexpectedly, he caused such a huge commotion right after arriving in Divine Dragon City. In the past few centuries, no one had dared to make a move against the Qin clan in Divine Dragon City. However, this Xiao Chun was an outstanding talent that had not appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace for several centuries. The Heaven Dragon Hall was right before them. However, Qin Outyin suddenly woke up at this moment. What's wrong with me?" The somewhat dazed Qin Outyin did not know what was going on. When he figured out his condition, he raged. "Xiao Chun, you are dead for sure. How dare you attack me in the Divine Dragon City? Even your Heaven Dragon Palace master can't save you this time. And all of you, your accomplices, must die. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Qin clan." "Put me down, Xiao Chun. You talk too much." Xiao Chun knocked Qin Outyin unconscious again with a palm strike. Then Bai Yunfeng stepped forward to report. Immediately, many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples appeared. "Xiao Chun, this is Qin Outyin." When the Heaven Dragon Palace elder in the residence saw Xiao Chun carrying Qin Outyin on his shoulder, his expression changed slightly. Xiao Chun did not answer. He only asked, "Where's the first palace master?" "The first palace master and Elder Tian Yun are at the city lord's residence, asking about the competition between the 7 outer palaces tomorrow. I'll send someone to inform him now." Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "Since that is the case, there is no need to inform him. When the first palace master receives the news, he will naturally rush back." That elder nodded. Then he brought the topic back to Qin Outyin. Why did you all bring Qin Outyin back? Furthermore, you even injured him? Don't you know that the Qin clan's faction can cover the sky in this divine dragon city? Bai Yunfeng stepped forward and said, Elder Yun, Qin Outyin is simply too much of a bully. He wanted the Qin clan's experts to capture us on the streets and force junior brother Xiao Chun to meet his big brother. Junior brother Xiao Chun brought him back because we had no other choice. There is such a thing. Elder Yun, who was in charge of this place, could not help but frown. This time it was really difficult to handle. He muttered, with the power of the Qin family, I'm afraid they have already killed their way to our residence. Ta! Right after Elder Yun spoke, urgent galloping came from outside. Then a disciple rushed in and said, Elder Yun, it's not good. A group of people came from outside and surrounded our residence. They want us to hand over Qin Outyin and senior brother Xiao Chun. Trouble is here. Elder Yun sighed and looked somewhat helplessly at Xiao Chun and the others. He said, Tomorrow is the competition between the 7 outer palaces. You absolutely cannot go out. The Heaven Dragon Royal Palace will help you deal with this. Hand Qin Outyin to me. I'll deal with this. Thank you for Elder's kind intentions. However, I have to deal with this myself. The Heaven Dragon Royal Palace can help me for now, but it cannot help me forever. I already have a grudge with this Qin Outyin long ago. I purposely caused today's situation to settle this grudge. Elder Yun looked at Xiao Chun and saw that he appeared calm, not flustered at all. Elder Yun could not make up his mind. Before Elder Yun could speak, Xiao Chun turned around and casually carried Qin Outyin out. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun walked out of the residence. The lineup before Elder Yun startled him. He saw 3 Qin clan old men riding massive golden beasts giving off a savage aura. The Qin clan cultivators spread out behind them and surrounded the residence. Hundreds of 1-star and 2-star heaven-suspending war chariots traveled in the sky, looking very mighty. If not for Divine Dragon City's rules, the Qin clan's people might even bring out 4-star heaven-suspending war chariots. Boom! Boom! The massive golden beast in the middle took 2 steps forward. Its huge body gave off a strong might and pressure. The old man on the beast glanced at Xiao Chun and asked, You are that mixed-blood dragon? Although Xiao Chun asked that question, this person attacked before he could speak. The old man on the massive golden beast soared into the air and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chun. Golden light spread out from the palm, looking like an overwhelming sea hanging in the sky. The pressure was stifling. Then strands of golden dragon chi shot out. This was the Qin clan's consummate technique. Ash-gray sea roaming dragon. Xiao Chun quickly dodged. The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples and Elder Yun, who rushed over later, were startled. This old man was a great perfection sovereign personage. With such a move, unless there was a miracle, Xiao Chun would be severely injured even if he did not die. Ah! However, Xiao Chun snorted coldly and stomped heavily on the ground, breaking Qin Outyin's arm on the spot. The pain startled Qin Outyin awake and caused him to scream miserably. Whoosh! When the Qin clan expert saw this scene, his face instantly turned green. He quickly withdrew his hand, and the brilliant dragon might and the golden sea hanging in the sky scattered. Then, he landed back on the massive golden beast at lightning speed. Do you want to die? If you harm another hair on Outyin, I will make your entire Heaven Dragon Palace be buried with you. The old man was Qin Outyin's direct elder. When he saw this, he was furious and roared, Kasie! Without saying a word, Xiao Chun stomped on Qin Outyin's other arm, breaking it. The pain instantly made Qin Outyin pale, and he howled in pain. You. The old man in the middle was so angered that he could not speak. He pointed at Xiao Chun, his arm trembling slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun would be so decisive. The Qin clan members behind all became enraged, their killing chi leaking out involuntarily. The heaven-suspending war chariots in the air locked onto Xiao Chun. With one order, they could kill Xiao Chun on the spot. Chi! Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and landed heavily on the ground. Qin Outyin's palm instantly pierced through. This time he was in so much pain that he could not even scream. After enduring for a long time, he roared, You bunch of bastards! Back off! Do you want me to die? Quickly call my big brother over. Scatter! Scatter! The old man with the surging aura, who did not care about Xiao Chun at all, started to sweat on his forehead. Then, he waved his hand anxiously to get the others to scatter. The heaven-suspending war chariots in the air no longer locked onto Xiao Chun, flying everywhere. When that old man looked at Xiao Chun, he did not underestimate him at all. Without saying a word, he got the Qin clan cultivators to retreat. Despite such a big scene, Xiao Chun's expression did not change. The many cultivators watching from a distance were all startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun was such a decisive person. Little friend, what exactly do you want? Even if Outyin offended you in some way, there is no need to be so cruel, the Qin clan old man on the colossal golden beast said somewhat nervously, not daring to speak loudly. The old man feared angering Xiao Chun, making him unhappy and targeting Qin Outyin again. Now the old man finally understood that this Xiao Chun had nothing to fear. He did not care about such a big scene at all. In fact, this was within the other party's expectations. What do I want? Xiao Chun smiled self-mockingly. He wanted to say something, but he glanced at the three old men. In the end, he did not say anything. The person I'm waiting for is not here yet. There is no need to say anything to you. Are you waiting for me? Whoosh! A piercing sonic boom rang out in the air, echoing in all directions. Rumble! This sonic boom shattered the roofs of several nearby buildings. Explosions rang out endlessly. A golden figure hovered in the air. That person stood upright with his hands behind his back, showing a stern expression. He wore golden dragon robes, and Emperor Dragon Qi surrounded him. This was the strongest person of the Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu. Young Master Qin, you finally arrived. When the old men saw Qin Mu, who was much younger than them, they released their bated breath. Withdraw. I'll deal with this. Qin Mu slowly descended and waved his hand. Although the three old men were worried, they still withdrew. Chapter 2009. Qin Mu's arrival caused the atmosphere of the scene to become somewhat tense. Who was Qin Mu? He was the strongest person in the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. After the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming, he was the most outstanding descendant of the Qin clan. Although Qin Mu was young, his talent and shrewdness were frighteningly high. The way he conducted himself convinced many of the older generation. Many people treated Qin Mu and the Dragon God Crown Prince as the twin stars of the entire Golden Dragon race, Qin Ming and Qin Mu, one in the light and one in the dark. Right now, Qin Ming's name already shook the Divine Dragon Empire. Even the entire northern region. He was a rare existence. Even when considering the entire Central Great Realm, he could compete with the dynasty's outstanding talents without being at a disadvantage. As for Qin Mu, he lived up to his name. Although Qin Mu's name resounded like thunder in the outer palace, he was not very famous in the northern region. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as the twin stars of light and dark. The moment Qin Mu appeared, he waved his hand, and the Qin clan experts retreated. This clearly demonstrated his prestige. Big brother, save me! Seeing Qin Mu appear, Qin Outyin rejoiced in his heart. It was like he saw his savior, so he started shouting. However, Qin Mu ignored Qin Outyin. He looked straight at Xiao Chun and said, "This is a good move. You forced me to show myself and resolve the problem once and for all. You can release him now. I promise you that the Qin clan will not use Qin Outyin's matter to make things difficult for you in the future. As for the dragon pattern battle suit, I will personally come and collect it from you in the future." The experienced Qin Mu went straight to the point. To everyone's surprise, he did not choose to be forceful. Instead, he directly admitted defeat, not saying any nonsense, promising not to seek trouble for Xiao Chun again. Such a stance surprised Xiao Chun. He had thought that Qin Mu would at least test him out. However, this person's boldness and breadth of mind were much stronger than Qin Outyin's. He exuded strong self-confidence. Indistinctly, one could even see the Emperor Dragon's chi revolving around him. This fellow was a difficult opponent. Whoosh! Xiao Chun casually kicked, sending Qin Outyin flying back to Qin Mu like a sandbag. Qin Mu casually grabbed Qin Outyin and pulled him up. "Big brother, you can't let him go." Before Qin Outyin could finish speaking, a slap knocked him unconscious. Qin Mu tossed Qin Outyin to the Qin clan old man and said casually, "Let the second young master rest well." Don't come out for 1 month. Let's go. The grand scene that many people had expected did not appear. Unexpectedly, Qin Mu did not do anything. He gave in and left with Qin Outyan. Elder Yun and the disciples of the Heaven Dragon Hall heaved a sigh of relief. They had not expected the matter to be resolved so easily. Only Xiao Chen frowned. The others only saw that the matter before them had been resolved, but they didn't know that there was such an opponent. The Heaven Dragon Palace's situation was not good in the battle between the 7 palaces. What a pity! In the nearby buildings, there were many people hiding in the dark. They watched as this huge storm was resolved without a sound. At the same time, they felt a little scared. The Qin clan really had many talents. First, there was the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming. Now there was Qin Mu. Any one of the Gemini stars would be a great blessing in any clan. However, both of them appeared in the Qin clan, the Golden Dragon's royal clan. Young Master Qin, just let it go. Our Qin clan's reputation cannot be humiliated by others for nothing. The Qin clan old man felt dissatisfied with Qin Mu's way of doing things. Given the Qin clan's strength in Divine Dragon City, such an outcome was truly sullen. Qin Mu stopped and glanced at the 3 old men. Then, he looked at the many Qin clan experts in the heaven suspending war chariot in the air. Then, his expression suddenly turned sullen as he snorted coldly. Oh no! The other old men thought to themselves, this is bad. Young Master Qin is angry. Qin Mu said coldly, bunch of pigs. What time is this? The battle between the 7 palaces. How many eyes are watching our Qin clan? Watching our Golden Dragon's bloodline. Causing trouble on the streets and causing such a huge commotion is a good reason for others to see our Qin clan as arrogant and unruly. Don't you know how many people from Ancestor Dragon City came to the City Lord's residence? The 3 Qin clan old men immediately felt somewhat nervous at being reprimanded. Just thinking about it made them tremble in fear. Is there a need to cause such a huge commotion just to deal with one Heaven Dragon Palace? Even if you win, you will appear extremely useless and end up with the reputation of bullying mixed-blood dragons. I think you have been living comfortably for too long. If the next Dragon Emperor changes... Qin Mu suddenly stopped at this point, not saying anything more. However, this person is really bold. Are we going to let him off so easily? A cruel look flashed in Qin Mu's eyes as he retorted coldly. Did I say that I would let him off? There is no need to do this openly. There will be plenty of opportunities in the battle between the 7 palaces tomorrow. A group of mixed blood dragons is not part of my plans. Since they jumped out, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The cruel look in Qin Mu's eyes made the surrounding old men tremble in fear. In the courtyard of the Heaven Dragon Palace, now that the matter was resolved, everyone relaxed. The disciples started to bask in the joy of Xiao Chen's return. They quickly stepped forward and asked where Xiao Chen had been. Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation, and the group started chatting. Just at this moment, 4 people walked in. They were the Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng, the Red Dragon Palace's Murong Yan, the Golden Dragon Palace's Wei Hongfei, and the Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei. When the other disciples saw Xiao Chen's friends arrive, they politely took their leave. Haha, Xiao Chen, you are really something. It would have been fine if you did not appear. But the moment you appeared, you caused a huge commotion. To think that you even scared Qin Mu away. Of course, aside from Murong Yan, no one else would laugh so directly. However, Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen somewhat worriedly and said, Brother Xiao, I understand this Qin Mu's character very well. He will absolutely not leave things at that. Those who offend him do not have a good ending. There is nothing to be afraid of. The scariest thing about him is that even if he messes with you until you are half dead, you will not be able to find any openings for the seniors to judge. Many of the senior brothers who offended him in the Golden Dragon Palace ended up in miserable states. However, those sect elders could not use the sect rules to deal with him. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I can tell. This person is very terrifying. However, it does not matter. It is good that Qin Outyan's problem is dealt with. I look forward to seeing how he will seek trouble for me. Wei Hongfei felt stunned when he heard that. Then he looked at Xiao Chen in shock. He discovered that Xiao Chen's strength was somewhat unfathomable. Right now, Xiao Chen gave Wei Hongfei the impression that he was facing a sovereign personage expert. An unfathomable misconception. Xiao Qian's casual words showed his strong confidence. Although Qin Mu was strong, Xiao Qian did not fear him. He had not cultivated bitterly and fortuitously in Thundercloud Ancient Marsh for nothing. Xiao Qian swept his gaze across the four, and discovered that they had all improved as well. Situ Changfeng and Murong Yen had improved the most. Situ Changfeng had consumed a medicinal pill containing divine nature, and profited from his misfortune. His future potential was boundless. As for this Murong Yen, he seemed to have obtained a pretty good inheritance in the Red Dragon Palace's inheritance hall. Tomorrow is the competition between the 7 outer palaces. We cannot remain here for too long. I hope that you can lead the Heaven Dragon Palace to a record, Situ Changfeng said softly with a smile as he gave his blessings. Xiao Qian said seriously, I will definitely do my best. At that time, if everyone is forced into a corner and ends up on the opposite side, do not show mercy. Don't be merciful, just do your best. Murong Yin laughed loudly. Ha. Who would dare to show mercy to you? However, I still have to thank you. If not for your reminder, I would not have obtained the demonic flame inheritance of the Red Dragon Palace's 7 great inheritances. The demonic flame inheritance. Wei Hongfei and the others were startled. Clearly, they had heard of how terrifying this inheritance was. They quickly said, Congratulations. Let's go. The group did not linger. After exchanging some pleasantries, they took their leave. As night approached, the first palace master and Elder Tianyun returned to the courtyard. When the two saw Xiao Qian, they rejoiced. Xiao Qian, you returned at the right time. If you were not around for the first stage of the competition between the 7 outer palaces tomorrow, our entire Heaven Dragon Palace would have been at a disadvantage. The first palace master could not hide his excitement when he saw Xiao Qian. At the same time, the first palace master looked around and whispered, Did you obtain the 5-element divine lightning? Xiao Qian nodded slightly, indicating that he already obtained it. The first palace master immediately became excited. The gamble paid off. This time, the Heaven Dragon Palace will definitely shock the other outer palaces. Chapter 2010. However, Xiao Qian appeared rather calm. Not to mention the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. Just the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi was already somewhat problematic. Even with the 5-element divine lightning, he could not be careless. He could be confident, but he could not be arrogant. Xiao Qian asked cautiously, What's the first test? The first palace master and Elder Tianyun did not elaborate. They only said, There are only 2 stages in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. The 2 stages are closely connected. Whether one can obtain a good rank in the first stage will directly affect the second stage. Since he couldn't say it, Xiao Qian didn't ask anymore. Night quickly fell. This night was destined to not be peaceful. The Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple directly entered the Qin residence. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master, Qin Feng, called Qin Mu over. Uncle Feng, why have you called me here so late at night? Qin Mu had already guessed something. It must be about the competition between the 7 palaces. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master, Qin Feng, cut to the chase. Get straight to the point. Do not hold anything back in the first stage tomorrow. This is different from the past. This first stage directly affects the results of the entire Golden Dragon Palace. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, It's that serious? And don't ask anything else. You must get first place. Qin Mu nodded. I'll try my best. Although that was what he said, he did not care too much about it. Even if he did not use his trump card, he was confident that he could obtain first place in the first round without any pressure. The same scene was occurring in the various outer palaces' encampments. Every leader of the outer hall conveyed similar requests to their chief disciples. Don't hold back. Fight for first place in the first round. This caused the atmosphere of the competition between the 7 outer palaces to become especially tense. The first stage was about to start an intense slaughter with all their might. It was indeed a little different from the previous contests between the 7 palaces. The next morning, the Heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces set off at the same time. The venue of the competition between the 7 outer palaces was a forbidden area in the ancient divine dragon city. By the time the first hall master arrived with Xiao Qian and the others, The people from the other outer palaces had already arrived. At the Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Xiao Chan before closing them again. Several of the heaven-class core disciples in the outer palaces looked over and fixed their gazes on Xiao Chan. They pointed at him and discussed softly. Clearly, this Heaven Dragon Palace's white-clad bladesman had already attracted their attention before the competition between the 7 outer palaces started. Previously, when Xiao Chan fought 2 against 1, he defeated the Golden Dragon Palace and Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had just arrived in Divine Dragon City, and he already faced off with Qin Mu. Everyone had a whole new level of respect for him, feeling quite shocked. However, apart from curiosity, there was also a hint of pity in her gaze when she looked at him. Everyone knew that anyone who offended Qin Mu, no matter who he was, wouldn't have a good ending. Xiao Chan remained calm and ignored their gazes. He curiously looked at the field in front of him, which was a huge circular array disc. The formation plate shone with a colorful brilliance. Boundless heaven and earth spiritual energy flowed between the runes, and runes pulsated from time to time. The 5-colored radiance formed an energy ball that overlapped and revolved around each other, emitting a gorgeous radiance. Many people whispered among themselves, wondering what this formation was for. Whoosh! Suddenly, dragon roars rang out in the sky. 5 beams of light streaked across the sky from the south to the north. They formed a staircase of light and shadow. A few figures appeared above and stood on the stairs made of light and shadow. It's Ancestor Dragon City's people. When the people below saw the dragon motifs on those figures' clothes, they became somewhat excited. In the end, the core of the Divine Dragon Empire's authority was in the hands of Ancestor Dragon City. Only by entering it could one truly come into contact with the Empire's core. Only then could one truly be qualified to move unhindered in the northern region, to gain a place on the vast stage of the entire Central Great Realm. A white-clad old man on the steps of light exuded a strong might and pressure as he looked down. Then he said, "In the first stage of the competition between the 7 outer palaces, the various outer palaces will send their strongest people into the formation and then come out. According to the order, the first to come out will be the first. The second will be the second, and so on. If one obtains the first rank, all the heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces will be qualified to enter the second stage. The outer palaces of the second rank will have 40 slots to enter the second stage. The third rank will have 30 slots. The remaining outer palaces will have only 15 slots." Right after the white-clad old man spoke, the disciples of the various outer palaces went into an uproar. To think that the first stage was set up like this. At this moment, Xiao Chan understood what the first palace master meant. If he could obtain the first or second rank, he would be able to obtain the second rank. If he obtained the first rank or second rank, all the heaven-class core disciples of the entire Heaven Dragon Palace would be able to enter the second stage. As the resources of the Heaven Dragon Palace were limited, it had far fewer heaven-class core disciples than the other outer palaces. 40 slots were sufficient for all the heaven-class core disciples to enter the outer palaces. Even the third rank would be completely acceptable. No wonder the first palace master could not hide his excitement when he learned that Xiao Chan had arrived in time. Various outer palaces. Quickly select your candidates. Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Mu. Silver Dragon Palace, Yuan Shi. Red Dragon Palace, Ding Jun. Blue Dragon Palace, Feng Wuheng. Heaven Dragon Palace, Xiao Chan. Every time a person was confirmed, a figure would turn into a streak of light and fly into the 5-colored energy ball in front of the formation plate. Good, the candidates have been confirmed. Next, the various outer palaces will confirm the 2 candidates. Enter the formation and block off the people from the other outer halls. The white-clothed old man glanced at it and said, "This sudden appearance stunned the leaders of the various outer palaces. The news he heard last night didn't include this." The expression of the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master sank. This was undoubtedly an enormous blow to the Heaven Dragon Palace, which had the weakest foundation. If the experts of the other halls managed to stop Xiao Chan, it would undoubtedly widen the gap between him and the chief disciples of the other outer halls. At that time, if he were to encounter the competitors of the outer hall, he would definitely be able to escape. Xiao Chan, who was injured by the sniper, would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. Before the battle even started, the situation had instantly become extremely disadvantageous. As for the other outer palaces with stronger accumulations, the Golden Dragon Palace and the Silver Dragon Palace, when they heard of the second rule, they were shocked. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled. To them, this was a great piece of news. The first palace master looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, Bai Yunfeng, and Xiao Jinyu. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. These two were experts of the sword Dao. If they worked together, they should be stronger. It will be the two of you then. Do your best to attack. Snipe the top disciples of the other outer palaces that you run into. This will reduce some of the pressure on Xiao Chun. The first palace master looked at the two sincerely. At this moment, Xiao Chun was no longer fighting alone. Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu felt immense pressure. They said, "This disciple will definitely do his best. I'll leave it to you." The disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace started to feel somewhat anxious. Originally, they already felt somewhat nervous when they let Xiao Chun face the top disciples of the other outer palaces. Now there was this rule. The situation could not help but worsen. The fate of all the Heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces now fell on Xiao Chen's group of three. Everyone watched as Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu entered the energy ball at the same time. Then, the candidates of the various outer palaces were confirmed. The five-colored energy ball in the center of the formation plate suddenly gave off a dazzling and piercing light. In the next moment, the resplendent light vanished. Three ancient bronze doors with dragon motifs carved on them appeared in the center of the formation plate. Whoever could push open one of these doors and walk out would be the first. The competition between the 7 outer palaces officially began at this moment. The first palace master sighed softly. "Man disposes and heaven disposes. I have already done my best. Tianyun, come with me to meet Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng." The two soared into the air, together with the leaders of the various outer palaces, and went to the light steps that stretched across the sky to greet Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng. At the same time, they paid attention to the battle below. They anticipated the top heaven-class core disciples of their respective outer palaces being the first to push open the bronze doors. The heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces also waited anxiously. After all, this also determined whether they could enter Ancestor Dragon City or not. Everyone silently cheered for the top disciples of their outer palaces. Chapter 2011. The instant Xiao Chun entered the five-colored energy ball, he felt a change in space. After the world spun around, the scene before Xiao Chun changed drastically. What appeared before Xiao Chun was a large path made of rocks. On both sides of the path was a sea of boiling lava. Bang! 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 Occasionally, scorching lava soared into the sky, looking like pillars of water. A scorching aura lingered in the air. When Xiao Chun sensed it, he discovered that the gravity in this place was somewhat abnormal. It was about 10 times that of the outside world. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to walk onto the rock path. He let his physical body adapt to this space first before casting his gaze to the end of the path. At the end of the path was a huge stone door. There was no other path. After Xiao Chun adapted to this space, he took a deep breath. Then, he instantly executed Light of Freedom. Xiao Chun turned into a flash of lightning and flew along the path. Along the way, waves occasionally shot over from the lava on both sides. Xiao Chun had no choice but to slow down and carefully avoid the waves. In his lightning state, he was rather weak. Hence, the lava knocked him over. By the time Xiao Chun recovered his physical body, he might have already been burned to ashes. Even so, Xiao Chun still felt that something was not right. Halfway through, the nearby lightning-attributed spiritual energy was already squeezed out by the dense fire-attributed spiritual energy. Xiao Chun could only exhaust his veritable essence energy to maintain the state of Light of Freedom. Clearly, this was not good. Who knew what danger lay behind the stone door? Exhausting his veritable essence energy like this was not wise. Xiao Chun was forced to reveal himself. He landed gently, and the instant his feet touched the ground, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The instant his feet touched the ground, he thought to himself, "Oh no!" Bang! The seemingly incomparably sturdy Great Dao instantly crumbled. A suction pulled Xiao Chun's body down. Now huge waves of lava spewed out from both sides, looking like the huge mouth of a ferocious beast, wanting to swallow Xiao Chen up. How troublesome! Xiao Chen spat out 2 words. Then, his veritable essence energy, which contained the holy venerate will, trembled. With a bang, it scattered the lava that was swallowing it down like it was breaking dry branches. With a backhand slap, Xiao Chen borrowed the force and soared into the sky, stepping onto the unbroken path. Then he started running quickly. The path beneath his feet kept collapsing, but his speed was always slightly slower than Xiao Chen's. In this space with 10 times the gravity, Xiao Chen's figure was still light and agile. He remained calm in the face of danger and dealt with it calmly. Despite the daunting experience, Zhang Xian arrived at the end of the path, right before the stone gate. Xiao Chen now understood that there would be various tests along the way to delay their time. From the looks of it, there was not much danger. But every section of the road would be delayed, and by the time they reached the end, they might find that others had already walked out a step ahead of them. He couldn't hold back any longer. Just as Xiao Chen made up his mind, the stone door in front of him suddenly fell, and a shadow enveloped him. This situation was like a mountain suddenly collapsing in front of you. Shatter! Xiao Chen snorted coldly, and 100 cauldron force exploded in his fist light. Xiao Chen's punch blasted the stone door that suddenly collapsed into shards flying everywhere. Whoosh! He gently spread his arms and pierced through the shrapnel filling the air. Then he landed in an extremely spacious hall. The entire hall was made of ancient heavenly mountain stones and carved with ancient dragon motifs, giving off an extremely strong pressure. Xiao Chen gently moved his feet, and he saw a pillar suddenly rise from the center of the hall. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, his heart skipped a beat for some reason, and panic assaulted his heart. This feeling was extremely familiar to Xiao Chen. He did his best to recall. This is roar. It's the bane of the dragon race. Boom! The instant Xiao Chen recalled, the pillar suddenly shattered, and a ferocious beast appeared before Xiao Chen. This ferocious beast was different from what Xiao Chen remembered. This ferocious beast before Xiao Chen looked like a ferocious tiger. However, a venomous snake coiled on its furry back. Snake-tailed tiger. Xiao Chen understood. This was a ferocious beast with a Ho bloodline, not a pure-blooded ferocious beast Ho. The person who set up the checkpoint was really crazy. An ordinary dragon race cultivator would not be able to resist this snake-tailed tiger at all. In just a few moves, the snake-tailed tiger would devour the dragon race cultivator until nothing was left. However, Xiao Chen was different. He had fought the Ho ghost and received pointers from the old dragon horse in the Kunlun realm's Blue Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen's resistance to the Ho was much stronger than that of the other dragon race cultivators. The snake-tailed tiger roared, and a huge ferocious might spread out from its body. The sound waves reverberated, and the might of the Ho bloodline spread out together with the sound waves. This placed immense pressure on Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not panic at all. He moved back, putting a distance between himself and the snake-tailed tiger. Whoosh! The snake-tailed tiger suppressed Xiao Chen with its aura. Then it pounced at Xiao Chen at lightning speed. The force of the snake-tailed tiger's pounce strengthened the pressure on Xiao Chen to the extreme. Xiao Chen's breath poured in, nearly blocking Xiao Chen's throat. A strong wind blew like a mountain soaring into the sky, bringing with it pressure. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and moved over in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chen dodged the fatal pounce. However, the ferocious beast's snake-like tail spat out a mouthful of venom. Xiao Chen had no choice but to dodge again in a somewhat sorry state. Pussy eye. The venom landed on the ground and gave off black smoke. The horrifying poison immediately spread in the air. Even if one held their breath, the poison could penetrate the veritable essence energy shield and enter one's body. Whoosh! The situation immediately became extremely dangerous. The snake-tailed tiger's attack forced Xiao Chen into a fluster. Its ferocious might immediately flourished, and its roar sounded like thunder. The snake-tailed tiger's attacks became extremely sharp. Furthermore, the poison lingering in the air and the Ho bloodline in its body made Xiao Chen feel even more uncomfortable. Whoosh! 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 The snake-tailed tiger's lightning-fast attacks came continuously. The attacks were accompanied by thunderous roars, like raging waves, each wave stronger than the one before. Xiao Chun was like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. If others were here, they would definitely be frightened. They would not even dare to breathe loudly. This situation was simply too dangerous. Most of the time, as long as Xiao Chun was one step slower, the snake-tailed tiger would immediately pounce on him. Once pounced, with the snake-tailed tiger's 200-odd cauldron strength, Xiao Chun would not be able to make a comeback. Whoosh! Whoosh! The snake-tailed tiger felt that Xiao Chun, who had slipped through its jaws several times, was too slippery. It could not sustain the snake-tailed tiger's sharp attacks for much longer. The snake-tailed tiger looked at Xiao Chun, who was in a sorry state. However, it did not panic. Xiao Chun must have panicked under its attacks, like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Since Xiao Chun was physically and mentally exhausted, he would be its meal sooner or later. It might be better to slow down its attacks and rest for a while before charging at this person in one go. At this thought, a greedy and cunning red light flashed in the snake-tailed tiger's eyes, looking extremely cold and sinister. The coiled snake on its back even flicked its forked tongue and hissed, disturbing one's mind. However, the snake-tailed tiger did not notice that although the white-clad youth was in a sorry state, he did not show any panic in his eyes from start to finish. That youth's clear eyes shone with a colder light than his ferocious scarlet eyes. When the snake-tailed tiger landed, its storm-like attacks finally stopped for a moment. 5-element divine lightning, thunder monarch spear. Suddenly lightning exploded in Xiao Chun's palm. With the infusion of great Tao energy, the 5-element divine lightning condensed into a resplendent spear radiating thousands of lightning bolts. The snake-tailed tiger who had just landed could not react in time. That person was dressed in white, and he held a lightning spear in his hand as he lightly stabbed forward. A brilliant Dao-mite surged out. The thunder Dao-mite at the tip of the spear instantly sent the snake-tailed tiger flying. Then the spear pierced the snake-tailed tiger's body like a dragon. Lightning exploded in the snake-tailed tiger's body, turning into a 5-colored light that shot out continuously. In the next moment, the snake-tailed tiger's life force ended, becoming lifeless. By the time Xiao Chun withdrew his hand, only a huge and tough skeleton remained. The 5-element divine lightning in the thunder monarch spear blasted the snake-tailed tiger's internal organs and fur into nothingness. Xiao Chun remained expressionless and calm, as if he had only done something insignificant. He looked to the front and muttered to himself, "I killed this snake-tailed tiger in one move. I should be able to make up for the time I wasted along the way. The others won't be able to kill as fast as I did." A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. His figure moved like lightning as he charged forward. His decisiveness, calmness, and past experience gave him a chance to snatch first place. Charge! 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 With the opportunity in hand, he would never give up. Chapter 2012. After quickly killing the snake-tailed tiger, Xiao Chun advanced to the next stage unharmed. The others were not as lucky. The Ho was the natural nemesis of the dragon race. It was a faction rooted in the depths of the bloodline, something that could not be changed. The dragon race bloodline, which could suppress most mutated beast bloodlines, was helpless before the Ho. The Silver Dragon Palace's Yuanshi instantly paled when he felt the snake-tailed tiger in the pillar. Yuanshi had not expected Ancestor Dragon City's people to be so cruel, setting up such a difficult stage in the first stage. Fortunately, they were all peak existences of the 7 great outer palaces. Even if they could not defeat it, they did not have to worry about survival. If it were an ordinary heaven-class core disciple, they would not be able to resist this snake-tailed tiger with the Ho bloodline. They would be torn to shreds in 2 or 3 bites. Yuanshi did his best to remain calm, hoping that the Ho bloodline in the snake-tailed tiger would not affect him. However, fear lingered. No matter how calm he was, he could only bring out 70% of his strength. Being able to bring out 70% was already pretty good. The disciples of the other outer palaces could only bring out 50%. At the very least, Yuanshi could kill this snake-tailed tiger with 70% of his strength. 50% would be too much. The only one who fared better was Qin Mu. Although Qin Mu was affected as well, he possessed the noblest golden dragon bloodline. Furthermore, his bloodline was grade 7. Furthermore, the current Dragon Emperor was a golden divine dragon. This allowed Qin Mu to borrow the Dragon Emperor's dragon might, and bring out 80% of his strength. If there were no surprises, Qin Mu should be the first to kill this snake-tailed tiger, aside from Xiao Chan. The leaders of the various outer palaces stood on the light steps that stretched across the sky. They did not know what the disciples in the formation were experiencing. Only 3 bronze doors waited to open in the huge formation plate. Lord Feng, what are the tests in the first stage? The Green Dragon Palace's palace master asked curiously as he looked at the white-bearded old man from Ancestor Dragon City. The white-bearded old man replied casually, "There is nothing special about the first stage. Aside from the increased gravity, the dangerous environment, and your own attacks, the snake-tailed tiger is somewhat difficult to deal with." What? These words caused the faces of the hall masters to change greatly. Elder Tianyun was even more stunned. He felt like he could not stand stably. He looked at the first palace master beside him and said in a fluster, "First palace master Xiao Chan he." It was common knowledge that the bloodline power of a mixed blood dragon was the weakest. In the face of the snake-tailed tiger with the nightmare beast bloodline, its resistance was undoubtedly the weakest. However, the hall masters of the other outer halls did not look good either. It was obvious that they were worried about the snake-tailed tiger. However, the Golden Dragon Palace's palace master appeared very confident. He said, "It looks like the first to push open the bronze doors will be my Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. Aside from Qin Mu, I cannot think of anyone else who can deal with the snake-tailed tiger the fastest." The other hall masters knew that what Xiao Chan said was true. The bloodline of the Golden Divine Dragon was the noblest, and Qin Mu's bloodline was a 7th grade one. His advantage in this round was too great. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master glanced over and fixed his gaze on 1st palace master Exine. He smiled and said softly, "Brother Exine, you have to worry. Although it is dangerous for the Divine Dragon Outer Palace disciples to face the snake-tailed tiger, their lives will not be in danger. On the other hand, I fear that your Xiao Chan will not be able to last in a few exchanges. After all, the bloodline is there. Lord Feng, why don't you give him a chance to give up in this round?" The other hall masters immediately felt happy when they thought about it. This was rather interesting. Before the competition between the 7 outer palaces, this Xiao Chan had been very famous in the Heaven Dragon Palace. This was especially so when Xiao Chan fought against 2 Divine Dragon Outer Palace, Heaven-class core disciples when the 3 outer palaces gathered. While Xiao Chan might still be somewhat weaker than the strongest Heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces, such a heaven-defying mixed-blood dragon cultivator had rarely appeared in the past few centuries. However, who could have expected a horrifying and terrifying existence of the snake-tailed tiger to appear in the first round? This was simply a destructive blow to a mixed-blood dragon cultivator. As the saying went, bad luck. The white-bearded old man entered deep thought. He did not care about the conflict between the Golden Dragon Palace and the Heaven Dragon Palace. After thinking rationally, he looked at the 1st palace master and asked, "Exine, what do you think? Going by convention, one cannot give up. However, this year's test is indeed somewhat special. I do not know what happened in there, but I can sense that Xiao Chan is still alive. If you have any thoughts, I can get Xiao Chan to withdraw." "Haha. Brother Exine, stop holding on. Lord Feng already said that. Why are you still holding on?" The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master said casually with a soft laugh. "That's right. What is there to think about? In any case, aside from the top 3, the other outer palaces will be at the bottom. Giving up will not have much of an impact. In any case, the Heaven Dragon Palace ranks last every year. This time, everyone will rank last with you. That is already pretty good." With the existence of the Heaven Dragon Palace, the other outer palaces' nervous moods eased somewhat, and they started to tease each other. The human heart was strange. Many times, since one could not obtain the first rank, it was fine as long as one did not embarrass oneself at the bottom. With the Heaven Dragon Palace here, everyone felt much better. As long as the 1st palace master gave up, everyone would be at the bottom. They would still be able to suppress the Heaven Dragon Palace and not be at the bottom. At this moment, 1st Palace Master Exine felt conflicted, suffering. He had never felt such a difficult choice before. On one hand, the leaders of the various Divine Dragon Outer Palaces mocked him. On the other hand, he worried about Xiao Chen's safety and struggled with whether to give up or not. No matter what, he should prioritize Xiao Qin's safety. However, First Palace Master Ixian felt somewhat dissatisfied. This was a great opportunity for the Heaven Dragon Palace to obtain a good ranking. The heavens blessed the Heaven Dragon bloodline, allowing Xiao Qian to appear in the Heaven Dragon Palace. First Palace Master Ixian remembered that proud white-clad youth when he first entered the Heaven Dragon Palace. He bluntly told Tian Yun that he would regret it. He could still remember the shock he felt when he heard the news of him slaying Rakshasa Tian's clone in the first netherworld. Xiao Qian still remembered the white-clad Xiao Qian who stood at the top of the Heaven Dragon and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist, showing his unyielding character and shocking the surroundings. Xiao Qian still remembered the joy he, his second brother, and his third brother felt when they learned that Xiao Qian fought against 2 Divine Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples by himself during the gathering of the 3 outer palaces. He still remembered the promise he made with Xiao Qian before he left, as well as the fighting spirit burning in his eyes and the unwavering determination on his face. The First Palace Master thought about many things. However, in the end he still decided to let Xiao Qian live. No matter what, as long as one was alive there would be hope. Life was the most important thing. However, just as the First Palace Master was about to speak, Elder Tianyun suddenly pulled the First Palace Master back and said, "First Palace Master, let's make a bet. I understand Xiao Qian. If we let him give up like this, even if it's for his own good, he might never forgive us for the rest of his life." "But," Elder Tianyun said resolutely, "First Palace Master, have you forgotten what he said to me when he first came to the Heaven Dragon Palace? Have you forgotten about the white-clad figure who stood at the top of the Heaven Dragon, comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist? First Palace Master, trust me. Don't give up. Otherwise, Xiao Qian will never forgive us for the rest of his life. He is not someone who gives up easily. If even he did not give up, yet we gave up, what would he think?" The First Palace Master was stunned when he heard that. It was like lightning struck his mind. That's right. If even Xiao Qian did not give up, yet we gave up on him, what would he think? He was a dragon race cultivator who dared to take the risk to shatter Rakshasa Tian's clone. How could he give up before a snake-tailed tiger? A light flashed in the First Palace Master's eyes. He no longer wavered as he said, "Many thanks, Lord Feng. The Heaven Dragon Palace will not give up. It will not give up on its disciple." There was still something that the First Palace Master did not say. The Heaven Dragon Palace could not remain at the bottom forever. Lord Feng found this slightly strange. However, since the First Palace Master made his choice, he did not say anything. This decision surprised the Palace Masters of the other Divine Dragon Palaces. The Golden Dragon Palace's third Palace Master's face sank. He smiled coldly and said, "Brother Yexin, you are really going all out. For the sake of a good ranking, you even disregard the lives of your disciples. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. In any case, he is just a mixed-blood dragon. Even if he dies, Brother Exian will not care. Do you wish to die?" First Palace Master Exian's face turned sullen when he heard that. A cold, murderous intent spread in his voice, inspiring fear in everyone. This startled the others. They thought to themselves, "Oh no. This Golden Dragon Palace's third Palace Master went overboard." They had also forgotten how terrifying the Heaven Dragon Palace's first Palace Master was. The other party's bloodline was not high, but his comprehension ability was startling. When he was young, he had been an unruly person. Back then, during the Empire's war, this man before them had relied on his military merits to climb to the position of the Heaven Dragon Palace's first Palace Master. Xiao Qian was not like them. While they were strong, they relied more on the power of their clans. The White Dragon Palace's first Palace Master quickly tried to mediate. "Brother Qin, your words are a little overboard. We are all people of the dragon race. How can there be a difference in strength? No matter who it is, this concerns lives. It is a major matter." Right. Brother Qin, just apologize. Stop speaking." Fortunately, the other Palace Masters gave him a way out. The Golden Dragon Palace's third Palace Master knew that he was in the wrong. He also feared Exian's strength somewhat, so he said casually, "Sorry, Brother Exian. I said the wrong thing earlier. Let me apologize to you." The first Palace Master wanted to flare up. However, Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng was here, so he could not say anything, so he could only drop the subject. When the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master saw this scene, he smiled coldly to himself. A mixed blood dragon is just a mixed blood dragon. Chapter 2013. After he left the palace, he advanced at full speed. Right now, he did not know that in the world outside the array formation, what happened on the staircase of light and shadow that traversed the heavens almost pulled him out. If the first palace master really wanted him to give up, even if Xiao Chen's mental state was pretty good, he would probably feel extremely depressed. He had not given up, yet someone else gave up on him. Such a sullen feeling would make one feel extremely helpless. Soon, a city wall appeared before Xiao Chen. The city gates were tightly shut, and dark clouds spread out. Xiao Chen stopped and entered deep thought. This world is really strange. The sky is probably an illusion. Everything is just a small world in the formation. Come out. Stop hiding. Xiao Chen said softly to the majestic city wall. There were two people hidden in the city wall. These two people hid their auras very ingeniously. Although Xiao Chen could sense their presence, he did not know their strength or other information. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two men wearing golden battle armor leaped down from the city wall. One of them held a spear. His face was sharp, and his eyes were like resplendent gems, bright and clear. He looked delicate and handsome, giving off the air of nobility. In terms of elegance, he was no weaker than Qin Mu, one of the Qin clan's twin stars. The other person was tall and stout, 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged, looking like his battle armor would burst. This person wore a pair of black gloves flickering with a dim light, giving off a faint Dao. This was an inherited Dao tool. This person was actually an exceptionally rare vital Qi cultivator. When Xiao Chen saw the two, his expression did not change. However, he felt somewhat shocked in his heart. These two were the Golden Dragon Palace's heaven-class core disciples. Their rankings seemed to be rather high. Xiao Chen had some impression of them outside, as they were very close to the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master. Wasn't the so-called first stage only for the strongest of the various outer palaces? How did the heaven-class core disciples from the outer palaces get in? After waiting for so long, it is actually a mixed blood dragon. Seeing how confused you are, I'll tell you. Each outer palace can send out 2 people to randomly attack the strongest disciples of the other outer palaces. Unfortunately, you ran into the 2 of us. Golden Dragon Palace's Zhao Long. The handsome youth holding the spear gently spun the spear, and a few gusts of wind whistled out from the tip of the spear as he reported his name. The Golden Dragon Palace's Tai Zongming. The vital Qi cultivator looked at Xiao Chen and smiled cruelly. Then he reported his name. These two were experts of the Golden Dragon Palace, second only to Qin Mu. Their strengths were about the same. If the two of them worked together, even Qin Mu would have a hard time dealing with them. Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the city wall behind the two of them and said thoughtfully, I can leave as long as I push open the city gate. Hearing this, Tai Zongming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why do you think you'll have the chance to do so in front of the 2 of us? We have not reached the second stage yet, so I advise you to save your energy. To tell you the truth, even Qin Mu would find it hard to defeat the 2 of us if we work together. Aside from him, we are the strongest in the Golden Dragon Palace. Both of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw that Xiao Chen was still thinking about getting lucky. In reality, the 2 were more likely to target the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Shi, the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun, or the Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng. They wanted to do their best to create a chance for their senior brother Qin Mu to obtain the first rank. Indeed, they felt somewhat disappointed when facing Xiao Chen. They felt like they could not bring out their strength at all, wasting a chance to snipe. Make your move then. Let me see where the 2 of you get your confidence from. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he made an inviting gesture. Zhao Long felt slightly enraged when he heard that. He said sullenly, You won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. You are seeking a beating. While Zhao Long spoke arrogantly, he was extremely cautious when he attacked, not getting careless at all. Clearly, these 2 had heard of Xiao Chen's exploits and would not be careless. Bang! Zhao Long attacked first. However, Tai Zongming's attack arrived first. With a cold laugh, Tai Zongming punched the ground with his fist. Amid the loud sound, the ground shook. A terrifying crack extended to Xiao Qian's feet. The horrifying energy seemed like it would tear Xiao Qian in half like the ground. This was how vital qi cultivators were. The circulation of vital qi were much faster than that of veritable essence energy. With a thought, they could erupt with horrifying force with a casual punch. This was not like veritable essence energy, which needed to flow through the meridians and coordinate with one's aura and Tao. Xiao Qian did not retreat. He snorted coldly and stomped heavily on the ground. The spreading crack stopped. The two's strength clashed underground. In the next moment, Lin Yun's eyes widened. In the next moment, the ground between the two shattered and exploded. Rubble flew everywhere, and the ground trembled. Space seemed to turn chaotic as well. Whoosh! A cold light flickered like an icy star amid the rubble. Zhao Long held up his spear, looking like a deity. Strands of golden divine dragon images circled Zhao Long as he shook his wrist. The golden divine dragon images merged with the spear. The resplendent golden light at the tip of the spear looked as piercing as the sun. Solitary dragon illuminates the sky. Zhao Long shouted. He infused most of his veritable essence energy into this spear strike. He activated his holy venerate will and great Tao energy at the same time, raising his aura to its peak. Zhao Long was extremely confident in this spear strike. This spear strike would definitely injure Xiao Qian. Even if Xiao Qian did not die, he would be severely injured. After that, Tai Zongming would make another move and Xiao Qian would lose. Unfortunately, Xiao Qian was no longer the Xiao Qian from 1 month ago. He could still block this spear strike. At the critical moment, Zhao Long saw the white figure in front holding up the scabbard and pointing it at the sky. He did not draw the scabbard? Dang! Before Xiao Qian could think, the tip of the scabbard clashed with Zhao Long's nearly full power strike. A vast force surged out. Aside from the area under Xiao Qian's feet, the surrounding ground cracked and shot out ferociously. The strong might was clear to see. However, Zhao Long was horrified to discover that Xiao Qian did not move back at all. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qian, who had used the scabbard to receive his spear strike, did not get knocked back. How can this be? Shock flashed in Zhao Long's eyes. He was horrified to discover that the two overlapping Tao might behind Xiao Qian had already suppressed him at some point in time. Go back. Zhao Long ferociously pushed back with the scabbard, and a huge force surged out. Zhao Long, who was in the air, felt his internal organs rupture. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he was forcefully pushed back by Xiao Qian. Clang! Xiao Qian's movements were as smooth as flowing water. The instant he pushed back Zhao Long, he drew his tyrant saber, and a cold light flashed in the sky. Kase! The saber's edge pierced through Tai Zongming's shoulder armor, and embedded itself in his shoulder bone. Tai Zongming paled as he knelt on one knee. His hands clamped down on the saber's edge, not letting it descend any further. Tai Zongming was still immersed in a lingering fear. He had clearly calculated the timing earlier. With such a sneak attack, Xiao Qian would not be able to pull back. However, Xiao Qian seemed to have calculated everything. When Tai Zongming made his move, the saber light landed and locked onto him. In that instant, there was only this saber in the world. The fear of death spread in Tai Zongming's heart. In the face of danger, the advantage of being a vital qi cultivator showed itself. He managed to avoid getting hit in his vitals. However, he could not escape unscathed in the end, still getting struck by the saber light. You are seeking death. When Zhao Long saw the situation, he felt incredibly frustrated. While he was still in the air, he spun around and tossed the spear in his hand. The spear was like a dragon bearing fangs and claws as it roared at Xiao Qian. Dragon roars rang out, and the golden dragon's dragon might pressed over, wanting to knock back Xiao Qian and give Tai Zongming a chance to escape. Break! Xiao Qian shouted coldly and punched with his left hand. 100 cauldron force surged out from his body and burst out from his fist light. Zhao Long's strike did not store up any power. When the 100 cauldron force exploded, the golden dragon image instantly scattered. The spear reappeared, and the spear trembled as it hummed in the air. Die! Tai Zongming, who was kneeling on one knee, took advantage of this opportunity. He roared ferociously and grabbed the entire saber with his left hand. Tai Zongming's eyes turned scarlet, and his vital qi surged like thunder. His body gave off loud, thunderous sounds. His aura instantly surged, and blood flowed out of his left hand, which held the saber. However, Tai Zongming ignored that, forcefully standing up while holding the saber. He clenched his right hand tightly and punched at Xiao Qin's head. His entire right arm turned into a corporeal berserk dragon, as vital qi poured out endlessly. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be caught off guard by Tai Zongming's sudden attack, and their head would have exploded into a bloody flower. Physical body cultivators should never be underestimated. In any dangerous situation, they could erupt with miracles at any time. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun was also a physical body cultivator. Divine Dragon War Body. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, and his body swelled up. His figure instantly became the same as the tall and stout Tai Zongming. After Tai Zongming went berserk, the aura that temporarily suppressed Xiao Chun vanished at this moment. Xiao Chun clenched his left hand into a fist. After bringing out his Divine Dragon War Body, he did not show any fear, directly clashing with Tai Zongming. Bang! The two fists clashed, and an instant explosion occurred. Tai Zongming vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying into the air. Xiao Qin's figure flickered. With a few leaps, he managed to dissipate the force. The white-robed figure remained calm and indifferent in the chaotic space where rocks filled the air, strong winds blew, and dragon roars rang out. It looks like Qinmu held back a lot of his strength when fighting you. Goodbye. Xiao Chun did not waste time with these two. He sheathed his saber and turned into a flash of lightning, flying towards the city gates in front. Zhao Long and Tai Zongming exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bitterness. They had lost somewhat miserably. The two of them still had some combat prowess. If they really wanted to drag things out, they could delay Xiao Chun for a long time. However, it was pointless. The two's confidence had been shattered. If they continued fighting, it would affect them greatly. At the second stage, they might run into a mishap. There was no need to make such a huge sacrifice for Qinmu. Xiao Qin's heart was as clear as a mirror. He knew what the two were thinking. Then, he passed through them without any hesitation. He knew that these two would not dare to stop them. Creak! Xiao Chun pushed open the city gates, and the world before him suddenly changed. Then, he entered a suppressive palace again. Xiao Chun sized up his surroundings. After searching for a while, he did not discover any hidden dangers in the palace. The surroundings were tightly sealed, forming an enclosed cage. Xiao Chun found this strange. What exactly was this stage testing? He could not help entering deep thought. Is this the final stage? Xiao Chun felt that he had already reached the end. He could feel the edge of the formation world through this palace. Just as Xiao Chun felt uncertain, a gentle breeze appeared in the palace. A figure appeared together with the gentle breeze. Feng Wuheng. Xiao Chun. The two saw each other's faces at the same time and called out each other's names. Boom! An ancient bronze door suddenly appeared at the end of the palace. The two were startled. A brilliant light flashed in their eyes at the same time. They instantly understood that this was the final stage. Only one of them could push open this door and walk out. Chapter 2014. After seeing the bronze doors, the two calmed down from their shock. With their intelligence, they were able to guess that this was the final trial. After pushing open the bronze doors, they would at least be in the top 3. Otherwise, they would be at the bottom. Now that the two met, only one could leave. This was undoubtedly a very cruel thing. Feng Wuheng looked around and gained some understanding of this stage. The bronze doors would only appear when 2 people arrived in the palace. Whoever arrived first could recover their aura and veritable essence energy, allowing them to face their opponent in their peak state. After all, no matter who it was along the way, they would all be somewhat drained and would not be in their peak state. Due to Feng Wuheng's wind-attributed advantage, aside from the snake-tailed tiger stage, he had rushed over at the fastest speed possible. He had rushed over as fast as he could for the other tests. However, he had not expected Xiao Chun to arrive before him. The shock in Feng Wuheng's eyes when he first saw Xiao Chun was not fake. Xiao Chun did not overthink. He shifted his gaze from the bronze doors to Feng Wuheng. It looks like only one of us can leave. Feng Wuheng's eyes flickered, but he did not reply. He smiled and said, I wonder how long Brother Xiao Chun has been here. Feng Wuheng was testing Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun had been here for so long, it meant that Xiao Chun had recovered to his peak state. If Xiao Chun fought rashly, he would suffer greatly. Feng Wuheng himself had rushed all the way here. He even used a secret technique along the way, draining himself significantly. Xiao Chun smiled faintly in his heart. Naturally, he knew what Feng Wuheng was thinking. He did not hide anything and said directly, "If you need to recover, I can give you 15 minutes. During this time I will not make a move." Feng Wuheng felt startled when he heard that. Xiao Chun's attitude completely exceeded his expectations. "Many thanks. I once heard Situ talk about Brother Xiao, and his tone was filled with admiration. I did not believe him in the past, but today, I see for myself that even Qin Mu does not have such breadth of mind and confidence." These words were true. Feng Wuheng was not like the others who looked down on mixed-blood dragons. However, when he heard Situ talk about Xiao Chun, he did feel some disdain. Xiao Chun did not think that a person with a mixed-blood dragon bloodline could be as strong as Situ said. Today he saw it for himself. Feng Wuheng's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "But I'll say this in advance. I won't show you any mercy." He sensed an opportunity from Xiao Chun. If he had encountered someone else in the final round, he might not have been able to fight for first place. But if it was Xiao Chun, he really had a great chance this time. "As you wish." Xiao Chun was not surprised and said softly. Xiao Chun had his own considerations. Since these people were from the Blue Dragon Palace, there was no need to take things too seriously on account of Situ Tong. There was no need to make too many enemies. Leaving a favor to the other party wasn't a bad idea either. Moreover, he was confident that even if his opponent had recovered, he would still be able to defeat him. As long as he pushed open this door, he would be in the top 3. To the Heaven Dragon Hall, this was completely acceptable. As the Heaven Dragon Palace had relatively few Heaven-class core disciples, the 3rd rank would allow everyone to enter the 2nd stage. Time passed slowly. A quarter of an hour soon passed. Feng Wuheng opened his eyes and stood up. Then he faced Xiao Chun once more. "No matter who wins or loses, I owe Brother Xiao a favor this time. Please give me your guidance." Feng Wuheng was rather straightforward, not saying anything unnecessary. After saying that, he took a stance. Whoosh! The two's gazes clashed in the air, searching for openings in each other's aura. Lightning crackled and flickered endlessly behind Xiao Chun. The Thunder Great Tao slowly stored up power. Gusts of wind drifted around Feng Wuheng, slowly growing stronger. Holy Venerate Will. Feng Wuheng could tell that Xiao Chun's cultivation was weaker, so he decisively infused his will of soul into his aura. Immediately, the formless strong wind seemed to come to life. With the support of the will of soul, the omnipresent wind became like a divine dragon, carrying a vast might and pressure as it charged at Xiao Chun. The dragon hid in the wind. The dragon image moved with the wind, and dragon might surged everywhere. In that instant, Xiao Chun felt the other parties might spread out in this space, putting immense pressure on him. Clearly, Feng Wuheng had put in a lot of effort into his will of soul. It already possessed a soul pressure no weaker than that of an early-stage sovereign personage. Light of the sun and moon. Xiao Chun did not panic. With a wave of his hand, the sun and moon rose behind him at the same time. Xiao Chun's suppressed aura immediately bounced back. Although his cultivation was not as high as Feng Wuheng's, he possessed a mysterious phenomenon of his soul. The moment he manifested it, not only did he resolve the danger before him, but he even managed to counterattack. The situation startled Feng Wuheng. He knew that he had no choice but to make a move. If Xiao Chun still did not make a move, his aura would be at a complete disadvantage. Wrath of Wind, Doomsday Storm. Feng Wuheng revealed an extremely ferocious and furious expression as he threw a palm strike as he roared. What kind of scene would the Doomsday Storm be like? Xiao Chun had never seen it before. However, he believed that the scene before him would be no different from the Doomsday Storm in the outside world. Feng Wuheng's palm strike instantly plunged every inch of the entire palace into a berserk state. Rumble! Strong winds howled in every corner. The palace shook as if it would collapse at any moment. There was no place to hide. The power of the storm was everywhere. Xiao Chun felt like millions of invisible hands were trying to tear him to shreds. Indeed, None of the outer palace's 4 great experts were weak. The moment Feng Wuheng attacked, he caught Xiao Chun off guard and could not adapt. Fortunately, Xiao Chun's physical body was strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand such a tearing, instantly losing. Set! Xiao Chun shouted and took a step back with his left foot. Then, he ferociously swung the tyrant's saber with his right hand. Dang! The tip of the scabbard instantly sank 1 centimeter into the ground. The Thunder Dao's Dao Might and the Saber Dao's Dao Might layered over each other. Then, the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body turned into a momentum that soared up like a stabilizing needle. No matter how strong the wind howls, I will not move. Wrath of wind, heartless and hateful. A desolate intent spread out from Feng Wuheng's body. This move took the meaning of the desolate autumn wind sweeping through the world as it surged towards Xiao Chun. A will of destruction appeared in the berserk wind. When the two merged, they perfectly materialized the desolate autumn wind. It swept over, sweeping through everything in its path. Break. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he silently executed the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. When the saber light came out of its scabbard, it turned into an eternal and inextinguishable saber light. This was the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques resolving the mundane. Was it the merciless autumn wind? Or was it the merciless Buddha who resolved the mundane? Fighting merciless with merciless? In the time it took for a breath, the desolate palm wind clashed with the inextinguishable saber light. The autumn wind scattered, and the saber light exploded. Thousands of strands of autumn wind accompanied the shattered resplendent saber light as they flew everywhere, filling the entire space. As they flickered, mottled light and shadows formed a wondrous scene. However, the two were not in the mood to appreciate it. Their figures flashed as they quickly attacked, neither giving way to the other. Just as the two of them were immersed in their fight, the other 2 palaces finally welcomed the others. In one of the palaces, the Golden Dragon Palace's Qinmu managed to easily break through the attacks of 2 White Dragon Palace experts. Then he looked around curiously. Just as Qinmu was thinking, a figure flashed and a bronze door appeared. Ding Jun. Qinmu felt startled. Unexpectedly, he ran into Ding Jun in the final stage. If it were anyone from the other outer palaces, Qinmu was confident of convincing the other party to win without a fight. However, it would be somewhat problematic to run into the Red Dragon Palace's Ding Jun. Even so, Qinmu still said, Ding Jun, this should be the final stage. We have fought many times, but you have not won even once. How about you do me a favor this time and let me push open that door? Ding Jun withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and chuckled. Qinmu, since when have you seen my Red Dragon Palace disciples negotiate with others? Stop being so wishy-washy like a girl. If you want to fight, then fight. Be more straightforward. Qinmu's face sank. He retorted coldly, You Red Dragon Palace bastards are like stones in a latrine pit. Since you do not appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. Many thanks for the praise. Come. Let me see how ruthless you are. Ha ha ha. Ding Jun laughed loudly, unconcerned. The two quickly started fighting. Without any preparation, they immediately launched their most ferocious attacks. In the remaining palace, the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao, who had arrived very late, was sizing up the surroundings when a figure in a somewhat sorry state appeared before him. Yuanxi. Ling Xiao was greatly startled. Yuanxi's body was riddled with wounds, bleeding. These were all sword wounds. The sword intent lingering in Yuanxi's wounds had yet to scatter. Clearly, Yuanxi would take some time to recover. Yuanxi's sword Dao was publicly recognized as the strongest in the outer palaces. To think that such a person was covered in sword wounds. Brother Yuan, which outer palace attacked you? Ling Xiao asked, feeling interested. Boom! Right after Ling Xiao spoke, an ancient bronze door suddenly appeared at the end of the palace. This startled the two. After the shock passed, they revealed different expressions. Yuanxi said with a sullen expression, Ling Xiao, we have some friendship. Can you let me rest for a while before we fight? Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'm not a fool. If you recover, how can I be a match for you? Friendship aside, you can't blame me for being unlucky. Yuanxi immediately felt frustrated. He could not tell that this Ling Xiao was normally a righteous person. However, at the crucial moment, Ling Xiao did not give Yuan Shi a chance. This old man finally understands. However, it is not as easy as you think for you to defeat me. After this, the three palaces entered a state of battle. The Green Dragon Palace's strongest disciple, who arrived late, was in a somewhat miserable state. He had already lost the right to compete in the final stage. Outside the formation plate, Lord Feng, who stood on the light steps in the sky, raised his eyelids slightly and said softly, "Those who are qualified have already entered the final test. Soon the first rank will be revealed." Whoosh! The moment Lord Feng said that, the many outer palace masters on the steps all showed nervous expressions. The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master did not have a relaxed expression either. He was waiting for Qin Mu to be the first to come out, so he could vent his frustration. Chapter 2015. The battles in the three palaces in the formation world had already reached their climax. The battles in each of the palaces were especially intense, so much so that they could even be described as tragic. The exit was right in front of them. Either they would rank in the top 3 or last. The two results were simply too different. No one was willing to be last. This was especially so for the famous Outer Palace outstanding talents. They would not give up until the very last moment. Who would be the first to walk out of the bronze doors? After so much time had passed, not only were the palace masters on the light steps in the air waiting anxiously, but the heaven-class core disciples on the ground waiting as well. After all, this concerned the slots for the outer palaces to enter the second stage. This concerned honor and benefits. Everyone hoped that their strongest disciple could stand out and become the first. Why are there no results yet? This is really making me anxious. Why is senior brother Qin Mu not appearing yet? There's no rush. Senior brother Qin Mu is publicly recognized as the strongest of the outer palaces. There should not be any surprises with him obtaining the first rank of the first stage. It would be good if he can enter the top 3. With that, most of the people in our Silver Dragon Palace will be qualified to enter the second stage. Given senior brother Yuan Shi's strength, while he might not be the first rank, he is definitely in the top 3. The various outer palace disciples started discussing in low voices in groups of 2s and 3s. The many Heavenly Dragon Palace disciples did not dare to say anything before this group of Divine Dragon bloodline cultivators. If they said anything, they would attract gazes of criticism. The many Divine Dragon disciples who looked down on mixed blood dragons mocked them in their hearts. The one at the bottom would definitely be Xiao Chan. When Li Luo and the others heard this, they felt angry in their hearts. However, they did not dare to show it on their faces. They could not help it. Aside from them, the others were all Divine Dragon bloodline disciples. If they started arguing, they would not be able to escape any benefits. This first stage is very considerate of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Aside from the top 3, everyone else is at the bottom. This is really unfair. Indeed. Why can't there be 4, 5, 6, and 7? Just thinking about it pisses me off. Ancestor Dragon City is clearly biased toward these mixed blood dragons. Speak softer. Don't let others hear. So what if they heard it? What's there to be afraid of? I'm just speaking the truth. If senior brother doesn't make it to the top 3, our slots will be the same as those mixed dragons. That's unfair. Although the ear-piercing criticism was suppressed, no one present could hear it. Bai Yunfeng and the others held their breaths, their expressions somewhat unsightly. Not far away, the Silver Dragon Palace's Yuan Tai saw this scene. He smiled faintly and said, "Brother Yunfeng, don't be angry. The Heaven Dragon Palace has been at the bottom for so many years. No matter what, we have to take care of them, right? These people are not giving face. Just ignore them. I support Ancestor Dragon City's decision." The Silver Dragon Palace disciples were extremely confident of their senior brother, Yuan Shi, entering the top 3. On the other hand, Yuan Tai had nothing better to do, so he teased Zhang Xian. On the surface he seemed to be supporting Zhang Xian, but he was secretly mocking him. Right. Our Silver Dragon Palace supports Ancestor Dragon City's decision. This group of people is truly shameless. They are so harsh to their fellow sect members. Brothers of the Heaven Dragon Palace, don't be sad. Our Silver Dragon Palace disciples are absolutely not that harsh. Ha ha ha. Under Yuan Tai's lead, The group of bored Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples all started laughing loudly. In any case, as long as nothing unexpected happened, Yuanxi would definitely enter the top 3. There was no need to worry too much. Bai Yunfeng trembled in anger, wanting to flare up on the spot. However, Li Luo, who was at the side, held him back, telling him not to act rashly. Creak! Just at this moment, a strange sound came from the formation plate. It was not loud, but everyone heard it. It was the sound of a door being pushed open. Someone was pushing the ancient bronze doors. In the blink of an eye, the chatter came to an abrupt stop. Everyone's gaze was directed toward the 3 ancient bronze doors on the giant formation plate in front of them. Everyone turned anxious, including the Silver Dragon Palace's group. The smiles on their faces vanished, and they watched nervously. He watched nervously. After all, no one could predict the outcome of an accident. It's the door in the middle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, every detail of the 3 ancient bronze doors was captured by the crowd. It could be clearly seen that the door in the middle was being pushed little by little, emitting a creaking sound. The person pushing the door seemed to have exhausted a lot of veritable essence energy and stamina. It appeared somewhat strenuous, unable to push the door open in one go. Who is it? Right now, everyone was trying to guess who was pushing this door open. Without a doubt, the person who pushed this door open would be the first. Qinmu. Qinmu. It must be Qinmu. On the light steps, the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master already had a somewhat crazed look in his eyes. He nearly could not help muttering to himself. He could not help it. His earlier words were too firm. He had ruthlessly trampled on the Heaven Dragon Palace. If Qinmu did not rank first, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Although the palace masters of the other outer palaces knew that it was very likely Qinmu pushing the door open, they still held some hope. However, he still had some expectations. He hoped that his disciple would be the one who was pushing the door open. The many Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples already held their breaths in extreme anxiety, waiting for the answer. Compared to these Divine Dragon Palace disciples, the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples showed somewhat desolate expressions. They did not seek to rank first. They only hoped that their senior brother Xiaochan could help them rank in the top 3. As long as they could rank in the top 3, they would be able to hold their heads high and release all the pent-up frustration in their hearts. As long as they could rank in the top 3, all the grievances they had suffered over the years would be worth it. However, the rumors they heard earlier discouraged them. They had already heard about the snake-tailed tiger. They had already heard about a mixed blood dragon bloodline cultivator facing a snake-tailed tiger with a Ho bloodline. The result was simply unimaginable. Although the ancient bronze door in the middle pushed somewhat slowly, it eventually opened a crack. Then the crack slowly widened. When the crack expanded to 3 inches, a side profile and a set of blood-stained golden armor appeared clearly in front of everyone under the sunlight. It was Qinmu. Qinmu's handsome face appeared somewhat fatigued. However, the sharpness hidden in his eyes, the noble air of a golden dragon, and the blood-stained golden armor all showed it. This person was Qinmu, one of the Qin clan's twin stars, the strongest person in the outer palace. Ha ha ha. This old man already said that the first rank would definitely be my Golden Dragon Palace's Qinmu. Earlier I called him a mixed blood dragon, and you want me to apologize? Damn it. To think that the strongest golden dragon in the outer palace wants to apologize to a mixed blood dragon. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master could not help laughing maniacally on the light steps. Clearly, the 3rd palace master was also frustrated. Although his earlier apology to the 1st palace master was not sincere, it still upset him, a golden dragon. After suppressing it for a long time, it finally erupted. Although the 3rd palace master's words were arrogant, when he saw Qinmu, who was the first to push open the ancient bronze door, the other outer palace masters did not say anything. The 3rd palace master had no choice. At this moment, he indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Even if the 1st palace master felt dissatisfied, he could not say anything, nor could he say anything. The results were there for all to see. This was a world where the strong reigned. Lord Feng would not care about it. It's senior brother. It really is senior brother Qin. The pride of the Golden Dragon bloodline, the dignity of the royal clan, senior brother did it. The strongest of the outer palaces will definitely be the noble Golden Dragon bloodline. No one can shake him. The Golden Dragon Palace's heaven-class core disciples felt incredibly excited. Some even had tears in their eyes as they cheered in unison. The other outer palace disciples all showed somewhat desolate expressions. However, they did not show much change in their expressions. The strongest of the outer palaces was truly the strongest of the outer palaces. He lived up to his reputation. Qin Mu, who was pushing open the door, felt extremely fatigued. When he saw this scene, he squeezed out a smile on his pale face. It was worth it. It was worth fighting that madman from the Red Dragon Palace to the brink of death. Fortunately, he did not fail in his mission. It was all worth it. Boom! Suddenly, without any warning, an explosion came from the formation plate. Before everyone's incredulous gazes, the ancient bronze door to Qin Mu's left exploded. Then a piercing electric light burst out from it. The electric light was as piercing as the blazing sun. A figure shot out from within the 10,000 zhang of lightning. That person wore white robes, looking spotless. He had a handsome face and delicate facial features. His expression was calm as he held up the tyrant's saber and landed firmly in the air. Who else could it be but Shao Chun? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Qin Mu had only pushed the door halfway. He hadn't even had the time to take a step out. The smile on his face had yet to fade when it froze. The cheering Golden Dragon Palace disciples were utterly stupefied. After the white-bearded old man on the light steps recovered from his shock, he said calmly, "Congratulations to the Heaven Dragon Palace's disciple, Shao Chun, for being the first to leave and obtaining the first rank." The Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master, who had cursed excitedly earlier, was instantly stunned. He felt a burning pain on his face. The first palace master felt a lump in his throat, but he maintained a relatively calm expression. Without even looking at the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master, he said softly, "Tianyun, let's go and receive Shao Chun." However, Elder Tianyun could not help turning around to look at the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master. "Our Heaven Dragon Palace really does not care for your Golden Dragon Palace's apology. You keep calling us mixed blood dragons. You are not even comparable to a mixed blood dragon. What noble golden divine dragon? Noble my ass." After cursing, Elder Tianyun turned and left. This angered the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master into trembling. He pointed at the other party but could not say anything for a long time. After being criticized by a Heaven Dragon Palace elder in public, the Golden Dragon Palace's third palace master felt so frustrated that he wanted to die. However, he could not do anything. Chapter 2016. At first, the many heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace did not believe their eyes. When the white-bearded old man announced that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Shao Chun obtained the first rank, everyone felt like they were startled awake from a dream. Only then did they wake up from a dream. The emotions that they had been suppressing for a long time erupted, and they could not help but cheer. Senior brother Shao Chun obtained the first rank. He really obtained the first rank. The first rank belongs to our Heaven Dragon Palace. We are not at the bottom. The eyes of several Heaven Dragon Palace disciples turned moist. The earlier feeling was simply too unbearable. "Don't cry. Don't let others see you as a joke," Bai Yunfeng said softly. However, at some point in time, his eyes had already become moist. Although Shao Chun obtained only the first rank of the first stage, it marked an epic-making moment in the history of the Heaven Dragon Palace. It had been many years. Even the many elders of the Heaven Dragon Palace did not know how long the Heaven Dragon Palace had been at the bottom for. How much mockery and disdain had the Heaven Dragon Palace endured? Today Shao Chun obtained the first rank. How could these people not feel excited and excited? The Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples at the side were all stupefied. Their expressions turned sluggish, completely in disbelief. Even though Ancestor Dragon City's Lord had already announced this result, they still found it hard to accept. Yuan Tai, who had mocked the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples earlier, showed an unsightly expression as he stole a glance at Bai Yunfeng and the others. Yuan Tai discovered that the other party could not be bothered with them at all, focusing all their attention on Shao Chun. Yuan Tai heaved a sigh of relief. If Bai Yunfeng and the others came over to trample on him now, It would be a slap in the face. With Xiao Chen's first rank, even if Yuan Tai suffered a slap in the face, he could only endure it and not lose his temper. Yuan Tai consoled himself. It's fine, it's fine. This is just the first stage. The second stage is the most important. As long as senior brother can enter the top 3, it will be fine. The Silver Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciples all set their gazes on the final ancient bronze door. They anticipated that Yuan Shi could push open this ancient bronze door. First place Xiao Chun. Second place Qin Mu. If not for Yuan Shi, the Silver Dragon Palace would have ranked last in the first stage. However, even after a long time, this ancient bronze door did not open. The faces of Yuan Tai and the others darkened. Senior brother Yuan Tai, the door is open. Someone exclaimed as he pointed at the giant array disc in front of him. Yuan Tai was overjoyed. He immediately glanced at the door and saw it being pushed open. Then the White Dragon Palace's Ling Xiao walked out with a victorious smile on his fatigued face. The many Silver Dragon Palace disciples felt like they had fallen into an ice cave, stunned. When Bai Yunfeng saw this scene, he felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled softly and said, "This is surprising. The Silver Dragon Palace did not even make it into the top 3. However, the people from the Silver Dragon Palace probably don't mind. They were quite supportive of the rules of the first stage." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely ear-piercing in the ears of Yuan Tai and the others. This was especially so when they mocked Bai Yunfeng and the others earlier, expressing their support for Ancestor Dragon City's rules. This time he had been given a solid slap in the face. He had trapped himself in a trap, and he had no way to refute. His expression was extremely ugly. The other outer palaces were also discussing this matter. Yuan Shi was someone who was thought to be second only to Qin Mu. Yet, he was actually at the bottom of the first stage. Boom! With Ling Zhao's appearance, the first stage came to an end. The outer palace disciples responsible for sniping were sent out. The white-bearded man said, "That's enough. Go and rest first. I will announce the rules of the second stage in 2 hours. Even the snake-tailed tiger could not stop you, and you actually managed to obtain the first rank. You should be glad that you did not run into me." Qin Mu said coldly as he walked past Xiao Chan with a sullen expression. Then he left without looking back. Qin Mu felt extremely depressed, extremely sullen. Anyone would feel upset. The first to push open the ancient bronze door had already enjoyed the cheers of the crowd, the glory of the victor. Then, he instantly turned the tables, becoming the second rank in the blink of an eye. If not for his good mental state, he would have gone berserk on the spot. "Brother Xiao, congratulations on obtaining the first rank." The Blue Dragon Palace's Feng Wuheng walked over and performed a cupped fist salute with a smile. The two of them exchanged blows in the palace, and the victor was decided. After the victor was decided, Feng Wuheng stopped decisively, not continuing to tremble. However, Xiao Chan retained most of his veritable essence energy and great Tao energy. Hence, Xiao Chan could shatter the ancient bronze door with one strike. Unlike Qin Mu, who was drained by Ding Jun and could only push open the ancient bronze door bit by bit. "You are too polite." The two had gotten to know each other after fighting. Xiao Chan obtaining the first rank was the other party's help, a close victory. "Haha, goodbye. I'll see you in the second stage." Feng Wuheng smiled freely and turned to leave. "Junior brother Xiao Chan, you obtained the first rank?" Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu exclaimed in shock as they walked over and looked at Xiao Chan. They did not know the results when they were inside. They only found out after hearing Feng Wuheng's congratulations, feeling incredibly shocked. "I was lucky." Right after Xiao Chan spoke, his expression changed. He suddenly discovered that the two's injuries were extremely horrifying. They were all terrifying sword wounds. The sword intent spreading from them had yet to fade, still invading the two's physical bodies. "Your injuries." When speaking of their injuries, the two revealed smiles. Lu Feng said excitedly, "We succeeded in sniping Yuan Shi. We estimate that he will not pass the final test. The first palace master told us to do our best to help you. Although Yuan Shi did not run into junior brother Xiao Chan, it was worth it." When the two learned that Xiao Chan obtained the first rank, they were overjoyed, completely forgetting about their injuries. However, Xiao Chan felt some heartache. These injuries were somewhat severe. Yuanxi was really ruthless in his attacks. 2 mixed blood dragons, don't let me run into you in the second stage. I, Yuanxi, swear that I will make the 2 of you pay the price. Yuanxi, who could not control his killing qi, walked past the 2. When he looked at Xiao Jinyu and Lu Feng, he looked like he wanted to attack on the spot. If not for these 2, how could he not be a match for Ling Xiao? However, just at this moment, Yuanxi's expression turned grave. He suddenly discovered an even more terrifying killing qi surging towards him. Then Xiao Chan said coldly, I, Xiao Chan, swear that if you dare to take revenge on the 2 of them, I will return it tenfold. Let me warn you, don't let me run into you in the second stage either. Even when facing Qin Mu's mockery, Xiao Chan did not get angry or take the initiative to say anything. However, this Yuanxi truly angered Xiao Chan somewhat. The sword wounds on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu had already angered Xiao Chan somewhat. Xiao Chan had been too ruthless in his attacks. Some of the wounds would have resulted in unimaginable consequences if they had not been slightly off target. To think that this Yuanxi did not intend to let them off, wanting to take revenge in the second stage. This touched on Xiao Qin's reverse scale. Yuanxi felt startled for some reason. Xiao Qin's killing qi had already affected his mental state. Yuanxi forced a cold smile and said, Do you think I'm afraid of you? After saying that, Yuanxi immediately left, not daring to compete in killing qi with Xiao Chan. Junior brother, there is no need to be so serious. Perhaps he is just joking. After all, we are all from the dragon race. Lu Feng felt somewhat surprised when he saw Xiao Chen's grave expression. Xiao Chan said softly, That better be the case. Let's go. The first palace master is still waiting for us. Let the first palace master treat your injuries. Right. Ling Xiao, who remained in the formation plate, watched as the 3 left. He muttered, It turns out that I relied on these 2 to get 3rd place. This is really shocking. To think that Yuanxi suffered at the hands of these 2 in terms of the sword Dao. It looks like the Heaven Dragon Palace cannot be underestimated. When Xiao Chan returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, the first palace master had already been waiting for him for a long time. Fortunately, I did not fail. Xiao Chan said seriously as he performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. You can't. You can't. Elder Tianyun quickly stepped forward and stopped Xiao Chan from continuing to bow. He said, Since you can stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace, there is no need for you to bow to anyone. The rules of our Heaven Dragon Palace are not that strict. Furthermore, you are our hero. The first palace master and I, as well as all the disciples, have to thank you. The first palace master smiled warmly and said, Tianyun is right. I have not been this happy in many years already. It has really been many years. The nearby heaven-class core disciples were still young. However, the first palace master had experienced a lot. His calm words contained a sense of vicissitudes that others would find hard to sense. The first palace master looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. A gratified expression flashed in his eyes as he said, Very good. This time the Heaven Dragon Palace has not only Xiao Chan but also the 2 of you. Come with me. I will personally treat your injuries. The first palace master should have a lot more to say. However, when the first palace master saw Xiao Jinyu's and Lu Feng's injuries, he spoke briefly before personally removing the sword intent from their bodies. On the other side, the Silver Dragon Palace's second palace master reprimanded Yuanxi with a cold expression, appearing extremely angry. Being at the bottom meant obtaining only 15 spots. This was completely unacceptable to the Silver Dragon Palace. The Silver Dragon Palace had deep accumulations. Its heaven-class core disciples were second only to the Golden Dragon Palace. 15 spots meant that most of the people would not qualify to enter the second stage. Yuanxi knew that he could not refute, so he lowered his head in silence. Chapter 2017. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master felt extremely angry after Yuanxi was taught a miserable lesson. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master had high hopes for Yuanxi and poured countless resources into him. In the end, Yuanxi ranked last in the first stage. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master's reprimand was just short of calling Yuanxi trash. Elder Mu, treat his injuries. You should reflect on yourself. Don't make any more mistakes in the second stage. The Silver Dragon Palace's palace master left after saying that. Yuanxi felt incredibly sullen. He looked around and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng and Xiao Jinyu. However, Yuanxi's gaze lingered on these two for only 1 second before landing on Xiao Chan. It's him. Back when the 3 outer palaces gathered, if not for Yuanxi giving Lu Feng a chance to seek defeat, Lu Feng would not have improved so much. When Yuanxi thought about Xiao Chen's earlier threat, the rage in his heart nearly spewed out. Damn it! To think that a mixed-blood dragon can obtain the first rank and even dare to threaten me. The repeated reprimands twisted Yuanxi's heart somewhat. If not for the situation, Yuanxi would have had the urge to attack Xiao Chan on the spot. The second stage, which would determine the final rankings and results, was about to begin. The various outer palaces' palace masters personally reserved all sorts of peak-grade medicinal pills for their trump cards, not stingy at all. On the light steps, the group of elders from Ancestor Dragon City felt surprised at the results of the first stage. Unexpectedly, a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace obtained the top rank of the first stage. This Xiao Chun is rather interesting. There does not seem to be such a noble clan in the Divine Dragon Empire. Such a result is actually a good thing. The Heaven Dragon Palace has been at the bottom for many years. If they can get a good result in this competition between the 7 outer palaces, they can resolve the conflict between the mixed blood dragons and the divine dragon cultivators. The white-bearded old man revealed a smile. Clearly, he was very satisfied with such a result. Not only could he resolve the conflict between the mixed blood dragons and the divine dragon cultivators, but he could also suppress the Golden Dragon Palace, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The white-bearded old man's gaze fell on Xiao Chun. Then he nodded repeatedly. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Heaven Dragon's mysteries." With a single glance, he could tell that Xiao Chun had comprehended the Heaven Dragon profundity. My goodness! The Heaven Dragon Palace was really going to prosper. The white-bearded old man was secretly shocked. Being able to comprehend the profundity of the Heaven Dragon was already an extremely rare feat, not to mention Xiao Chun was still young, and the wisp of Heaven Dragon's profound meaning seemed to have already materialized. Not long after, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Summoning a man, he lowered his head and whispered a few words into his ear. That man received the order and left. In the Golden Dragon Palace's group, after Qinmu swallowed a Heaven Tier Rank 7 top-grade medicinal pill, his quintessential essence and soul power were recovering at an extremely fast speed. However, his complexion was not very good. His face was dark, and he looked as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Everyone could see that he was in an extremely bad mood. It was best not to provoke him at this time. How many years had it been since he had occupied the number 1 spot in the Outer Palace? Yet, at such a crucial moment, someone had trampled on him, becoming a stepping stone for others, a background. When Qinmu pushed open the ancient bronze door, he could only watch as the other party shot out and landed first. At that instant, no one could understand Qinmu's emotions. A proud person like Qinmu found it hard to accept defeat, much less a mixed-blood dragon. Qinmu. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master walked over and looked at Qinmu worriedly. 3rd Palace Master. Qinmu nodded slightly, not bowing or greeting. Don't overthink. The first stage is not important. The second stage is the final ranking. The first stage is actually nothing. The Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master consoled. Although the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master felt extremely upset, the competition between the 7 outer palaces was not over yet. He could not allow anything to go wrong. He needed to appease Qinmu's mental state. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he could not obtain the first rank in the second stage. Qinmu retorted coldly, "3rd Palace Master, do you think that I cannot control my mental state? That's not it. Don't worry. I was just unlucky in the first stage, running into the Red Dragon Palace's madman. I was careless and did not use some of my trump cards. 3rd Palace Master, there is no need to worry about me." Haha, that is good. After all, he is just a mixed-blood dragon. I don't believe that he can overturn the situation. As the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd Palace Master spoke, he appeared somewhat excited. Clearly, Elder Tianyun's words on the light steps still made him feel conflicted. Third Palace Master, we are filled with confidence in you. Senior brother, we are filled with confidence in you as well. The Golden Dragon Palace disciples at the back said at the same time. The Golden Dragon Palace's face had never been so humiliated before. They needed to regain it. The Golden Dragon Palace could only place this hope on Qin Mu. Qin Mu felt slightly stunned. After a while he said, "Don't worry. An insignificant mixed-blood dragon cannot trample on the dignity of a golden dragon." In the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, Lu Feng's and Xiao Jinyu's injuries had mostly healed. They could still display their abilities in the second stage. Right now, all the Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were excited. They were filled with confidence in the second stage. As long as Xiao Chun was around, he could create miracles at any time. When the first palace master saw this, he showed a gratified expression. Unknowingly, the Heaven Dragon Palace's appearance seemed to have undergone hundreds of changes with Xiao Chen's arrival. Xiao Chen's aura and spirit had already influenced the many inner and outer palace disciples. Now, he even encouraged the Heaven-class core disciples in this competition between the 7 outer palaces. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace was influenced by Xiao Chen. Even the upper echelon felt gratified. The Heaven Dragon Palace and Xiao Chen had long since merged into one. No matter how much time passed, Xiao Chen's deeds would definitely be passed down in the Heaven Dragon Palace for generations. Xiao Chen encouraged the mixed-blood dragon disciples at the bottom of the Divine Dragon Empire. Indomitable spirit, never giving up until the very end. This was the most valuable gift that Xiao Chen gave to the mixed-blood dragons. From the moment he left the stage until now, Xiao Chen could feel many gazes on him. There was surprise, shock, disdain, and cold smiles. There was even a murderous intent. However, it did not matter. Xiao Chen did not mind. The only thing that surprised him was that the mysterious old man from Ancestor Dragon City on the light steps had been staring at him for a long time. Before he knew it, 2 hours had passed. However, Whitebeard showed no signs of announcing the start of the second stage. Many people started to feel suspicious. First Palace Master, why has the second stage not been announced yet? A disciple in the Heaven Dragon Palace asked Exine. Exine's expression remained calm. That's normal. If there are no surprises, the second stage will take place in the formation world. As for the specific test, we will need some time to arrange it. The operation and maintenance of this formation is an extremely complicated matter. It is not as simple as it looks. Furthermore, it is good that it takes longer. It will give you more time to prepare. I hope that it takes as long as possible. That disciple had only asked casually. When he heard that, he did not say anything more. Xiao Chen, Li Luo, and the others sat together, chatting with relaxed expressions. What do you think Ancestor Dragon City is like? Xiao Jinyu asked out of curiosity. A look of anticipation flashed in his eyes, showing a yearning for Ancestor Dragon City. Senior brother Bai is the most qualified to answer this question, Li Luo said with a smile. Bai Yunfeng smiled casually and said, I have never been there either. However, when I was with my senior brothers in Ancestor Dragon City, I heard a little about it. Ancestor Dragon City was built on an extremely ancient dragon race remnant that dates back several epochs. Even now, it has not been fully explored. Most of the dragon race secret techniques that we can cultivate came from there. Speaking of mysterious, it is naturally extremely mysterious. Even the Dragon Kings do not know all of Ancestor Dragon City's secrets. While it is not mysterious, it is just the inner sect of a sect. It is no different from the other Rank 7 sections. There will be competition and challenges, and it will not be easy. However, no matter what, being able to enter it will be of great help to us dragon race cultivators on the path of the martial Tao. Bai Yunfeng's words stirred everyone's yearning for Ancestor Dragon City. Seeing that they would have a chance to enter Ancestor Dragon City after clearing the second stage, everyone became excited. Everyone discussed why they wanted to enter Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chen listened quietly at the side with a smile on his face. Junior brother Xiao Chen, why don't you tell us as well? Why do you want to enter Ancestor Dragon City? Bai Yunfeng asked when he saw Xiao Chen remaining silent. Right. Junior brother Xiao Chen, tell us as well. Everyone felt incredibly curious. Their gazes fell on Xiao Chen, waiting for him to speak. When Xiao Chan saw the situation, he smiled helplessly. You might not believe me, but I entered Ancestor Dragon City mainly to meet someone. I believe you. I guess it must be a woman, a very, very beautiful woman. Li Luo smiled craftily, showing a rare mischievous side. Everyone laughed. No one believed that their junior brother Xiao Chan, who was so dedicated to the martial Tao, would really meet a woman. Xiao Chan laughed as well but did not rebut. No matter what the results of the second stage are, I, Lu Feng, feel that it is all worth it to be able to fight alongside everyone today. The usually cold Lu Feng showed rare signs of emotion. Everyone was indeed very happy today. Such happiness was something that they had not experienced in many years. Junior brother Xiao Chan, thank you, Lu Feng said sincerely. Then he looked seriously at Xiao Chan and said, really thank you. You don't know this, but all the disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace are very grateful to you. It is not just because you obtained the first rank. It has been many years. Those Divine Dragon Palace disciples have looked down on us. Even our own people look down on each other. Without you, everyone would not be so united. We would not have the courage to challenge the second stage. When Lu Feng said this, the other disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace all stopped talking. Regardless of whether they were standing or sitting, regardless of how far away they were, all the Heaven-class core disciples looked at Xiao Chan. Actually, these were what they wanted to say in their hearts as well. Xiao Chan felt somewhat moved in his heart. He looked around and said, I have to thank all of you as well. I have wandered for many years, suffered a lot, and experienced many difficulties. The Heaven Dragon Palace made me feel like home again. I will never regret joining the Heaven Dragon Palace or getting to know all of you. At this moment, everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace was of one mind, united as a fortress. Just at this moment, the white-bearded old man on the light steps finally spoke. The second stage was about to begin. The entire place fell silent. The long-awaited moment was finally about to arrive. In the air, the white-bearded old man looked around and said, the second stage is about to begin. However, before I announce the rules and start, I have something else to announce. Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chan, come out. The white-bearded old man showed a grave expression as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chan. Before everyone's strange gazes, Xiao Chan walked out. The other outer palace disciples were all startled. To think that Xiao Chan directly attracted the attention of Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng. Was it because his performance in the first stage was too good, and wanted Xiao Chan to join Ancestor Dragon City? I formally announce that the Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Chan is disqualified from the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Effective immediately. No one is allowed to object. Whoosh! The moment Lu Feng said this, everyone was shocked. Chapter 2018. Disqualification? When they heard this, everyone wondered if they had heard wrongly. He looked around and realized that the others were just as dumbfounded as he was. What Lord Feng said was indeed correct. To disqualify Xiao Chan from participating in the 7 Royal Highness tournament. What happened? What's going on? Why is he suddenly disqualified? I don't think this has ever happened before. Puzzled questions hovered in everyone's mind. Even Qin Mu frowned slightly as he looked at the Golden Dragon Palace's 3rd palace master. The other party shook his head, indicating that he was confused as well. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Situ Changfeng exclaimed in shock. Why was he suddenly disqualified? This was especially the case with Lord Feng's words. They were extremely serious and did not seem like they were joking at all. First Palace Mastery Exine looked up and smiled embarrassedly. Lord Feng, are you joking? The white-bearded old man said coldly. Do you think I'm someone who would joke around? These words completely confirmed Lord Feng's attitude. Xiao Chen's qualifications were really going to be revoked. Aside from confusion and doubt, the other Divine Dragon Palace disciples immediately felt a strange feeling in their hearts. Suddenly, there was one less heavyweight opponent. The second round seemed to be a lot easier. No, we don't accept this. Why did you disqualify junior brother Xiao Chan? Even if you are from Ancestor Dragon City, you should at least give an explanation. What did junior brother Xiao Chan do wrong? Why did you disqualify us? Is Ancestor Dragon City targeting our Heaven Dragon Palace? Damn it, how could this be? The disciples of Heaven Dragon Hall, on the other hand, fell into a state of frenzy. This blow was truly too sudden for them. I can't accept it at all. Exian, take care of your disciple. I have something to ask Xiao Chun. Rage flashed in Lord Feng's eyes as he berated the first palace master. The first palace master endured the dissatisfaction and rage in his heart. He stopped the first palace master and said, "Don't argue first. Let Lord Feng ask the questions. I want to know what exactly happened as well." Although he was dissatisfied, he knew Ancestor Dragon City's Lord Feng would not make random decisions without thinking. The place fell silent once more. Lord Feng's gaze landed on Xiao Chun as he said in a deep voice, "Xiao Chun? I want to know who you are and what is your identity. Why did you sneak into my Divine Dragon Empire and join the Heaven Dragon Palace? What is your scheme?" Xiao Chun was shocked. He knew that his fake identity had been exposed. Xiao Chun was not a person of the Divine Dragon Empire. Back then, for the sake of joining the Heaven Dragon Palace, he had to fake an identity. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was why the other party wanted to investigate him. Xiao Chun couldn't be sure what had gone wrong. The first palace master was startled when he heard this. Lord Feng's words were implying that Xiao Chun's identity was fake. That's impossible, right? What's so good about forging the identity of a mixed-blood dragon? The Divine Dragon Empire had tens of thousands of mixed-blood dragon cultivators. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay much attention to them. I am Xiao Chun, the Heaven Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple Xiao Chun. I am a dragon race disciple in the first place. I cannot be considered to have sneaked into the Divine Dragon Empire, Xiao Chun said softly with a calm expression. Lord Feng retorted coldly, "You still want to quibble? I already ordered people to use Ancestor Dragon City's Special Intelligence Network to investigate your background. Why do you think the second stage was delayed for so long? I have no proof, so why would I speak carelessly?" Earlier, when Lord Feng was observing Xiao Chun, he accidentally discovered that the aura of Xiao Chun's bloodline was somewhat strange. Xiao Chun did not have the bloodline of the six-colored divine dragons, or a true dragon or a mixed-blood dragon. As for what bloodline it was, Lord Feng did not dare to be sure. However, this was clearly somewhat strange. Lord Feng could not help but suspect it. Lord Feng ordered people to use the intelligence network to investigate Xiao Chun's background. It would have been fine if he had not done so. With one check, Lord Feng discovered that Xiao Chun's identity was fake. Then, he connected this to his strange bloodline. Clearly, this person was not qualified to continue participating in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Before Lord Feng figured out the matter, he definitely could not let Xiao Chun enter Ancestor Dragon City. His identity is fake? The Heaven Dragon Palace disciples were somewhat surprised, not daring to believe it. The other Divine Dragon Palace disciples were similarly shocked. As they looked at Xiao Chun, their expressions turned somewhat strange. Xiao Chun faked his identity, altered his bloodline, and infiltrated the Divine Dragon Empire. The Divine Dragon Empire was one of the northern region's giants. Even in the Central Great Realm, it could be considered a super faction. Naturally, the other factions would send scouts. Xiao Chun did not say anything, tacitly agreeing to it. Lord Feng showed a sullen expression as he said, "I thought that an incredible person appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Turns out that he is just a spy. I nearly let you sneak into Ancestor Dragon City. Fortunately, you can't hide your bloodline from this old man. Which faction sent you?" The situation changed somewhat quickly. Earlier, Xiao Chun was the center of attention, the dark horse that suppressed Qin Mu. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun's identity changed, becoming a spy. Lord Feng wanted to capture Xiao Chun on the spot. "No faction. I am just a dragon race disciple wandering outside. I have no identity. Sir Feng, you can say that I forged my identity, but don't say that I'm a spy." Now that things had come to this, Xiao Chun didn't want to explain too much, but the word spy was a bit of an insult to him. The first palace master hurriedly said, "Lord Feng, the matter of forging an identity is really not a big deal. In this great thousand realms, there are really many dragon race martial artists wandering outside. The dragon race bloodline in Xiao Chun's body cannot be faked. It's impossible for him to be a spy. Sir Feng, this matter cannot be concluded so quickly. There have been cases of fake identities in the past. It can be big or small, but it's still a bit inappropriate to say that Xiao Chen is a spy so decisively. The Green Dragon Palace's palace master said softly as he stepped forward. The label of being a spy was a little too big. Once it was confirmed that one was a spy, it was basically a death sentence. No one could save them. Out of caution, the Green Dragon Palace's palace master helped to say something. When Lord Feng saw the situation, he entered deep thought. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Not to mention faking movement techniques, the bloodline in his body is the greatest doubt. I'll give you one chance. Return to Ancestor Dragon City with me. After I investigate the truth of your bloodline, I will naturally clear your name." Return to Ancestor Dragon City to test his bloodline? Xiao Chen roughly understood what was going on. The other party felt that his bloodline was a little strange, but could not determine that he was of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, they had underestimated the people of Ancestor Dragon City. Although most people could not recognize the Heaven Dragon imprisoned in the Starry Heavens Dragon prison, most people would not be able to recognize its bloodline. But that didn't mean it wouldn't arouse suspicion. "Sorry, I can't go." "Xiao Chen, why don't you go?" "Go, as long as I can verify that you really have the bloodline of the dragon race. A fake identity is nothing. I will guarantee your safety." The first palace master shouted uncontrollably at Xiao Chen's rejection, unable to control his emotions. Xiao Chen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. However, he could only smile bitterly. "First palace master, I can swear that I am definitely of the dragon race. However, I really can't go." If Xiao Chen went to Ancestor Dragon City, if the old monsters of Ancestor Dragon City came out, they would definitely recognize his bloodline. Xiao Chen had no idea how the Blue Dragon race went extinct. How could he dare to expose himself? Xiao Chen really wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City. However, he really did not want to enter like this. After more than 5 years of wandering and suffering, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and arrived here. It looked like he was about to succeed. He could enter Ancestor Dragon City and meet the people he wanted to meet. He was only half a step away from the door, but it ended in the blink of an eye. The affairs of the world were like unfathomable. The bitterness was indescribable. Who could understand my heart? Before Lord Feng could say anything, the Golden Dragon Palace Master suddenly smiled coldly. "Interesting. Where do you get your confidence to think that you have the right to refuse? Since Lord Feng has spoken, you have to go whether you want to or not. Spy, you are really mocking my divine dragon empire for having no one left. Today, I will take you down on behalf of Lord Feng." Right after the Golden Dragon Palace Master spoke, a dragon roar came from his body. Then he soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Chen. This punch seemed to merge with the sky, spreading Emperor's might. This was the Emperor Dragon Fist that only the Golden Dragon Royal Clan could cultivate. A brilliant Emperor's might surged out from the fist light, pressing down on Xiao Chen. When Lord Feng saw the situation, he frowned slightly. He knew that this Qin Mu wanted to use this opportunity to trample on Xiao Chen, to vent the hatred in his heart from having the first rank snatched away. However, after thinking about it, it was not appropriate for Lord Feng to make a move to capture this Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Chen's identity was there. There was no harm in letting this Qin Mu make a move. Xiao Chen knew that his chances of leaving today were minuscule. However, this insignificant Qin Mu also wanted to use this opportunity to trample on him. This was truly laughable. In the 4 seas and 8 desolates, the group of dragons is leaderless. The world is unfair. And the evil dragon rules. How can one be respected? Luck is not on one's side, and life is as fragile as paper. Xiao Chen shouted, and he circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist together, with that trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. An unruly and berserk dragon might immediately burst out from Xiao Chen's body. When facing this punch that merged with the sky and contained a vast aura and a brilliant Emperor's might, Xiao Chen did not show any weakness. He punched with a grand and lofty Emperor's might, not showing any weakness. Supreme Dragon Fist. This is the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Dragon's Gate's forbidden technique, the Supreme Dragon Fist, was very famous. Practically all the Heaven-class core disciples present knew about it. However, this was the first time they truly saw it. The terrifying dragon might that erupted from Xiao Chen's body startled them. The moment this dragon might appeared, Even the Emperor Dragon's might, which represented the orthodox Emperor Dragon, paled in comparison. Chapter 2019. Emperor Dragon Fist. The Dragon Clan's King's Fist technique had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. This fist technique was famous for being overbearing and violent. It was known as the Dragon Clan's #1 offensive fist technique. The threshold for cultivating this fist technique was also extremely high. Only the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor, the royal bloodline that inherited the fate of the empire, could cultivate it. When this fist was unleashed, all other fist techniques would pale in comparison. He was renowned throughout the entire Central World, and there were very few people who could match up to him. However, 100 years ago, the Supreme Dragon Fist appeared out of nowhere. It became the most tyrannical fist technique of the dragon race in one go, peerless. Even the Emperor Dragon Fist paled in comparison. However, Shao Qian's cultivation requirements were even more difficult than the Emperor Dragon Fist. The resentment and viciousness contained within it was even more difficult to control, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to lose control of one's heart and fall into the path of the devil. The harsh conditions, the difficulty of cultivation, and the fact that the previous Heaven Dragon was imprisoned in the Starry Sky Dragon Penitentiary. This fist technique was like a meteor, shining brightly in the starry sky of the Empire. After releasing the most resplendent light, it instantly vanished. Since the previous Heaven Dragon was imprisoned, Shao Qian was the second dragon race cultivator to execute the Supreme Dragon Fist. In the sky, Shao Qian and Qin Mu fought an intense battle. One side used the sovereign Dao Orthodox Emperor Dragon Fist that had been passed down for a long time. On one side was the unruly Supreme Dragon Fist, which raged at the unfairness of the world and hated it for being unfair. Bang! Bang! The vast and boundless fist might in the air was like a clap of thunder, deafening. Dragon roars resounded in all directions. It was not just a competition between the two fist techniques, but also the understanding and application of the Dragon Clan martial arts behind the fist techniques. A golden dragon might spread out in the entire sky behind Qin Mu. The clouds for 5,000 kilometers around sparkled with a dazzling golden light. A golden divine dragon containing emperor's might was hidden in the clouds. Nobility, pride, sharpness, luck. The vast dragon might hidden in the boundless clouds exuded a will that made one submit to it. As for Shao Qian, he was dressed in white, and there was a sharp glint between his brows. Shao Qian's long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind of the killing intent. His entire body looked sharp and sharp. The might of the Heaven Dragon spread out in all directions. The evil dragon was in charge, angry at the unfairness of the heavens. The intimidating dragon roar was filled with arrogance and unwillingness to submit to the orthodox dragon might. No one expected Shao Qian to use the Supreme Dragon Fist to face Qin Mu. Even more unexpectedly, Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist quickly recovered after being at a disadvantage at first. His entire body was bathed in golden light, making him look like a golden god of war. The heavens and the earth trembled. The wrath of the Emperor Dragon was the wrath of the heavens. It was one with the heavens, and carried the might of the heavens to intimidate the group of dragons. On the light steps, the white-bearded old man wore a gloomy expression. The elders from Ancestor Dragon City behind all appeared somewhat shocked, forgetting about Shao Qian's earlier identity. Below, the first palace master's heart sank. He knew that Shao Qian was doing this on purpose. Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. The Supreme Dragon Fist represented the highest martial technique of the dragon race. If not for the dragon race bloodline in one's body, one would not be able to successfully practice it. If one did not comprehend the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, one would not be able to bring out such might. This was a refusal to submit. With just a few words, the white-bearded old man identified him as a spy and sent him to Ancestor Dragon City to investigate his bloodline. This was a refusal to submit. However, since the first palace master could tell, how could Lord Feng not? The first palace master sighed in his heart. Given Lord Feng's temper, how could he endure this? This fellow is really rebelling against the heavens. On the light steps, the gloomy white-bearded old man snorted coldly, anger appearing on his face. Even if this old man said something wrong, it is an ironclad fact that you used a fake identity to sneak into the Divine Dragon Empire. If you have any grievances, come with me to Ancestor Dragon City, and everything will be clear. Now that Xiao Chun displayed the supreme dragon fist, it was like slapping his old face. In the air, Qin Mu, who suppressed Xiao Chun again, revealed a cold smile. The supreme dragon fist is merely SOSO. Qin Mu's Emperor Dragon Fist indeed had a deep essence. This fist technique had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and had been systematically developed long ago. There would not be any drawbacks. On the other hand, the Supreme Dragon Fist had only been around for 100 years. There were too many areas that needed to be improved. Back then, that arrogant heaven dragon could defeat my uncle. Today, I will use the Emperor Dragon Fist to defeat you again. Emperor Dragon Fist, Sovereign Descent. Qin Mu shouted. The vast dragon might hidden in the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around suddenly infused into his body. His entire body immediately erupted with resplendent golden light. The Emperor Dragon might nearly turned solid. Boom! As the dragon might surged out, the ground, aside from the formation plate, cracked and sank. 25 years ago, the purple gold dragon emperor suppressed the heaven dragon. Could it be that the same scene would repeat itself today? The many heaven dragon palace disciples could not help showing expressions of despair. Seeing the other party bring out his killing move, Xiao Chun snorted coldly and suddenly waved his hand. The state of the supreme dragon fist scattered from his body. Such a scene frightened many people. What was Xiao Chun trying to do? In the next moment, surging killing chi erupted from Xiao Chun's body. Buddhist sect's 7 kill seal. It was like the lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never remaining in the sky. The killing chi on Xiao Chun's body multiplied. Whoosh! 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 Each wave was stronger than the one before. The horrifying killing chi spread out in all directions, penetrating deep into the hearts of the many disciples. This made them feel some fear. You clown! I'll show you the true Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chun snorted coldly. This time he did not use resentment to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. Instead, he used killing chi to drive the Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. Raging at the unfair heaven. At this moment, boundless killing chi merged with the lofty aspirations in Xiao Chun's heart. He drove his emotions to the limit, and an ancient dragon roar rang out in Xiao Chun's body like a bell ringing. The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. The dragon roar reverberated in the air, long and unending. This was killing chi, rage, and the inextinguishable lofty aspirations and pride in Xiao Chun's heart. This punch raged at the unfair heaven, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. He could not accept this evil dragon that ruled the world. He could not accept that ancestor Dragon City's old man treated him as a spy with just a few words. He could not accept that white-bearded old man doubting the authenticity of his dragon race bloodline. Xiao Chun's chi and blood surged. This punch also activated the pride of the blue dragon bloodline in Xiao Chun's body. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chun, this pride silently merged with the heaven dragon's mysteries in his body. Bang! 2 terrifying fists collided with each other in an instant. A resplendent light appeared amid a loud sound. Qin Mu, who carried the vast and boundless dragon might of a royal emperor's bloodline, pressed down, wanting to crush Xiao Chun on the spot and trample on him. Wuxia! Wuxia! Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing his clothes red. Kill! However, Xiao Chun did not show any panic or fear on his face. He shouted, and his killing chi gathered again. Crack! Crack! Qin Mu was somewhat shocked to discover that the Emperor Dragon's dragon might supporting him slowly cracked under the assault of this punch. Before Qin Mu could react, the overwhelming killing chi behind Xiao Chun surged over like waves. Bang! 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 In the end, Qin Mu could not block the dragon might on his body. It shattered under the wave after wave of fist light. Qin Mu vomited a mouthful of blood, and his dragon might vanished. Xiao Chun's punch knocked him into the air. All the bones in Qin Mu's body shattered, and his internal organs were destroyed. His complexion paled as his life force drained continuously. Supreme Dragon Fist, ruling the surroundings. Xiao Chun punched again in one go. The fist light gathered into a war banner. The dragon might spreading out in the surroundings continuously infused into the war banner. No! Several Golden Dragon Palace disciples cried out hoarsely. The third palace master paled in fright. At this speed he could not save Qin Mu in time. It looked like this sure-kill punch would end Qin Mu. The white-bearded old man on the light steps shouted coldly. Then he ferociously grabbed the war banner, which contained Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy, will of soul and boundless killing qi. Crack! The war banner shattered, and Xiao Qin's mind and soul were injured. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew to the ground. The white-bearded old man casually flung his arm and said coldly, "The Heaven Dragon Palace's Xiao Qin faked his identity and snuck into the empire. He offended his superiors and offended this lord. Furthermore, he tried to murder the Golden Dragon Palace's Qin Mu. He deserves 10,000 deaths for his crimes. Capture him and await punishment." Yes, with the white-bearded old man's command, many dragon race experts immediately appeared from all directions, chasing after Xiao Qin. No one expected Lord Feng to personally attack Xiao Qin, and even accuse him of so many crimes. With this, Xiao Qin was finished. Damn it! What dogs hit Ancestor Dragon City is this? It was clearly this Qin Mu who wanted to kill Xiao Qin, alright? Without any evidence, he labeled Xiao Qin as a spy. This is simply despicable. Anyone who wants to take down Xiao Qin will have to go through me. Murongyan. The Red Dragon Palace's Murongyan could no longer endure it. Now that he saw Lord Feng personally injure Xiao Qin, he completely erupted. He ignored the Red Dragon Palace Elder's attempts to stop him and soared into the air, instantly clashing with the dragon race experts flying over from all directions. Protect junior brother Xiao Qin. Even Murongyan made a move. How could the many Heaven Dragon Palace disciples have any fear? They only relied on their hearts and made decisions that they normally would not dare to make. They stood together with the various dragon race guards. The originally somewhat chaotic scene instantly descended into absolute chaos. The dragon race experts who came to capture Xiao Qin on Lord Feng's command were all blocked. Amidst the chaos, a gentle breeze blew. "Let's go." Situ Changfeng weaved through the chaotic crowd and supported Xiao Qin, who was injured by Lord Feng, on his shoulder. Then he quickly left. On the light steps, the white-bearded old man showed an enraged expression. He looked around and instantly locked on to Situ Changfeng and Xiao Qin, who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to flee. "To think that you want to flee under my nose. You are seeking death." However, just as the white-bearded old man was about to make a move, a small world made of flames suddenly appeared before him. The small world expanded continuously, turning into a complete nation. Then it smashed down on the group of people on the light steps. The appearance of the nation of flames completely blocked the white-bearded old man's vision. Aside from this nation, there was nothing else. Firmament's rage. "Yexian, you can't resist making a move as well?" The white-bearded old man showed a cold expression. He immediately recognized this move. This was the famous consummate technique that the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, Yexian, used to sweep through the northern region. Firmament's rage. This Firmament's rage was much mightier than the one that Xiao Qin executed. It was complete and looked flawless like a real world. The raging flames of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon filled the sky. However, a nation of flames flew over, temporarily separating them from reality. The first palace master slowly appeared in the nation of flames. Then he looked at the white-bearded old man and said, "My apologies, Lord Feng. I have never disobeyed my lord's orders in my life, but this time, since he does not want to go to Ancestor Dragon City to verify his bloodline and clear his name, my lord, just let him go. Sir, just let him go. No matter what his motives are, just let him go." The white-bearded old man was very old. When the first palace master was young, he was already a senior expert of Ancestor Dragon City. The white-bearded old man possessed extremely terrifying strength. In terms of friendship, he had even saved the first palace master's life. "You think that you can stop me? It has not started yet. How can I give up? If I don't try, who knows?" Chapter 2020